Chapter 39:29. By the time Fang Chun returned to the forest, the battle had come to an end. Although Princess Huang and Jiajiu's strength wasn't as monstrous as Fang Chen's, it was still a piece of cake for them to deal with the ordinary members of the Black Python clan. Kacha! Jiajiu's fist pierced through the head of the last member of the Black Python clan. This also indicated that the battle was over and the Black Python clan was exterminated. How was it? Princess Huang hurried over and asked as soon as she saw Fang Chen. The fragment was related to the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. She attached great importance to it and couldn't wait to know if Fang Chen had obtained the fragment from the Black Python ancestor. Fang Chen flipped his palm, and a card appeared in his palm. Good guy. This time, Jiajiu was completely convinced by Fang Chen. The latter had disappeared for more than 150 years and had encountered a great opportunity that allowed his strength to rise to such an exaggerated level. The Black Python ancestor was actually forced to flee by you. You're really amazing. Jiajiu grinned. Most importantly, snatching a fragment from the Black Python ancestor's hand was what surprised him the most. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do so. After all, that was the ancestor of the Black Python clan. His strength was on par with Elder Jia Yuan, and he might even be stronger than him. Where's the Black Python ancestor? Would he hand over the fragment so easily? Princess Huang's beautiful eyes flickered as she took the fragment and examined it carefully. He's dead, Fang Chen said casually. What? Princess Huang and Jiajiu were shocked as they looked at Fang Chen in shock. The latter nodded heavily. Only then did they confirm that they didn't hear wrongly. At this time, Jiajiu's heart was in turmoil. Snatching the fragment from the Black Python ancestor's hand was already good enough. He didn't expect this guy to kill the Black Python ancestor. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The Black Python ancestor is dead. Jiajiu couldn't believe it and repeated. Fang Chen nodded. He had stepped into the 10th Order True Saint realm. A mere Black Python ancestor was like an ant in his eyes. The only ones who could threaten him were those who had touched the threshold of the Supremacy True Saint realm and the ancient revived experts, such as Emperor Miayu and the fishermen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't think that he would have a conflict with them. Ha ha ha, brother, you're too strong. Does that mean we... She looked at the handsome man in front of her gently. He was indeed the man her mother had chosen for her. With such potential, he would definitely step into the Supremacy True Saint realm in the future. The Jialua clan's information network should be very strong. Do you have any information about the other fragments? Fang Chen asked. Wait a moment. Jiajiu closed his eyes. His body exuded a strong samsara force. His mind was in turmoil. Soon, he brought back the information about the station. The closest one to us is in the southwest. Not long ago, a fragment appeared. After a bloody battle, it was snatched by a revived expert, Jiajiu said. At the same time, he calculated the distance. With their speed, they should be able to reach within 2 hours. Let's go, Fang Chen said. 2 hours passed quickly. On a small hill in the southwest of the core area, a white-haired old man was playing with the fragment in his hand. He smiled and said, Humph, if you hadn't been so lucky back then, would you have gotten that weapon? In fact, those who had lived for a long time knew very well that the Ghost Emperor wasn't scary. They didn't even care. However, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact made them extremely wary. The ghost artifact wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had a lot of implications. Now that the ghost artifact was about to appear, many experts had come to snatch it. From the white-haired old man's words, one could tell that he didn't care about the Ghost Emperor, but he was extremely eager to get the ghost artifact. I risked my life and woke up from my deep sleep in order to find the path to the Supremacy True Saint realm. I hope the ghost artifact won't disappoint me. Of course, he was also very clear that the fisherman Xing Wang, great Emperor Miayu, and the others had all awakened. Therefore, he had to get the ghost artifact before they did. Let's study it first. The white-haired old man's consciousness entered the fragment, wanting to explore it. Buzz! The runes on the fragment slowly changed, as if they were operating in a regular pattern. After a long while, the white-haired old man smiled and put away the fragment. continue to snatch the other fragments. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked up and saw 3 figures rushing over from the distant horizon. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The 3 of them must be here to snatch his fragment. You dare to snatch something that is in my hands, the white-haired old man said eerily. Especially when he saw how young Fong Chun and the other 2 were, he was even more fearless. He stood on the peak of the small hill and waited for the 3 of them to arrive. Whoosh! The 3 of them came to the small hill and saw the white-haired old man. At the same time, they also sensed the existence of the fragment. Hand over the fragment, Fong Chun said straightforwardly. I can spare your life. To be honest, he didn't have much malice towards these ancient experts. He just wanted to get the fragment. If you want the fragment, let's see if you have the ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired old man attacked. Boom! An extremely terrifying evil aura instantly filled the sky. The white-haired old man took the opportunity to perform his strongest attack. After feeling the evil aura in the void, Fong Chun was a little stunned. Then his anger soared. The evil aura released by this person was filled with the blood of the human race. This meant that he was once an extremely evil martial artist who cultivated with the lives of human martial artists. Such an evil person should be killed. It's actually a human. I just recovered and need to absorb human blood to recover, the white-haired old man said as he attacked. However, in the face of such an evil martial artist, Fong Chun didn't give him any chance. He directly erupted with the power of the 10th level Saint Realm and crushed him in all aspects. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, there were sounds of explosions. Wherever Fong Chun's fist passed, the void shattered. The white-haired old man was shocked. Although he wasn't an expert of the ancient civilization, he had vaguely heard of a complete cultivation system. 13th level Saint Realm. The white-haired old man cried out involuntarily. His face was pale as he turned and fled. Chapter 39:30. 13th level of the Saint Realm. This was the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Although the white-haired old man was not an expert of that era, he had vaguely heard his ancestors mention it. He had been very interested in the civilization of that era for a long time and had even been looking for clues of the complete cultivation system. However, what surprised him was that this inconspicuous human clan warrior in front of him actually had a complete cultivation system. How is this possible? How could he? The white-haired old man was sure that Fong Chun was definitely not an expert of the ancient civilization who had revived. Then, how could he have a complete cultivation system? At this time, a trace of fanaticism flashed in the depths of the white-haired old man's eyes. His throat moved and his body heated up. He could no longer suppress the greed in his heart. That was a complete cultivation system. If he could get it, he would definitely be able to step into the supreme realm in the future. The complete cultivation system. I must get it. The white-haired old man's mind was quickly thinking about how to deal with Fong Chun. After all, he had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, and his realm was above the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If he went all out, the white-haired old man had no chance of winning. Therefore, he could not use force. He could only use his wits. Stop! Seeing Fong Chun rushing over, the white-haired old man shouted loudly. At the same time, he flicked his finger and the fragments instantly shot in front of Fong Chun. The latter caught them. I'm willing to hand over the fragments. The white-haired old man begged for mercy. What a joke. He was no match for Fong Chun at all. He could only beg for mercy. Of course, in addition to this, he had a more important purpose, which was to get close to Fong Chun and then find a way to get the complete cultivation system. Immediately, the white-haired old man withdrew his aura, and a sincere look appeared on his withered cheeks. He said in a hoarse voice, I was blind before. Now, I'm willing to surrender to you. No matter what, he was still a powerhouse who had recovered. Fong Chun would probably agree to it. After all, the fight for the 9 fragments had now entered a white-hot stage. He could be considered a great help. Surrender. Fong Chun stared at the white-haired old man. Although the latter tried to hide it, he still could not hide the evil aura emitted from his body. If Fang Chun guessed correctly, his cultivation was accumulated with the blood of the human clan warriors. How could Fang Chun be merciful to such a deranged and evil person? What do I need you for? Fang Chun sneered and hit him with a palm. Boom. Seeing this, the white-haired elder tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying by Fang Chun's palm strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. His internal organs were damaged, and he no longer had the ability to fight. You want to kill me? The white-haired old man had a ferocious expression on his face. At this moment, he already knew that the latter did not intend to give him any chance, and was prepared to kill him. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. Even if I die, I will not let you. His hands were too heavy, and he was no match for Fang Chun at all. However, before he died, he spread the news that Fang Chun possessed a complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization. Crack! Fang Chun hit his chest with a palm. Boom! The white-haired old man's body exploded, and a wild smile appeared on his face. Ha! Those old fogies know that you have a complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization. They won't let you go. Prepare for death. Hearing this, Fang Chun's expression changed drastically. Boom! The white-haired old man's head shattered. He was dead. The void was filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chun was in the middle of it. He did not move and seemed to be deep in thought. In the distance, Jiajio was shocked. He also heard what the white-haired old man said before he died. Thinking of the terrifying combat power Fang Chun had shown, he seemed to realize something. A complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization? Jiajio's body trembled slightly. The Jialua clan was one of the oldest clans in the world. They knew almost all the secrets of the world, including the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. However, this was a secret of the highest level. Even the Jialua clan, only the supreme leader knew about it. No one else knew about it. However, what shocked him was that the person he called brother actually had a complete cultivation system. This was simply too shocking. Princess Wang also had a stunned look. But very soon, she started to worry for Fang Chun. The white-haired old man had spread the news before he died. Did this mean that many people already knew about this secret? It could be imagined that Fang Chun would become a whirlpool of public opinion. At that time, many people would come knocking on his door. Let's go, Princess Huang shouted. Jiajio also reacted. He quickly came to Fang Chun's side. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He waved his sleeve, and a small crack appeared in the ground. He took Fang Chun and Princess Huang and instantly entered it. Buzz! After they disappeared, the crack in the ground also disappeared. Then there's the sound of something breaking through the void. One by one, the awakened powerhouses came to this place. They saw the white-haired old man's body and the traces left behind by the battle. A complete cultivation system from the ancient civilization. One of the awakened powerhouses laughed eerily. Where is he? We must get the complete cultivation system at all costs. Everyone in front of the complete cultivation system. Everything is meaningless. I hope that everyone can put aside their prejudices and look for the human with the complete cultivation system together. What do you think? Yes, let's find the complete cultivation system first. Many awakened powerhouses reached a consensus and began to search for Fang Chun. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the reincarnation road. It's a bit dangerous. Through the reincarnation road, Jiajio found that many awakened powerhouses had appeared at the place where the battle had just occurred. They were all looking for Fang Chun. Brother, don't show up for the time being. Just stay in the Jialua clan's encampment. Don't worry, as long as you're in the encampment, no one will dare to come. Subconsciously, Jiajio had already regarded Fang Chun as a member of the same clan. After all, the lineage of the Grandmaster from the Chaotic Realm was the same as theirs. It was just that they were of different lineages. Elder Jia Yuan had always wanted to see the descendant of the Grandmaster's lineage. Fang Chun pondered. Princess Huang persuaded him. Those awakened powerhouses attach great importance to the so-called complete cultivation system. They will do anything for it. If you go out, you will be surrounded. No matter how strong Fang Shan was, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Princess Wang didn't want him to take the risk. I have already contacted Elder Jia Yuan. He is on his way back. Let's wait for him to come back and discuss it. In the meantime, let's hide on the reincarnation road, Jia Jiu said. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-31. Before his death, the white-haired old man had spread the news that Fang Chun possessed the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, causing many old monsters to flock to him. Their eyes burned with passion as they roared in their hearts. That was the most primitive and complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. They dreamed of obtaining it. After all, in the age of chaos, only those with the most complete cultivation system could step into the supremacy realm. The storm in the core area instantly exploded. Countless experts, in addition to fighting for the fragments, searched for Fang Chun. However, they never dreamed that the person they were searching for was hiding on the path of reincarnation. The Jialua clan's base. The security was tight, and all the clansmen had been summoned back. In a quiet courtyard, Fang Chun sat on a stone bench as Elder Jia Yuan studied him seriously. Elder Jia Yuan, this is the successor of the primal chaos realm's great sovereign I told you about, Jia Jiu introduced. Jia Yuan's eyes were like torches, as if he could see through Fang Chen's body. After a long time, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "How is the great sovereign now?" The great sovereign is guarding the end of the path of reincarnation and protecting the primal chaos realm, Fang Chen said. In fact, he didn't know what the great sovereign's condition was or whether he was still alive. Every time he saw the statue at the end of the path of reincarnation, great waves would surge in his heart. Since the birth of the Jialua clan, there have been countless experts. Our clan controls the 6 paths of reincarnation and is one of the top clans in the world. However, a long time ago, our clan was attacked by an unknown force, causing the great sovereign's bloodline to decline completely. Since then, the Jialua clan had basically retreated from the primal chaos realm. No one would have thought that the great sovereign was still alive and guarding the end of the path of reincarnation. Now, the 6 paths of reincarnation controlled by our clan are temporarily separated from the path of reincarnation in the primal chaos realm. Our experts are trying to find a way to repair it. Once it's completely repaired, we will personally bring the great sovereign back. Elder Jia Yuan gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder and sighed emotionally. After so many years, he had actually met a successor of the great sovereign's bloodline. However, the more he thought about it, the more serious his expression became. Even the successor of a supreme monarch had come to the origin world. Didn't this mean that the crisis in the primal chaos realm was much more serious than they had imagined? After a brief discussion, Elder Jia Yuan warned the 3 of them that it was too chaotic outside and that they shouldn't go out for now. At this moment, Jia Jiu suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, "Elder Jia Yuan, I called you back in such a hurry because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. Jia Jiu said, "The rumor in the outside world is that the person who mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization is Brother Fang." Upon hearing these words, Elder Jia Yuan's expression flickered drastically as he looked at Fang Chan with a grim look in his eyes. "You, the person those old monsters are looking for is you?" Even the experienced and knowledgeable Elder Jia Yuan couldn't imagine that this unassuming young man in front of him actually possessed the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Fang Chen nodded and admitted it. After all, Jia Jiu already knew. There was nothing to hide from Elder Jia Yuan. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Elder Jia Yuan steadied his mind and said seriously, "The Jialuo clan also has the complete cultivation system, but with the current cultivation environment, it's very difficult for anyone to cultivate it. You must be careful since you have mastered this cultivation system." Fang Chen's heart warmed. Elder Jia Yuan didn't covet his complete cultivation system. Instead, he was warning him to be careful. "Thank you, Elder Jia Yuan." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. At the side, Jiajio was more concerned about the fragments. Elder Jia Yuan, how many fragments do you have? Elder Jia Yuan patted his sleeves, and 3 fragments appeared in his palm. I took these 3 fragments from the weaker ones. As for the other fragments, they were all taken by those old monsters. It's impossible to take them away. For example, Emperor Miayu and the others. There are 9 fragments in total. You have 3, and Brother Fong took 2. That makes 5. In other words, there are 4 fragments left outside, Jiajio calculated. Elder Jia Yuan was stunned. He looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. This guy was too strong. He managed to take 2 fragments from so many experts. Could it be? Suddenly, Elder Jia Yuan realized something. Since he had mastered the complete cultivation system, did that mean he had already started cultivating? Elder Jia Yuan tried to sense Fong Chun, but he couldn't see through him. He took a few steps back, dumbfounded. What realm are you now? Elder Jia Yuan asked urgently. According to the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, I should be in the 10th level of the Sage Realm, Fong Chun said. When these words came out, Elder Jia Yuan was dumbfounded. The 10th level of the Sage Realm was an entire realm higher than him. How strong is the 10th level of the Sage Realm? Elder Jia Yuan asked. However, he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Come, let's go to the training field. After saying those words, without waiting for Fong Chen's reply, he pulled him over to the sparring grounds. Make your move, Elder Jia Yuan said. Elder Jia Yuan, be careful. Fong Chen nodded. He activated the ultimate force in his body and clashed with Elder Jia Yuan. Boom! Terrifying fists collided, causing sparks to fly. Elder Jia Yuan took a few steps back and laughed. So strong. This shouldn't be your strongest power, right? Since he was going to test it out, he had to feel the strongest power. Elder Jia Yuan used the Jialua clan's ultimate technique. Vast reincarnation power surrounded his body. His combat strength rose to the peak. At this moment, Fong Chun fully unleashed the 10 streams of ultimate force in his body. Boom! The power of his fist suddenly increased tenfold as it collided with Elder Jia Yuan's fist, sending him flying in an instant. Not good. Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed when he felt Fong Chen's power increase. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was sent flying. Dong! Fortunately, Fong Chun withdrew his power at the last moment. Otherwise, Elder Jia Yuan would have been seriously injured. Isn't he too strong? Elder Jia Yuan admitted that he was one of the top existences among Limit Saints. However, compared to Fong Chun, there was still a gap. As expected of a 10th level Sage Realm expert, if it was a battle of life and death, he definitely wouldn't be Fong Chen's match. His ultimate force is so dense. As expected of a complete cultivation system, Elder Jia Yuan could feel the ultimate force in Fong Chen's body. Even if he used his reincarnation power, he couldn't resist it. He looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. With his current strength, if he went all out, he had a high chance of winning against those old monsters. All of a sudden, a bold idea appeared in Elder Jia Yuan's mind. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-32. Elder Jia Yuan's eyes darted around as a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. In fact, he had thought of this idea before, but he had rejected it in the end. With his strength and the path of reincarnation, he could barely snatch 2 fragments from those old monsters. As for the remaining fragments, he couldn't do anything about them. However, things were different now. Fong Chun had already stepped into the 10th Order True Saint Realm. What if the 2 of them worked together? I have an idea. Elder Jia Yuan looked at Fong Chun with a smile and said, with your current strength, you won't lose to anyone in a one-on-one battle. I can control the path of reincarnation in the core area. If the 2 of us work together, we'll be invincible. There are still 4 fragments outside. Why don't we snatch them all? Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned. Jiajio was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Elder Jia Yuan to come up with such a crazy plan. Those people are looking for him. Once he shows up, he will be surrounded. Princess Wang was slightly worried. However, Fong Chun nodded in agreement. Originally, he was still a little apprehensive, But with Elder Jia Yuan controlling the path of reincarnation and helping him, there was nothing to worry about. After all, the 9 fragments were related to the secret of the ghost artifact. He had to get them. I already have a comprehensive plan. Take a look. Elder Jia Yuan took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chun for him to read. Jiajiu also came over and finished reading it in a short while. The plan is feasible. Fang Chun nodded. If he went out to snatch the fragments and was surrounded, Elder Jia Yuan would activate the path of reincarnation. He would instantly hide inside the path of reincarnation, and no one would be able to chase after him. It could be said that this was a foolproof plan. Elder Jia Yuan, what do I need to do? Jiajiu's heart was pounding as he volunteered. You don't need to do anything. Just stay here and wait. With Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan's strength at their level, Jiajiu couldn't interfere. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't let Jiajiu and Princess Huang stay idle. The two of them collected information and provided it to Elder Jia Yuan and Fang Chun. Just like that, the plan began. Fang Chun had received intelligence that a fragment had appeared in the Flaming Mountain Range. Therefore, he and Elder Jia Yuan rushed to the Flaming Mountain Range without stopping. Boom! Looking from afar, the Flaming Mountain was filled with a majestic sea of fire. The temperature was extremely high, and ordinary people would not dare to enter. Great Emperor Mieu, according to the intelligence, there were 2 ancient experts fighting fiercely in the Flaming Mountain Range. One of them was confirmed to be Great Emperor Mieu, while the other was unknown. Let's go. Fang Chun thought for a moment, and then stepped into the Flaming Mountain. At this moment, at the core of the Flaming Mountain, there was a volcano. 2 figures were fighting fiercely on top of the volcano. One of them was Great Emperor Mieu. Boom! Great Emperor Mieu's clothes were burned by the flames, and he was in a sorry state. On the other hand, the red-haired elder opposite him smiled eerily and slammed his hands into the void. Instantly, the entire volcano floated up and was held by his hands. Great Emperor Mieu, aren't you very powerful? The red-haired elder sneered. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I didn't expect the heavens to be kind and give me a chance to take revenge. Red Fiend, I only regret not killing you back then. Great Emperor Mieu exuded a demonic aura. Even though he was injured, he was still proud and unyielding. You won't have that chance. Red Fiend was born with a fire physique and had comprehended the ultimate meaning of fire. He had already set up an inescapable net in the Flaming Mountain Range and used the volcano to suppress Great Emperor Mieu. Now, the suppression from a sea of fire was suffocating Great Emperor Mieu. However, he did not give up. He stood up with difficulty, and his eyes turned demonic. He wanted to fight Red Fiend to the death. Die! Red Fiend held the volcano with both hands and smashed it toward Great Emperor Mieu. At this moment, Fang Chun arrived at the same time. The moment he saw Great Emperor Mieu, his heart skipped a beat. What a familiar feeling. Fang Chun frowned. Why does Great Emperor Mieu have such a familiar feeling? He racked his brain, and soon he thought of something. Senior Lung Xian. That's right. Great Emperor Mieu had Senior Lung Xian's aura. Stop. With that thought, Fang Chun leaped and appeared in front of Great Emperor Mieu. He slapped out, and the ultimate power in his body surged. A terrifying palm print landed on the volcano. Kacha! The origin of fire clashed with the power of the flames and started to burn. At this moment, the ultimate power showed its power and covered the entire volcano. Hiss! A loud sound came from within the volcano. The volcano shook violently and then exploded. It turned into a rain of fire and merged with the sea of fire. Dang, dang, dang. Caught off guard, Red Fiend took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, he stared at Fang Chun with his scarlet eyes. He was shocked that such a young martial artist could destroy his volcano with his bare hands. It was unbelievable. However, he seemed to have guessed something. You're the human who has a complete cultivation system. Red Fiend asked coldly. Hearing this, Great Emperor Mieu was stunned. During this period of time, the old monsters had been looking for someone with a complete cultivation system. Who would have thought that he would appear here and even save his life? That's right, it's me. Fongchen said calmly. Hee, since you're here, leave your life behind. Red Fiend sneered. Fongchen didn't care. Although Red Fiend was strong, he wasn't afraid. Great Emperor Miayu, on the other hand, seemed to be injured and needed treatment. Little friend, leave now. Great Emperor Miayu said. Fongchen shook his head and turned to look at Great Emperor Miayu. With a flick of his finger, a pill appeared in front of Great Emperor Miayu. He glanced at it and swallowed it. You don't have to get involved in this. Great Emperor Miayu said. What's your relationship with Senior Lung Xian? Fongchen asked. Great Emperor Miayu was stunned and asked, You know Lung Xian? Indeed, Fongchen's intuition was right. Great Emperor Miayu and Lung Xian had an extraordinary relationship. Fongchen nodded and told Great Emperor Miayu that Senior Lung Xian had saved him and gave him a great opportunity. Lung Xian fell into the Soul River. Thinking of Lung Xian, Great Emperor Miayu's expression turned a little crazy. That was the Soul River. Once one fell into it, there was almost no chance of escaping. Don't worry. Although Senior Lung Xian fell into the Soul River, she's still alive due to some special reasons. Once I'm done with my matters, I'll save her. Chapter 39-33. When he heard the words Lung Xian, Fongchen's heart fluctuated greatly. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, there were still things to deal with. He turned his head to look at the Red Fiend. The latter's body was emitting a terrifying red light, and a dense death aura permeated the land. His eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. Die! The Red Fiend yelled eerily. His body suddenly appeared in front of Fongchen. Then he leaped and punched out. A majestic fist light blasted towards Fongchen. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and appeared behind Fongchen. He circulated all the strength in his body and rushed towards Fongchen's back. Invincible sword art. With a flick of his wrist, Fongchen's longsword burst forth instantly as he unleashed his invincible sword technique. The horrifying sword technique formed streaks of sword light in the void. Each of the streaks of sword light contained an extreme amount of ultimate power. Fongchen, who had stepped into the 10th Order Saint realm, once again displayed the invincible sword art. Its power had reached an unbelievable level. This was the true invincible sword art. He used the ultimate sword Dao as the foundation to display the invincible sword art. Each sword light could easily crush a 9th Order Saint realm cultivator. Although the Red Fiend was an awakened expert, and his peak combat strength could easily crush a 9th Order Saint realm cultivator a long time ago. However, after sleeping for so long, he had just awakened, and his cultivation had dropped. Now, he was barely at the 9th Order Saint realm. Against an ultimate saint, he could only rely on his powerful combat experience to gain the upper hand. Boom! The thick sword light closed in on his body. Seeing this scene, his heart trembled. His palms suddenly transformed into a pair of big claws. Scarlet light burst out, and the big claws grabbed at the void. Rip! One of the thick sword light was directly crushed by the claws. But soon, the densely packed sword lights once again shot toward him. Rumbling sounds resounded through the sky. At the beginning, he was still able to block them. But in the end, there were simply too many sword lights, causing him to be unable to block them. With a bang, he was sent flying. This is... Red Fiend quickly got up. His expression was extremely solemn. He had never imagined that this human warrior would have such tyrannical combat strength. Could it be that he has already surpassed the 9th level Saint Realm? However, the Red Devil Beast didn't sense any Supreme Being aura from him. Oomph. After pondering for a moment, Red Fiend calmed down and slammed his palm. Immediately, a red fruit exploded and he absorbed the red mist into his body. The next moment, his body began to swell, and all the hair on his body turned red. It was like a red monster. This was also the origin of the name Red Fiend. Be careful. Great Emperor Miayu warned loudly. He had fought with the Red Fiend more than once, so he was very clear about the latter's trump cards. When the Red Fiend transformed into the Red Fiend, his combat power was at its strongest. Don't let the red mist touch you. Great Emperor Miayu warned. The red mist contained a strong corrosive power. Once touched, one's primordial spirit will be severely damaged. This was also one of the Red Fiend's ultimate techniques. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Red Fiend looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. At the same time, he controlled the dense red mist around him and rushed towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun grinned and then activated the 10 ultimate powers in his body. Boom, boom, boom. 10 ultimate powers were released at the same time, and the power of the invincible sword art soared again. Poochie. 10 beams of ultimate sword light condensed in the sky. Each beam was tens of thousands of feet tall. The 10 beams of ultimate sword light swooped down with unparalleled power. Crack! When the first sword light hit the Red Fiend's body, it instantly stopped, as if it had fallen into a swamp. The red mist was also rapidly corroding the sword light. Boom! In just one exchange, the red mist had corroded the first sword light. However, Great Emperor Miayu also noticed that the red mist had weakened a lot. Boom! The second, third, fourth, 7 consecutive sword lights bombarded the Red Fiend's body, and the amount of red mist rapidly decreased. Moreover, the red hair on a Red Fiend's body emitted a burnt smell, as if he had been severely injured. 7, huh? Fang Chun held the long sword in his hand and squinted his eyes. No wonder he was able to injure Great Emperor Miayu. If he hadn't stepped into the 10th level Saint Realm, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Red Fiend. The latter's red hair seemed to have mutated and was very strange. It actually blocked his 7 sword lights. However, Fang Chun also knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely wouldn't be able to block the 8th sword light. Let's end this. With that, the 8th sword light swooped down. The Red Fiend clenched its teeth and faced it head-on. It used its red hair and the thin red mist around it to try and destroy the sword light before it could reach it. However, he had failed. Crack! After the impact of the first 7 sword lights, the red mist was already very thin, and the red hair on his body had also been injured to varying degrees. At this time, his combat strength had decreased sharply. Boom! The 8th sword light pierced the red mist and instantly destroyed the last trace of red mist. Next, the sword light destroyed the red hair on the Red Fiend's body and then pierced his arms. The Red Fiend struggled in pain. With a tearing sound, his arms were directly cut off by the sword light. He screamed in his heart and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The remaining 2 streaks of sword light also fell and pierced his head. The Red Fiend couldn't dodge. With a scream, he fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Great Emperor Miayu was extremely shocked. A complete cultivation system? He looked at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. The Red Fiend was killed by him so easily? Then, just how strong was he? Whoosh! Great Emperor Miayu took a deep breath and forcefully stabilized his body. His dark eyes looked at Fang Chun. Thank you. Even someone as prideful as Emperor Miayu was impressed by Fang Chun at this moment. Fang Chun's combat strength was above the 9th Order True Saint Realm, and he had mastered the complete cultivation system. It was highly likely that he would step into the chaotic supremacy realm in the future. I didn't kill him to save you, Fang Chun said indifferently. His goal was the fragment. Great Emperor Miayu heard this, and his wrist shook, throwing the fragment to Fang Chun. From the moment he lost to the Red Fiend, he was no longer qualified to compete for the fragment. He was eliminated. Moreover, Fang Chun was so strong. If he continued to compete for the fragment, the two would definitely meet, and there would be unnecessary trouble. He simply gave up and handed over the fragment. If there is a need in the future, I, Great Emperor Miayu, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. With that, Great Emperor Miayu's body flashed and disappeared. Fang Chun kept the fragment. Before he left, he sucked the red blood essence ball from the Red Fiend's abdomen with his palm. Chapter 39-34. After killing the Red Fiend, they obtained the 6th fragment. At this point, Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan had a total of 6 fragments in their hands. At this time, Elder Jia Yuan also brought bad news. The owners of the last 3 fragments seemed to have smelled danger, and the 3 of them formed an alliance. Those 3 old monsters have joined forces. We have to be careful, Elder Jia Yuan reminded. Although they had the reincarnation road as their escape route, The slightest mistake could lead to death. This was no joke. Even an expert like Great Emperor Mieu had been defeated by the Red Fiend. Those ancient awakened experts had many tricks up their sleeves. It was unimaginable. Therefore, they had to be careful. There are still some experts. Although they didn't obtain any fragments, they are still hiding in the core area, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Elder Jia Yuan said, "I understand." Fang Chen nodded. He already had a plan in his heart. Death Cliff, Soul River. If one were to talk about the most dangerous place in the Death Cliff, most people would agree that it was the core area. However, if one were to talk about the most terrifying place in the Death Cliff, it would undoubtedly be the Soul River. Terrifying streams flowed in the Soul River, and these streams could easily corrode a cultivator's Yuan spirit. Even a Ninth Order Saint Realm expert's Yuan spirit would be severely injured if they entered the Soul River. Back then, Fang Chen had no choice but to fall into the Soul River. However, because of Long Xian's protection, he successfully reached the bottom of the Soul River and entered the cave. Of course, Princess Huang also helped a lot. This was an exception. Most people still couldn't get close to the Soul River. Today, the Soul River was still very calm. Traces of ripples flowed on the surface of the Soul River. A cool breeze blew, and a gloomy aura blew towards the mountain range behind the Soul River. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the mountain range, there were more than 10 figures. They stared vigilantly at the Soul River and carefully moved forward. "Be careful. The Soul River is up ahead." One of them reminded, "What are you afraid of? As long as we don't enter the Soul River, nothing will happen. Moreover, we came prepared this time." Another person said disapprovingly, "That's right. We have created the most powerful puppet in the world. According to our tests, this puppet can withstand the corrosive power of the Soul River," the short warrior said. "Success or failure will depend on this. If the puppet can really move freely in the Soul River, then we will be able to dominate the Death Cliff from now on." With the Soul River as the foundation, they would continue to expand. This was the ambition of this group of people. Of course, in order to create this puppet, they had paid a heavy price. Sha sha sha. The group of 10 quickly arrived at the shore of the Spirit River. After feeling the terror of the Spirit River, everyone's expression was incomparably solemn. "Where are the puppets?" asked the leader. The puppeteer behind him released his puppet. It was a completely red puppet that appeared in front of everyone. "Put it in." The puppet master nodded. He controlled the puppet and let it slowly come into contact with the water of the Soul River. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the puppet's feet came into contact with the water of the Soul River, everyone was extremely nervous. However, when they saw that the puppet was completely able to withstand the corrosion of the Soul River, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, success." The leader laughed loudly and ordered the puppeteer to put the puppet completely into the Soul River. "Let the puppet explore the bottom of the Soul River." Someone said, "Explore the Soul River clearly and control it further." Soon, the puppet was completely submerged in the Soul River. The puppeteer was fully focused on controlling it. The puppet was descending. For the time being, the water of the Soul River did not have any effect on it. However, as time passed and the puppet dived deep enough, the resistance became stronger. Kacha! With a loud sound, one of the puppet's legs was crushed by the strong pressure of the Soul River. The puppeteer's expression changed drastically. "What happened?" asked the leader. "The puppet's leg is broken," the puppeteer hurriedly said. The leader said, "Quickly bring the puppet back." The puppeteer nodded and prepared to control the puppet to float up. However, at this moment, he saw a shocking scene through the puppet. In the center of the Soul River, there was a hazy figure. She was surrounded by the water of the Soul River. A dusky light blocked the view. The puppeteer could vaguely feel that there was someone there, and it was a woman. His body was trembling. What kind of existence was that? Why was she in the Soul River? Poochie! The puppet's body in the Soul River seemed to be about to shatter. At this moment, in the dusky light's circle, Long Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes shot out a terrifying light. Kacha! The puppet instantly fell apart. The puppeteer on the shore also suffered a strong backlash. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. What happened? The leader asked anxiously. The others also asked curiously. What was under the Soul River? The puppet is broken. The puppeteer said weakly. Did our plan fail? The leader frowned. The puppet that they had painstakingly developed was still unable to withstand the power of the Soul River. The puppeteer shook his head. His pupils shrunk as he recalled the scene that he had just seen. He was extremely shocked. There is someone under the Soul River. As soon as he said that, the others' heartbeats quickened. What? There is someone under the Soul River? The puppeteer nodded. He looked in the direction of the Soul River with some fear. Through the puppet, I saw a dusky light circle. In the light circle, there seemed to be a woman cultivating. She destroyed the puppet with just a look and severely injured me. What? Everyone exclaimed. There is actually someone in the world who could cultivate in the Soul River? Heavens, who was she? Could it be that we have offended someone that we should not have? The leader was a little guilty. After all, this was the Soul River. Let's go back first. Another person said. The group of people prepared to leave. But at this moment, the calm Soul River suddenly churned. The water of the Soul River rushed to the shore and swept the injured puppeteer into the Soul River. Ah! A miserable scream came from the Soul River. The other 9 people were scared out of their wits. They ran away from the Soul River. After running for a long time, they stopped and looked at each other while panting. Why did the puppeteer get swept into the Soul River? Someone questioned. Could it be because the puppeteer controlled the puppet and disturbed the Almighty's cultivation? The leader's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, in the dusky light circle of the Soul River, in Long Xian's empty eyes, there seemed to be a ripple. Her naked body was like a living corpse. Her body was petrified. Kacha! After the puppeteer was swept into the Soul River, he died instantly. After that, Long Xian's red lips moved slightly, as if she was saying something. Chapter 39-35. Although he had obtained 6 fragments, Fong Chen's heart was heavy. Learning about Long Xian's situation from Great Emperor Mieu, his heart was in turmoil. After all, if it wasn't for Long Xian, he might have died. Moreover, it was Long Xian who had sent him into the independent space to temper himself. However, Long Xian was in the Soul River, and Fong Chen was helpless. I wonder if my primordial spirit can withstand the corrosion of the Soul River now that I'm in the 10th level True Saint Realm. Fong Chen thought to himself. The 10th level True Saint Realm and the 9th level True Saint Realm were 2 completely different concepts. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. The Soul River is very special. Don't take risks. As if guessing Fong Chen's thoughts, Elder Jia Yuan reminded him in a low voice. As an elder of the Jelloa clan, Elder Jia Yuan knew better than anyone else how terrifying the Soul River was. He wanted to tell Fong Chen that a long time ago, the Jelloa clan's experts had once planned to open up the path of reincarnation to the bottom of the Soul River. However, this plan ended in failure. At that time, the Jelloa clan's vitality was greatly damaged, and the clan's experts suffered heavy losses. Before one of the experts died, he fell into madness and roared crazily, as if saying that there was a terrifying existence at the bottom of the Soul River. Since then, the Jelloa clan had forbidden anyone from approaching the Soul River. The Soul River was an ominous place. Fong Chen nodded. He recalled the statue of the primitive tribe he saw in the cave at the bottom of the Soul River. Perhaps the primitive tribe was like the Jelloa clan and had once explored the Soul River, but it ended in failure. Fong Chen was suddenly curious about the expert who built the cave at the bottom of the Soul River. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter the bottom of the Soul River, but that expert could build a cave at the bottom of the Soul River. It was simply unbelievable. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He couldn't figure out at all. In the end, he shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Senior Long Xian should be fine in the Soul River for the time being. Moreover, with his current strength, it was a little unrealistic to rescue Long Xian from the Soul River. Therefore, he placed his focus on the fragments. There are still 3 fragments left. Is it possible to get them? Fong Chen asked. The owners of the last 3 shards seemed to have sensed that someone was secretly trying to steal their shards and kill them, so they decided to form an alliance. With the 3 old monsters working together, their battle prowess was extremely strong, so Elder Jia Yuan didn't recommend forcefully stealing them. It'll be very difficult. However, I do have an idea, Elder Jia Yuan said. Fang Chun looked at Elder Jia Yuan in puzzlement. The latter stroked his beard and said, I can use the path of reincarnation to find them and negotiate with them as an elder of the Jia Luo race. In fact, there was no need to snatch all the fragments. As long as the 9 fragments could be combined and shared, it would be enough. As for who would obtain the ghost artifact in the end, that would depend on their own ability. All right, I'll wait here for your news, Fang Chun said. After Elder Jia Yuan left, Jia Jiu helped Fang Chun settle down in the Jia Luo clan's territory. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had been cultivating in seclusion. In the Jia Luo clan's territory, some of the younger generation who knew Jia Jiu seemed to have heard some things about Fang Chun. They were arrogant and thought that a young human couldn't possibly compare to the Jia Luo clan. Therefore, one day, 3 young disciples of the Jia Luo clan came to Fang Chen's courtyard. At this moment, Fang Shan was discussing cultivation matters with Jia Jiu when the door was suddenly opened and 3 people walked in. Jia Feng, what are you doing here? Jia Jiu seemed to have thought of something and asked directly. I heard that this Mr. Feng is extremely strong and invincible in the 9th level Saint Realm. I'd like to see if it's just a rumor. The young man named Jia Feng grinned. The 2 people beside him also agreed. Big brother Jia Feng has been in the 9th level Saint Realm for a long time. His combat strength is outstanding, much stronger than you, Jia Jiu. In this encampment, among the younger generation, no one could defeat him. Since Mr. Feng is here, let's let big brother Jia Feng exchange pointers with him. Yes, I don't believe that a human's bloodline can be more noble than our Jia Luo clans. This was contempt from the depths of their hearts. Nonsense. Jia Jiu really wanted to curse. What realm are you 3 in? What realm are you in? Even Elder Jia Yuan was ashamed of his inferiority. He didn't know where they got the courage to spar with Fang Chun. Fang Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were these 3 serious? 3 9th level Saint Realm young people wanted to spar with him? However, he didn't say anything. He believed that Jia Jiu could handle it. Go back quickly. Don't disturb brother Feng's rest, Jia Jiu said coldly. Jia Feng shook his head and curled his lips. Jia Jiu, don't belittle yourself. We are the strongest bloodline of the Jia Luo clan. He's just a branch. What's so great about him? So, the clansmen of the Jia Luo clan knew about Fang Chen's identity and thought that he was from the Chaos World's great sovereign's bloodline. That was why they wanted to belittle him. You idiots. Even Elder Jia Yuan might not be a match for brother Feng. What do you have to spar with him? Jia Jiu said angrily. However, the more he said this, the more Jia Feng and the others didn't believe him. Jia Jiu, are you stupid? Elder Jia Yuan is the strongest person in our territory. You say this guy is stronger than Elder Jia Yuan? What a joke. Yes, if he's stronger than Elder Jia Yuan, I'll smash my head into the back mountain without a word. Jia Feng nodded and said with a smile, What? Are you afraid that if I defeat your so-called brother Feng, you'll lose face? Fang Chen's identity as a descendant of the great sovereign's bloodline was no longer a secret. Everyone in the territory knew. However, only Elder Jia Yuan and Jia Jiu knew that he had entered the 10th level Saint Realm. Jia Feng and the others didn't know. They simply wanted to suppress the descendant of the great sovereign's bloodline and let him know that they were the true bloodline of the Jia Luo clan. Their thoughts were still at the stage of being competitive, but Fang Chun had shouldered the responsibility of saving the Chaos World. Strictly speaking, they weren't on the same level. You can leave, Fang Chun said. What? Are you scared? Jia Feng sneered when he heard that. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the territory with Jia Jiu's protection. Remember your identity. You're just a descendant of a branch of the Jia Luo clan. What right do you have to show off in front of us? Jia Jiu was enraged by the three's mockery. However, Fang Chun reached out and stopped him. Chapter 39-36. Seeing Fong Chen stop him, Jiajio thought he was angry and said apologetically, "Sorry, Brother Fong. They don't know any better. Please don't lower yourself to their level." "Jiajio, you're the main branch of the Jia Luo clan. How can you apologize to a branch descendant? That's right. You are a disgrace to the Jia Luo clan. Besides, it's hard to say if he's really a member of the branch bloodline," Jiafeng mocked. "Shut up." Jiajio was furious. He pointed at Jiafeng's nose and scolded. "Mr. Fong is a branch descendant of the Jia Luo clan. You're not allowed to talk about him." The smile on Jiafeng's face disappeared. He looked at Jiajio and said, "Jiajio, you should know better than me that only those who have been recognized by the blood pool can be counted as members of our clan. He's just an outsider." Boom! Jiajio slapped Jia Feng across the air, and the latter raised his arm to block. Jiajio's expression gradually darkened. "Jiajio, you dare to attack me?" Jia Feng said coldly. The other two were also eager. Seeing this, Jiajio was furious. But at this time, Fong Chen stood up and shrugged helplessly. Why do some people always think they're so shameless in front of others? Who do you think you are? One of the people behind Jia Feng rushed at Fong Chen. Bang! However, before he could get close to Fong Chen, he felt a huge force blow him away. Dong! His body hit the ground hard. Pain spread all over his body. He grimaced in pain. "You're looking to die." Seeing this, the other person was furious. Bang! Another huge force blew him away. It was the same as the previous person. Fong Chen smiled at Jia Feng and said, "Didn't you want to spar with me? I will fulfill your wish." Then he raised his arm and clenched it into a fist. "I will only use one punch. If you can block it, I will spar with you seriously." "You are going too far." Jia Feng was furious. He activated his Jia Luo clan bloodline and used his strongest secret technique. Boom! It was a simple punch without any fancy movements and without any fluctuations of power. The moment this punch touched Jiafeng's body, it directly sealed his power and even froze his bloodline. Jiafeng was immediately turned into an ice sculpture. "Brother Jiafeng." The two people who came with Jia Feng gasped when they saw this scene. One punch turned Brother Jiafeng into an ice sculpture. Wasn't that too terrifying? Could he really be stronger than Elder Jia Yuan? The two looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Inside the ice sculpture, Jia Feng was completely stunned. His breathing became hurried. Ever since he was born, he had followed the elders of his clan and seen countless experts. He had even witnessed a super expert who had defeated a pinnacle saint. However, no matter who he faced, he didn't have the same feeling as he did with Fong Chen. It was filled with fear. How can he be so strong? Jiafeng couldn't believe it. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, and Jia Feng returned to normal. He stood on the ground and didn't say anything for a long time. "Aren't you going to thank Brother Fong for sparing your life?" Jiajio scolded. Jia Feng finally reacted. He looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression and finally clasped his fists to thank him and left. Brother Fong, I'm sorry." Jiajio apologized. "No worries." Fong Chen shook his head. From his humble beginnings to his current rise, he had experienced too much. In this world, the strong were respected. The fist was the law. This rule was applicable everywhere. If he couldn't defeat Jia Feng today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Jialua clan's encampment. But now, he had shown his absolute strength and intimidated Jia Feng and the others. They were afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts and didn't dare to disturb him. Sometimes cultivation couldn't be too low profile. Being high profile would save him a lot of trouble. In front of a glacier in the core area, crack! The ice shattered, and Elder Jia Yuan walked out from the bottom of the glacier. He leaped onto the ice mountain. In front of the ice mountain, there were 3 thatched huts, and 3 elders lived in them. "The 3 of you, I am Jia Yuan of the Jialua clan's encampment." Elder Jia Yuan directly stated his identity. When they heard the words Jialua race, the expressions of the 3 elders changed. The elder in the middle thatched hut asked, "May I know why Brother Jia Yuan has come here?" The Jalua clan receive information that the last 3 fragments are in the hands of the 3 of you. I'm here for that. Hmm? You want to take the fragments from us? The elder on the left asked. Humph. Even if you're from the Jalua clan, don't even think about taking the fragments from us, the elder on the right said. However, only the elder in the middle thatched hut noticed the last 2 words in Elder Jia Yuan's words. The last 3 fragments. Did this mean that the remaining 6 fragments were already in the hands of the Jalua clan? This was a question worth pondering. Mr. Jia Yuan, you just said the last 3 fragments? What do you mean? The elder in the middle thatched hut asked. Elder Jia Yuan smiled. To be honest, the remaining 6 fragments have already been obtained by my clan. What? The expressions of the 3 elders changed drastically. The Red Fiend and the others weren't any weaker than them. How could they have lost the fragments? It seemed that the Jalua clan had come prepared and were very strong. So you want to take them by force? The elder on the left asked. I want to see how the Jalua clan will take the fragments from us. The elder on the right snorted coldly. The 3 of them were all awakened experts who had once touched the threshold of supremacy. Although their cultivation had dropped, if they worked together, they would be able to break through the 9 levels of Saint Realm. They might not be able to defeat the Jalua clan, but if they wanted to escape, no one could stop them. Everyone, don't panic. I know how strong you are. To be honest, the Jalua clan doesn't want to make a big fuss, Elder Jia Yuan said. But if the 9 fragments are gathered, we'll be able to find clues about the ghost artifact. I think we can work together. The 3 of them were extremely strong. If they worked together, they might not be able to suppress Fang Chun, but if they were determined to escape, no one could stop them. This was their greatest trump card. Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan, on the other hand, were eager to gather the 9 fragments and find clues about the ghost artifact. Therefore, they could work together even further. Work together? The elder in the middle thatched hut looked at Elder Jia Yuan in surprise. He didn't know what the Jalua clan was planning. Of course, they were also on guard. After checking carefully and confirming that there were no Jia clan members lying in ambush, they sighed in relief. Yes, we'll work together. We'll gather the 9 fragments and share the clues. As for the ghost artifact, it'll be up to each of us. Chapter 39-37. The 3 elders on the ice mountain were wary of Elder Jia Yuan and weren't willing to cooperate. After all, the Jalua clan had already obtained 6 fragments. This meant that they'd stolen quite a few from others. The only reason they hadn't attacked them yet was because they'd formed an alliance beforehand. Right now, they were rejoicing. After all, the Red Fiend, Emperor Mieu, and the other old monsters weren't any weaker than them. If the Jalua clan attacked them one by one, they'd be in danger. The elder in the middle of the thatched hut was thinking. The elders on his left and right obviously followed his lead and waited for his decision. If the fragments don't gather, who knows when the ghost artifact will appear? Do you want to keep waiting? Elder Jia Yuan asked. The ghost artifact would only appear if the 9 fragments gathered. He didn't want to wait, so he came to find the 3 of them. After all, there were many ways to cooperate. Now, it was up to them to see if they were willing to cooperate. The 3 of you are fighting for the ghost artifact as well, right? Elder Jia Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. The Jalua clan is powerful. If we cooperate, why should we trust you? In reality, this was what the 3 of them were worried about. They were worried that the Jalua clan would attack them once the 9 fragments gathered. After all, no one knew how many experts were in the Jalua clan's base in the core area. The Jalua clan was one of the most ancient clans. They were even stronger than primitive clans. They controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation and were the most mysterious. Countless years had passed, and perhaps a prime had already appeared in their clan. In truth, the 3 of them didn't dare to take the risk. I, Jia Yuan, can swear on the reputation of the Jalua clan that we won't attack you during our cooperation. Elder Jia Yuan patted his chest and promised. As for when the ghost artifact appears, our cooperation will end and we'll rely on our own abilities. How about it? The goal of this cooperation was to gather the 9 fragments in advance. As for the ghost artifact that appeared after gathering, it would depend on their own abilities. After all, this involved the secrets of primes. No one wanted to give it up. Brother Jia Yuan, let the three of us think about it. The three of them started to communicate via voice transmission. An hour later, the elder in the middle of the thatched hut nodded in agreement. We agree to work together, but we have a request. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage made a request. He hoped that he would be the one to fuse with the 9 fragments. Sure, no problem. Elder Jia Yuan showed the magnanimity of the Jialuo race. He didn't believe that the three of them would dare to target the Jialuo clan. In that case, please wait for my news. I'll head back to the clan to retrieve the fragment, Elder Jia Yuan said. Then, he entered the path of reincarnation and disappeared. Looking at his disappearing figure, the expression of the old man in the straw hut in the middle gradually became serious. The 2 old men on his left and right also asked, I wonder if they will trick us. I don't think so. He won't ruin the Jialuo clan's reputation. However, if the 9 fragments are gathered and the ghost artifact appears, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't we have to go through many bloody battles before we finally got our hands on the fragments? So what if they were from the Jialuo race? They were wandering cultivators who had awakened and had no attachments. As long as they obtained the ghost artifact, they would immediately leave the death cliff and hide somewhere to cultivate. Even the Jialuo race didn't have the ability to reach the heavens. It wasn't very likely that they would be able to find them. Should we? The old man on the right made a hand gesture. The old man on the left shook his head and rejected the idea. It was best not to have any dirty thoughts when cooperating with the Jialuo race. Otherwise, if they angered the Jialuo race, the consequences would be unimaginable. When martial cultivators died, most of them would go through the cycle of reincarnation. The Jialuo race controlled the path of reincarnation. If they were angered, they might do something to the path of reincarnation. There's no need to think too much. Let's just wait for the Jialuo race to arrive, the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage said. Jialuo race's base. Ever since Jia Feng and the other 2 were frightened by Feng Qin's terrifying power, everyone in the base was unusually respectful of Feng Qin. Especially when they learned from Jia Feng that Feng Qin's combat power was very likely to be on par with Elder Jia Yuan, they were even more shocked. Now, no one came to disturb Feng Qin anymore. The latter was very free. These few days, he had been waiting for news from Elder Jia Yuan. Jia Jiu would also come to spar with him from time to time. As for Princess Huang, she did not waste any time. The primordial bloodline in her body seemed to be awakening. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her body covered in a layer of golden light. She looked holy and flawless. Primordial bloodline? Feng Qin curled his lips and said. He had to admit that the primordial bloodline was really strong. He had gone through a lot of hardships to obtain the perfect bloodline. After transforming it countless times, it was barely comparable to the primordial bloodline. This was enough to prove the strength of the primordial bloodline. Of course, the reincarnation bloodline of the Jialuo race was also strong enough. However, these 2 bloodlines were completely different. Wang, while he was thinking, the golden light on Princess Huang's body disappeared and was replaced by a thin bloodline aura. She seemed to have realized that her primordial bloodline was about to be awakened, so she was working hard. Dang, dang, dang. Someone was knocking on the door. Feng Qin responded, and Elder Jia Yuan walked in from outside. He looked hurried as he walked to Feng Qin and told him the result of the negotiation. The 3 old men are willing to cooperate, but they have a condition. The 9 fragments must be controlled by them, and they can only be on the ice mountain. I agreed, Elder Jia Yuan said. Feng Qin nodded. This result was within his expectations. The Jialuo race was so famous that the 3 old men would not dare to come to the Jialuo race's base, even if they were given 100 guts. No problem. Give them the fragments and let them combine, Feng Qin said. When do we set off? Because he saw Princess Huang cultivating, Elder Ji Yuan asked. These days, he could feel that the relationship between the 2 of them was complicated, but he did not ask. Now, Feng Qin said, once the 9 fragments were combined, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. When that time came, the battle would no longer be something that Princess Huang and Jiajio could interfere with. Therefore, it was best for them to stay safely in the Jalawar race's base and wait for news. All right, I'll tell Jiajio to take care of Princess Huang. Elder Jiayuan sent a message to Jiajio, and the latter quickly arrived at the courtyard. Elder Jiayuan, I want to go as well, Jiajio said. Nonsense, what do you think you are doing? Elder Jiayuan reprimanded. Those 3 old fellows are extremely powerful, and they can kill Ninth-Order true saints with ease. Even I would be wary of them, let alone you. Stay in a base and take good care of Princess Huang. Wait for our news. With that, Elder Jiayuan and Fong Chun left the encampment. Chapter 39-38. There were icebergs everywhere in the polar glaciers. The endless mountain peaks entered Xiao Chen's eyes. It was a vast white sky. However, on the tallest ice mountain, there were 3 elders. They stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. Today was the day of the agreement. Would the Jalua clan come as promised? Or whether they would play any tricks? Anyway, when they learned that the Jalua clan had already obtained 6 of the 9 fragments, the 3 elders could no longer sit still. They even suspected that the martial practitioner who had obtained the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization might be related to the Jalua race or even a member of the Jalua race. Thinking of this, the expression of the old man in the middle became serious. He looked at the 2 old men and said, "What do you think will happen today?" The elder on the left stroked his beard and said, "The Jalua clan is one of the most powerful clans in the world, comparable to the primitive clans. Jayuan is highly respected in the Jalua clan, and he is also an elder. His words should carry weight." "That's right. I agree with old man Xiao. The Jalua clan wouldn't use such a trap to cheat us of our fragments," said the elder on the right. Sha sha sha. 2 ear-piercing sounds could be heard from the distant horizon. The 3 old men abruptly raised their heads and saw 2 figures swiftly approaching. One of them was Elder Jiayuan, who had negotiated with them earlier, while the other was someone they did not recognize. The 3 of them looked at each other, a trace of doubt flashing in their eyes. Who was this young man? Why was he allowed to follow Elder Jiayuan to such an important event? Was he one of the young geniuses of the Jalua clan? Soon, Fong Chun and Elder Jiayuan arrived at the top of the ice mountain. Elder Jiayuan clasped his fists and greeted them. "How have you been?" Fong Chun also bowed slightly to show his respect. Jiayuan, who is he? The old man in the middle asked directly. Their cooperation involved ghost artifacts, so they could not let anyone else interfere. Therefore, they had to investigate the background of this young man. Even if he was a younger generation member of the Jalua clan, he could not be present. "I was just about to introduce them to you 3. Elder Jiayuan smilingly pointed at Fong Chun and said, "His name is Fong Chun, a descendant of a branch of our Jialuo clan." Humph! The 3 elders snorted coldly. As expected, they were from a younger generation of the Jalua clan. "Jiayuan, what's the meaning of bringing a junior to such an occasion?" "That's right. You know very well the importance of this cooperation. What can this junior do to help?" In fact, the 3 old men didn't hate Fong Chun, but they had a strange feeling in their hearts. Why did they have to bring a youngster here? Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? Originally, cooperating with the Jalawar race was like walking on a tightrope. It was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall into the endless abyss and die. Therefore, they were especially sensitive. "The 3 of you, please don't misunderstand," Elder Jiayuan said with a smile. "Don't be fooled by his young age. His strength isn't inferior to any of the 3 of you." The 3 old men were astonished when they heard this. Then they shook their heads. They didn't know what Elder Jiayuan was planning. However, the 3 of them suppressed their curiosity and waited for Jiayuan's explanation. "I said before that the Jalawar clan obtained a total of 6 fragments. However, the 3 of you don't know that 4 of them were obtained by young friend Fong Chun." "What?" The old man on the left opened his eyes wide and repeated, "You said that he obtained 4 fragments by himself. How is that possible?" "Great Emperor Mie and the Red Fiend. Which one of them is weaker than him? I don't believe that a mere junior could defeat the Red Fiend." Obviously, the 3 old men didn't believe in Fong Chen's true strength. They thought that Elder Jia Yuan was lying. Elder Jia Yuan knew that since they wanted to cooperate, he had to dispel the doubts in their hearts. Therefore, he signaled for Fang Chun to release his aura. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, the entire glacier was covered in a layer of extremely cold frost. It was terrifying to the extreme. The three old men were dumbfounded. They felt that their Yuan spirits were trembling as if they were about to be frozen. How is this possible? The three exclaimed. Wasn't this junior too strong? Just releasing his aura was enough to make their Yuan spirits tremble. What would happen if he really attacked? Thinking of this, the three of them took a deep breath and forced themselves to remain calm. Their black eyes stared at Fang Chun. Could it be? The old man in the middle of the straw hut narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. Boom! The old man on the left flashed and arrived beside Fang Chun. He struck out with his palm, and an endless amount of power shot towards Fang Chun with his palm as the center. Kacha! The two palms collided, and the old man's body was sent flying. Dang! 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 After taking a few steps back, he barely managed to stabilize his body. The old man's heart was in turmoil. He didn't believe in Fang Chen's strength before, but after experiencing it himself, he was filled with fear. So strong, the old man said in a low voice. Instantly, the three of them were on high alert. They were certain that they couldn't defeat Fang Chun if they fought alone. Only when the three of them worked together would they be invincible. At this moment, they looked at Fang Chun with complicated expressions. You're the one who took the fragment from the Red Fiend? The old man in the middle of the straw hut asked. I'm afraid you're also the one who has the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, right? The old man on the left said. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan smiled gently. Then, he waved his hand, and the terrifying aura disappeared from the glacier. Fang Chun also returned to normal. You three guessed right. Fang Chun does have the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. However, this matter is very important, and I hope you three can keep it a secret, Elder Jia Yuan said. But don't worry, the Jialua clan values honesty. Since we're cooperating with you three, we won't secretly attack you during this period. Please don't worry. Elder Jia Yuan added. Hearing this, the expressions of the three eased a little. To be honest, they didn't want to fight with Fang Chun. The latter was very likely to have stepped into the realm above the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Even if the three of them worked together, they only had the confidence to defeat him. Rather than that, cooperating was a win-win choice. I hope the Jialua clan will keep their word, the old man in the middle of the straw hut said. Then, the three of them took out the fragments they had. 9 fragments. Only by gathering them together can we show the specific location of the ghost artifact, the old man on the left said. I hope we'll be in charge of gathering the fragments. No problem. Before Elder Jia Yuan could say anything, Fang Chun took out all the fragments. Chapter 39:39. Of course, the prerequisite for cooperation was mutual trust. Otherwise, how could they succeed if they each had their own agendas? No one knew what would happen when the 9 fragments merged. They could only guess that clues to the ghost artifact might appear. That was why Elder Jia Yuan and Fang Chun sought cooperation. The 3 old men were hard to deal with. Fang Chun was not afraid of any of them in a one-on-one fight. However, the key was that the 3 old men did not give him a chance to fight one-on-one. They were always together, protecting the 3 fragments. Fang Chun did not want to fight to the death. Otherwise, once the ghost artifact appeared, he would be seriously injured. It would not be worth it. Therefore, as soon as the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage made his request, Fang Chun immediately took out the fragments he had on him. Together with the fragments he had obtained from Elder Jia Yuan, there were 6 fragments in total. He handed them all to the old man. The 3 old men were stunned. They did not expect Fang Chun to be so straightforward. Since this brother is so straightforward, I won't hold back. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage admired Fang Chun. After all, the latter handed over such precious items to him without hesitation. Let's begin, the old man on the left urged. The old man on the right nodded. Fong Chen looked at the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage. He opened his hands, and the 9 fragments floated in front of his chest. Buzz! The moment the 9 fragments sensed each other, a strange energy exploded. This energy floated in the air and formed a small vortex, sucking the 9 fragments into it. In the blink of an eye, the 9 fragments formed a circle and spun rapidly in the vortex. Look, sure enough, after the 9 fragments merged, they actually manifested different runes. Every fragment had some runes on it. Upon closer inspection, these runes connected together to form a map. This is a map. Elder Jia Yuan recognized the map at a glance. The Jialua clan's base had been built in the core area for countless years. He had been in charge of it all this time, so he knew everything about it. These red dots are the danger zones. Elder Jia Yuan pointed at the information released by the 9 fragments in the vortex and said. Fong Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the 9 fragments. There were a total of 9 red dots. Fong Chen guessed that 8 of the red dots were fake, and only 1 red dot was real. Elder Jia Yuan quickly eliminated the 8 red dots, leaving only 1 red dot standing in the center of the map. Where is this? Elder Jia Yuan frowned and pondered. City of Despair? His expression changed greatly, as if he had recalled something. How is that possible? A ghost artifact is in the City of Despair? Wong. At this moment, the 9 fragments gradually fused together and condensed into a palm-sized token. On the front of the token, there was the word ghost. This should be the Ghost Emperor's ghost. On the back of the token, there was a tattered city, Despair City. Needless to say, the broken city on the back of the token was definitely the City of Despair. However, what puzzled them was, what exactly was Despair City? Why did Elder Jia Yuan turn pale with fright? Brother Jia Yuan, you seem to know a lot about Despair City, the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage asked. Whoosh! The token fell into his palm, and the special power in the air disappeared. The iceberg returned to normal, and he felt a warm current enter his palm from the token. Let me see. The old man on the left took the token and played with it in his hand. Fong Chen wasn't worried at all. He didn't want to kill them all, but if he was forced to, he would kill them even if he couldn't get the token. The City of Despair. That is a cursed land of death. Elder Jia Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. The City of Despair used to be a war fortress in the core area of the Death Cliff, but because of the Great War, the City of Despair was destroyed. Some races treated the dilapidated cities as their last refuge. However, at this time, a group of mysterious creatures broke into the City of Despair and massacred all the tribes that took refuge there. After that, the entire City of Despair turned into a hell. Some people tried to get close to the City of Despair, but they turned into stone statues halfway. There were also experts who said that those mysterious creatures might be related to the underworld and were extremely terrifying. Once they were cursed, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. Over time, no one dared to get close to the City of Despair. As time passed, the City of Despair became a forbidden place, and the later generations gradually forgot its legend. Even Elder Jia Yuan had long forgotten about the City of Despair, because it was already in ruins, and after being exposed to the wind and rain, it was difficult to find its original location. Unexpectedly, the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact was actually in the City of Despair. Ghost Emperor. Underworld. Suddenly, Fong Chen whispered. Why was a Ghost Emperor able to cause such a huge storm of blood? It was mainly because of the ghost artifact. Then, where did the ghost artifact come from? And why did it make people so crazy? Everyone thought that the ghost artifact contained the secret of the sovereign. However, who would have thought about where the ghost artifact came from? Now, the information given by the 9 fragments showed that the ghost artifact was in the City of Despair. Was this a coincidence? Countless years ago, the City of Despair was massacred by a mysterious creature and was scared into cursing. After countless years, the ghost artifact was about to appear in the City of Despair. Was there any connection between the two? In other words, the ghost artifact actually came from the underworld, and the Ghost Emperor was also a creature of the underworld? To be more precise, the Ghost Emperor was one of those mysterious creatures that massacred the city? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart fluctuated greatly. If that was the case, did the mysterious creatures of the underworld really exist, and what were they planning? What role did the Ghost Emperor play in it? He thought of the city lord of the Ghost City, who was completely different from the other city lords. He remembered that Princess Huang once told him that the area of the Ghost City was very special, and the general demon-devouring clan did not dare to trespass. Combining all these information, Fang Chun came to a shocking conclusion. That was, the ghost artifact might be related to the underworld. The City of Despair is cursed and can't be approached. The old man on the left asked, "If that's the case, how can we get in?" The old man on the right frowned. The old man in the thatched hut in the middle looked at Jia Yuan. Among them, Jia Yuan was the one who knew the most about the core area and had the most say. First of all, through the 9 fragments, we can basically confirm that the ghost artifact is in the City of Despair, Jia Yuan said. Second, the City of Despair is very dangerous and cursed. Anyone who gets close will be annihilated by the curse. These 2 points are not good news for us, but I think we can give it a try. Jia Yuan said, "After all, it has been so long, and the era has changed. The curse should have a time limit, right?" Chapter 3940. Time flowed by, and eras changed. No one knew if the Despair City that was once cursed by the mysterious creature was still cursed. In other words, the curse had a time limit. After so many years, the curse had already disappeared. In short, there were too many things that they needed to consider. Hence, they needed a plan for the long term. Take a look. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage handed the token to Fang Chun for him to take a look. Just now, he had been secretly observing Fang Chun. He had to admit that although the latter was young, his willpower was very strong. He had merged the 9 fragments to form this token, but he wasn't worried at all when he held it in his hand. From this, it could be seen that he was a very courageous person. Of course, there was another thing that made the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage wary. Perhaps he was really confident and wasn't afraid that the 3 old men would take the token for themselves. Fang Chun took the token and played with it in his hand. He carefully sensed it. The ultimate force in his body quickly passed through his palm and entered the token. Wang. He sensed a special aura. This special aura followed the ultimate power and entered his palm before entering his mind. Boom! This unique force exploded in an instant, turning into a gray fog. Just as Fang Chen's expression changed, the gray fog suddenly formed lines of dense words. "This is..." Fang Chen was shocked and hurriedly looked at it. After reading it, his expression softened. These words were sent from the token, and it mainly talked about the matters of Despair City. The message mentioned that the curse in the Despair City still existed. It was an extremely terrifying curse. Even if a peak 9th Order True Saint Realm expert entered, they would be corroded to death in an instant. The message even vaguely mentioned a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert. Even I can't resist the curse. Fang Chen's heart trembled. As a 10th Order True Saint Realm expert, his strength was definitely above a 9th Order True Saint Realm expert. However, he still couldn't resist the curse in the Despair City. Then, how strong was this curse? Countless chaos epochs had passed, and who knew how many eras had changed? It was already the end of the chaos era, but the curse was still there. Just who was it that cast this curse? What were those mysterious creatures? Were they really related to the mysterious netherworld? He turned to look at Elder Jia Yuan. Among the 5 people present, Elder Jia Yuan was the most likely to know about the netherworld. After all, he was a member of the Jalor race. The Jalor race was known to be in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After a cultivator died, as long as their primordial spirit didn't shatter, they would be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. The netherworld was the place where people went after they died. There should be some connection between these 2 places. Underworld. Elder Jia Yuan's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "A long, long time ago, when I was still young, the underworld was often mentioned in the clan. However, when I turned 18, the underworld became a taboo, and no one in the clan was allowed to mention it. I remember clearly that my younger cousin, who was 1 year younger than me, asked about the netherworld out of curiosity. The next day, he was expelled from the Jawa race. Elder Jia Yuan recalled. After that, I heard that after he left the Jawa race, he met with a calamity. In other words, Elder Jia Yuan didn't know anything about the netherworld. The curse in the Despair City was most likely planted by creatures from the netherworld. It was too difficult to break the curse. What should we do? The old man on the left asked. What else can we do? Didn't we hibernate for countless years to find the path to the venerable realm? Ghost artifacts are related to the secrets of the venerable realm. Even if we die, we must snatch them. The old man on the right expressed his attitude. They had hibernated for countless years to find an opportunity. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they couldn't give up. So what if it was the Despair City? So what if it was the Netherworld? That's right. Even if the Despair City is extremely dangerous, the three of us are willing to go. After saying this, the old man in the middle straw hut looked at Fong Chun and Elder Jia Yuan. We'll go as well, Fong Chun replied. Elder Jia Yuan was more familiar with the Despair City. I'll lead the way. The Despair City was located in the extreme north, and the glacier was in the northwest. It wasn't too far away. With the group's speed, they quickly arrived in front of the Despair City. The Despair City is right in front of us. Yellow sand filled the sky as far as the eye could see. Everywhere was a desert. In the center of the desert, the old site of a city could be vaguely seen. It was the legendary Despair City. Fong Chin stood in front and looked at the desert. He saw countless skeletons in front of the dilapidated city, and the ground around the dilapidated city was covered in dried, crimson blood. This blood, he frowned slightly. If corpses could dry up, why didn't the blood fade? Why was it only dried up? This scene attracted Fong Chin's attention. He suspected that it had something to do with the curse. Why don't we find a demonic beast to test it out? The old man in the middle straw hut asked. The old man on the left was more impatient. His figure flashed and entered the mountain behind him. Soon, he came back with a huge demonic beast. It could be seen that the demonic beast was covered in wounds. It must have been suppressed by the old man. You go to the ruined city and take a look, the old man ordered. The huge demonic beast didn't dare to make a sound. It could only brace itself and move forward. When it got close to the ruined city, cracks appeared on its huge body. The blood in its body seemed to have frozen. Roar! It let out a furious roar, but at this point, there was no turning back. It continued to stride forward, but after taking only one step, it was directly struck by a red light that shot out from the dilapidated city. Crack! Its enormous body instantly exploded into pieces, leaving no corpse behind. Buzz! The void was filled with a scarlet aura. The demonic beast's blood flowed in the desert. However, it was absorbed by the yellow sand in a second. The scarlet color remained on the surface of the desert forever. No matter how the wind blew, it wouldn't move. What a terrifying curse. That demonic beast had reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, it was destroyed in just one move. Wasn't this too terrifying? Suddenly, the old man wanted to retreat. As long as he was alive, he would find an opportunity. However, if he died, it would be over. Did you notice the same thing with the blood? Fong Chen reminded them. Everyone looked over, and indeed, they found some clues. The blood has obviously dried up, but it can't be buried by the sand. Elder Jia Yuan also noticed this problem. He looked around and saw traces of dried blood everywhere. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the blood to exist for such a long time in this desert. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Chapter 39:41. There seemed to be something wrong with the blood. This huge demonic beast was suppressed by the curse. Not even its bones were left, but its blood was left on the ground forever. That scarlet color seemed to never fade. What was going on? For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Why don't I find a few more demonic beasts and try it a few more times? Old Shio said and turned around, entering the forest behind him. Roar! The roar of the demonic beasts echoed throughout the forest. Old Shio brought back 3 demonic beasts in a short while. The 3 demonic beasts he brought back were from 3 different races. He first let the first demonic beast, the Jiao Dragon, approached Despair City. The Jiao Dragon didn't even have the strength to resist and died instantly. The blood was dried by the wind, but the scarlet color was left on the ground. Continue. The second demonic beast approached Despair City. It was a demonic beast. The blood of its race was very special. It seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth. Buzz. When the demonic beast approached Despair City, everyone's expression changed. The demonic beast wasn't killed by the curse like the Jiao Dragon. Instead, its body swayed a little before it stabilized itself and continued to move forward. It was obvious that it was in great pain. Its body might fall apart at any moment. However, the black blood that flowed out of its body gradually merged into the void. Fong Chen's pupil shrank. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Elder Jia Yuan and said, "Could it be that the curse of Despair City is targeted at blood?" "Look," Old Xiao exclaimed. The demonic beast couldn't withstand the power of the curse. Its body fell to the ground, and its blood disappeared into the void. However, the strange thing was that its body didn't turn into a skeleton. Instead, it fell to the ground perfectly intact. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The demonic beast's blood is very special. It can withstand the power of the curse. Elder Jia Yuan looked solemn. Continue. Old Xiao let the third demonic beast approach Despair City. However, before the demonic beast reached the place where the demonic beast died, it turned into a skeleton. It died in the same way as the first Jiao Dragon. Sure enough, the demonic demon's blood is a bit special, Fong Chen said. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut also muttered, "The demonic demons are a very special demon race. Their blood is innately connected to the heavens and earth. Perhaps the problem lies in this." Old man Xiao wanted to catch some devil demons to test, but devil demons were not easy to find. He was lucky enough to encounter this demonic monster. What should we do? Before they could ascertain the exact situation, none of the five dared to rashly approach Despair City. "We can't go on like this," Fong Chen muttered. "How about I give it a try?" The demonic beast's bloodline was special, so it could last longer than the Flood Dragon. What about him? He had a perfect bloodline that was on par with the primordial bloodline and the Jalawal bloodline. Even though his bloodline had yet to reach perfection, it was still considered a unique bloodline. Moreover, with his strength at the 10th Order True Saint realm, if he still couldn't get close to Despair City, then the other four wouldn't have a chance either. "Be careful," Elder Jia Yuan reminded. He knew that Fong Chen's method was feasible. After all, he was the strongest among the five of them. If they encountered any problems, he would be able to escape unscathed. Wang. Fong Chen took a step forward, carefully stepping on the yellow sand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up yellow sand that danced in the air. The entire void was gray, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, Fong Chen could vaguely see Despair City. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed. He called out loudly for Fong Chen, but the latter continued to circle around Despair City as if he didn't hear him. "Not good, he's lost," the old man in the middle of the thatched hut exclaimed. Old Man Xiao and the old man on the right had solemn expressions. If a 10th Order True Saint realm expert was lost, then what about them? What should we do? Elder Jia Yuan was anxious. The Despair City was a terrifying place. Once one lost themselves, they would be trapped here forever until their blood was sucked dry. More importantly, the consequences would be unimaginable if they were to touch the Despair City ahead. Damn it, why is a ghost artifact in such a dangerous place? Elder Jia Yuan couldn't help cursing. He even wanted to use the reincarnation road to see if he could save Fong Chen. However, he failed. The reincarnation road couldn't get close to the Despair City. Once it got close enough, it would lose connection with the reincarnation road. Elder Jia Yuan was so scared that he quickly recalled the reincarnation road. What a terrifying Despair City. After the baptism of countless years, the curse is still so strong? The old man in the middle of the thatched hut couldn't help sighing. Old Man Xiao also shook his head and smiled bitterly. They had chosen to revive in this life in order to fight for a chance to enter the legendary Venerable Realm. But now, they had encountered the biggest problem. Fang Chun walked back and forth in front of the Despair City like a walking corpse. Elder Jia Yuan was very anxious. At the same time, he contacted Jia Jiao, who was in the Jelloa clan's encampment, and asked him to find all the scrolls related to the Despair City as soon as possible. Elder Jia Yuan, did something happen? Jia Jiao asked with a keen sense of smell. Don't talk nonsense. Go and find it. Elder Jia Yuan scolded. Jia Jiao didn't dare to delay. He quickly went to the scripture depository and searched for scrolls related to the Despair City. At the same time, he contacted the experts in the clan to ask if they had any information about the Despair City. What's wrong? Princess Huang felt uneasy. She was worried that something had happened to Fang Chun. Nothing. I'm looking for something. Jia Jiao said. Did something happen to Fang Chun? Princess Huang asked. She tried to contact Fang Chun, but she couldn't. She was very worried. No, don't think too much. As Jia Jiao spoke, he found a scroll related to the Despair City. He was overjoyed. This is the Despair City? Princess Huang's eyes narrowed. Why are you suddenly looking for scrolls related to the Despair City? Could it be that the ghost weapon is in the Despair City? Or, thinking of this, Princess Huang's body trembled slightly. Her eyelashes trembled, and she couldn't help but tear up. No, I believe that he will be fine. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Fang Chun really fell into the Despair City. After receiving the inheritance left by her mother, the memories of the primitive clan were completely unlocked. Many secrets appeared in her mind. The City of Despair was the most important piece of information among all the pieces of information. Chapter 3942. The fact that Fang Chun was lost outside Despair City shocked the four elders, including Elder Jia Yuan. One had to know. He had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization and was above the 9th level True Saint realm. He had taken the final step and entered the 10th level True Saint realm. No matter how one looked at it, such an expert could easily crush a 9th order True Saint realm expert. Only the three of them were able to slightly intimidate Fang Chun by working together. But now, even he was trapped outside of the City of Despair. Just how strong was the curse left behind by the mysterious living being? Why did the curse not disappear, even though the City of Despair was almost completely destroyed after so many years? Elder Jia Yuan watched as Fang Chun walked in circles outside Despair City like a zombie. The only thing that comforted him was the thick layer of scales on his skin that helped him resist the curse. What should we do? The elder in the middle of the thatched hut asked solemnly. Old Shio suggested, why don't we look around and see if we can find the demonic demon? The elder on the right shook his head. The demonic demon was rare. How could it be so easy to find one? Moreover, even if they found it, what could they do? The situation just now proved that the demonic demon could only resist the curse for a short period of time. It cannot block it completely. This meant that even if they found the demonic demon, the four of them would not be able to enter. They could only watch as the demonic demon approached Despair City. Simply put, with Fang Chen's situation, no one could save him. Unless he could save himself. But was that possible? Elder Jia Yuan's mind trembled as words appeared in his mind. He quickly read through them. These were the records of Despair City that Jia Jiao had passed to him. How is it? The three elders asked. After a long time, Elder Jia Yuan shook his head and sighed. The information about Despair City from the clan did not have any substantial effect. It only said that the curse was very strong and required an extremely rare bloodline to break it. However, this bloodline had long gone extinct. An extremely rare bloodline? Elder Jia Yuan was surprised. As far as he knew, the most powerful bloodlines in the Age of Chaos were the reincarnation bloodlines and the primordial bloodlines. These two bloodlines should be considered the strongest bloodlines. Could it be that there was a stronger bloodline in this world? For a moment, he fell into silence. Meanwhile, in the extremely distant cave of dragon slaying, the ghost Tharch, who was trapped in the dragon slaying cave, let out an angry roar. Its face was ferocious as it tried to break free from its bindings, but in the end, it still lay on the ground. Damn it! My weapon is about to appear, but I'm trapped here. The Ghost Emperor was furious. However, not far underground, the world-shaking Great Demon gave a strong response. Angry roars came from underground, as if warning the Ghost Emperor not to act rashly. If everyone was here, then don't blame it for being impolite. Roar. The Ghost Emperor roared. One day, I will destroy all of you. White Ape was also aware of the situation in the cave of the slaying dragon. He stood in the territory of the White Ape clan with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was solemn as he looked at the cave of the slaying dragon in the distance. Alas! He sighed leisurely, turned his head, and walked into the depths of the mountain range. After a while, he came in front of a cliff. Everything is up to fate. There was no one in the void, but there was a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times. This voice came from the primitive tribe. Obviously, the primitive tribe also knew about Fong Chen's situation. Everything is up to fate? White Ape raised his head and looked at the cliff, his heart trembling. The primitive tribe said that everything was up to fate. Did this mean that Fong Chen had encountered an irreversible great danger? Yes. Although he was very puzzled, White Ape still bowed deeply, said a few words, and retreated into the depths of the mountain range. I hope you can survive, White Ape said meaningfully. The entire origin world was greatly shaken. There was news that the devouring demon clan's patriarch was about to return after being in seclusion for countless years. It was even suspected that he had stepped into the legendary realm of Chaos Controller. Of course, there is also news that the devouring demon clan's patriarch might have met with an accident when he was trying to break through to the highest realm and was in the healing stage. Therefore, he issued an order for the devouring demon clan to defend their cities and not cause any trouble during this period. In many prefectures, the lords of the various prefectures summoned countless experts under their command to guard their cities. However, the Ghost Palace was an exception. This was because a long time ago, after the Ghost Palace Lord disappeared, the Ghost Palace had been in a state without a leader. During this time, many forces in the Ghost Palace turned against each other. Without the suppression of the Ghost Palace Lord, many forces began to fight frantically, wanting to unify the Ghost Palace. For a time, the Ghost Palace's territory was filled with war and smoke. No one knew that the Ghost Palace Lord had stepped into a different world and most likely entered the legendary underworld. At the Cliff of Death, near the Soul River, some people saw that there seemed to be a golden light flickering in the Soul River. They wanted to go closer to take a closer look, but found nothing. In the other forbidden lands, there are also some mysterious experts roaming about. For a time, the Cliff of Death was also full of ups and downs. Many people went into hiding. They thought that the Golden Age had arrived, and soon, the entire origin world would become Azura Hell. At the end of the reincarnation road in the Chaos Realm, the great sage pinched his fingers, as if he had calculated that Fong Chen had encountered a calamity. Sigh. The great sage sighed. This was his destined calamity, and no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. If he couldn't overcome it, then the entire Chaos Realm's living beings would be destroyed. And if he could overcome it, then it would be a new life for the Chaos Realm's living beings. Don't worry, with me guarding the Chaos Realm, your family and brothers won't be in any danger. The great sage muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked up at the void. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the long river of time. Old guys, after planning for so long, it's time, right? He saw. As his voice fell, in the endless river of time, countless phantoms moved wildly, as if shuttling back and forth between the past and the present. However, there was no change in the Chaos Realm, including the end of the reincarnation road. But the great sage knew. Those old guys had already begun to move. After planning for so long, they couldn't just watch the mission fail. That was a heavy responsibility related to the entire Chaos Realm's living beings. Sai's so tired. After guarding the end of the reincarnation road for so long, the great sage felt tired for the first time. He wanted to rest, but the conditions didn't allow him to. He had to continue guarding the last territory. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3943. The core area of the Cliff of Death. Outside the City of Despair, a storm raged and formed a terrifying whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, one could vaguely see a figure walking woodenly like a zombie. He was Fang Chun, who had lost himself. In the distance, the three old men and Elder Jia Yuan were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Elder Jia Yuan even used the path of reincarnation to try to use the power of reincarnation to infiltrate the City of Despair and rescue Fang Chun, but it all ended in failure. Was the curse of the City of Despair so strong? Normally, even the most heaven-defying curse would have a time limit. After the baptism of time, its power would gradually fade until it disappeared. But now, the curse of the City of Despair made them realize a terrifying thing. Just how powerful was the mysterious creature that had planted the curse in him? Time passed bit by bit. No one knew how long it had been. The lost Fang Chen's perfect bloodline suddenly moved and began to spread throughout his body. At the same time, the turbid aura in his eyes gradually disappeared. His fingers moved, and he instantly regained consciousness. He was quite shocked. He had been cautious enough, but he still lost himself. This curse was too terrifying. However, in just an instant, he lost himself again. In his mind, a terrifying power was struggling. His face was ferocious, as if he was fighting against the power of the curse. Every once in a while, he would wake up for a few seconds. As time passed, the number of times he woke up became longer and longer. This time, he woke up for a full 10 seconds. For an expert like him, 10 seconds was enough to destroy the world. He could do a lot of things. In fact, every time he woke up for a short while, he would seriously study the curse and find a way to break it. So it's like this. Finally, after countless times of being lost, he finally found the flaw of the curse. No wonder. Previously, all of them had fallen into a blind spot and were deceived by the situation in the City of Despair. What made him lose himself was not the so-called curse, but Once again, Fang Chun fell into a trance. However, this time, it was a little special. Before he lost himself, he completely sealed the blood in his body and gathered it all in his mind. His primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation realm, spread out and covered his blood. The divine Tao aura dissipated, and even external forces could not get close to his primordial spirit. This also caused the curse to be unable to make him lose himself completely. He looked like a zombie, but he still had his own thoughts. After such a long time, he understood one thing. Although the curse still existed, it was very weak. At least for a 10th order saint like him, he should not be affected by it. Secondly, the reason why he was lost was because of the remnant aura of the utmost exalted in the Despair City. Furthermore, this utmost exalted must have been the utmost exalted of illusions when he was alive. Of Primordial Lord's primordial spirit. As long as these illusionary auras came into contact with blood, they would cause living beings to lose their senses. The deaths of the few demonic beasts when they got close to Despair City were the most direct proof. Only demonic beasts with special bloodlines could last for a period of time. This time, Fang Chun gathered all the blood in his body into his primordial spirit and shrouded his primordial spirit with the power of a 10th order saint realm. The primordial spirit could not break through the power of a 10th order saint realm, so it could not make Fang Chun lose himself. Phew! Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The primordial lord's aura was too strong, and the primordial spirit's primordial spirit was unimaginable. Even if he could think, his body was still out of control. But this was not important. At least, Fang Chun found a way to deal with it. Did a primordial lord come here in the past? Fang Chun thought quickly in his mind. But the rumor that spread was that a mysterious creature from the underworld broke into the City of Despair, started a massacre, and cast a curse. Combined with the primordial spirit's primordial spirit, Fang Chun guessed that the primordial lord of illusions was a primordial lord from the underworld. He had a headache. The underworld and the world of 6 paths of reincarnation were illusory, as if they didn't exist in this world. But as his strength increased, He could feel how terrifying these two forces were. Especially when he thought of the netherworld, he felt his hair stand on end. Is it the sovereign of the underworld? If it wasn't the sovereign of the underworld, would the mysterious creature of the underworld dare to barge into the sovereign Tao, right? Even if a supreme martial artist had fallen, his divine might could not be disgraced. Fang Chun was completely awakened. However, this time, he seized the best opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the supreme illusion technique was blown away by the wind, he leaped into the broken city of despair at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Look! The four people in the distance also noticed Fang Chen's abnormality. He entered Despair City. How is that possible? Isn't he already lost? How'd he do it? Could it be that everything that happened before was just an act? The three old men's faces gradually turned gloomy. They looked at Jia Yuan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. The three of you saw the situation just now. Does it look like an act? Jia Yuan shrugged and revealed a smile on his face. Seeing Fang Chan rush into Despair City, he heaved a sigh of relief. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage frowned. The situation just now didn't look like an act. But how could he explain why he rushed into Despair City? Did you notice that the wind just blew away from him? At that moment, he rushed into Despair City. Old Xiao stroked his beard and said. Everyone was shocked. Recalling the scene just now, it was indeed so. The moment the fog was blown away, he regained his consciousness and rushed into Despair City. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage said. Elder Jia Yuan nodded. That should be the case. He couldn't think of any other explanation. Then what should we do next? The three old men were anxious. They were working together, but now only Fang Chun rushed into Despair City. Didn't that mean that the ghost artifact will be taken by him alone? Everyone, please calm down. Elder Jia Yuan said, let's wait. Maybe Fang Chun can find a way to break it and let us in. At this moment, in the broken city of despair, Fang Chun stood quietly. His clothes were tattered, but there was a smile on his face. Indeed, the Supreme Being has been here before. He could clearly feel the traces left behind by the Supreme Being. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3944. He had once sensed Supreme Fu Jian's aura in the North Sea. That kind of incomparable, majestic aura, even after experiencing the baptism of millions of years, would not dissipate. Instead, it would shock people to the depths of their hearts. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as soon as he entered the broken Despair City. His primordial spirit shuddered as a familiar yet strange aura surrounded him. It was familiar because the aura was the same as Supreme Fu Jian's aura. On the other hand, it was unfamiliar because the aura contained a gentle force. It was the complete opposite of Supreme Fu Jian's power. Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He even believed that the legend might be true. Those mysterious creatures that massacred and cursed Despair City might very well be the legendary creatures of the underworld. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and observed his surroundings carefully. He soon realized that even though Despair City was broken, there seemed to be some invisible rules running around it. He did not dare to act recklessly. He did not even move. He was focused on searching for the demonic weapon in Despair City. According to the badge made of the 9 fragments, the demonic weapon should be in Despair City, but Fang Chun felt helpless. The badge was in the hands of the old man in the thatched hut. There was nothing he could do. I wonder if I can break the curse and let the 4 of them in? As a matter of fact, Fang Chun believed it would be difficult for him to find the demonic weapon on his own. He even needed the badge made of the 9 fragments to move around Despair City. Perhaps the token would contain other detailed information. Outside Despair City, old Xiao returned. He was gasping for breath. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. There were even some minor injuries on his body. It was enough to show that he had suffered serious injuries in the process of capturing the demonic beast. Luckily, he had caught more than 10 beasts. There are no demonic beasts. The old man shook his head in disappointment. Demonic beasts were hard to come by. It was a coincidence that he had caught the demonic beast. It was impossible to find the demonic beast now. However, These 10 beasts all have special bloodlines. Let's give it a try, said the old man. The old man in the thatched hut nodded. They could only try one by one. The old man on the right stared at Despair City. Although Fong Chun had disappeared, the storm was still there. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the curse seemed to have completely sealed off the entire Despair City, leaving no gaps. I don't think that opportunity will appear again, said Elder Jia Yuan. Although Xiao Chun had a grave expression, he felt happy for Fong Chun in his heart. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun grasped the opportunity. While the strong wind blew the curse aura to both sides, he instantly entered Despair City. Just as the three old men had said, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that would almost never appear again. They could not count on the storm. Let's give it a try, said Jia Yuan. Next, Old Man Xiao began to control the 10 demonic beasts. One by one, they approached Despair City. Without exception, every beast that got close to Despair City would be sucked into the storm and die instantly. The Despair City was still the Despair City of the past. However, there was an additional figure in it. What should we do? An hour later, the 10 beasts were dead. This scene caused the three old men to fall into despair. They were helpless. They did not dare to take the risk of facing the curse of Despair City. How could they solve this problem? Brother Jia Yuan, do you have any ideas? The old man in the thatched hut asked unwillingly. Jia Yuan was an elder of the Jialua clan. He had the special bloodline of the Jialua clan and controlled the reincarnation road. He might have a solution. I've already contacted the clan. They are also trying to think of a solution. In fact, the real clan was in the 6 paths of reincarnation world. He could not contact them unless he entered the reincarnation road. However, the situation was urgent and he could not leave easily. He had already asked Jiao to contact the clan and inform them of the difficulties. Let's wait a little longer. Jia Yuan thought to himself. Judging by the time, it should be about time for the clan to reply. Jialua clan's base. Jiao flipped through the entire scripture pavilion and found a few books that introduced Despair City. He then passed the information on to Elder Jia Yuan. However, this was not enough. He was anxious, but he had no choice. He could only wait for the clan's response. Princess Huang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She followed behind Jiao and paced back and forth. How is it? Is there any news about Fong Chun? Is he safe? Elder Jia Yuan just sent a message saying that Brother Fong took advantage of the storm and rushed into Despair City. They are unable to contact him now. Jiao said. What? Princess Huang exclaimed. Rushed into Despair City. What did this mean? The curse of Despair City was so strong. Wouldn't he die if he rushed in? Is there nothing the Jialua clan can do? Princess Huang only wanted to save Fong Chun. If Jiao did not stop her, she would have rushed into Despair City to save him. With Elder Jia Yuan's strength, he is unable to reach Despair City. We are waiting for the clan's response. Jiao patted Princess Huang's shoulder and comforted her. I'm also worried about Brother Fong's safety. However, I believe that Brother Fong is blessed by the heavens. He'll be fine. But she didn't finish her sentence, but 2 teardrops fell from Princess Huang's fair cheeks. She turned around and used her sleeves to cover her face as she quickly wiped away her tears. There is no use being anxious now. Jiao said, Brother Fong is already above the 9th Order True Saint Realm. He is a genuine 10th Order True Saint Realm expert. I believe that there is a chance of survival in Despair City. Princess Huang did not speak. Jiao shrugged and did not say anything else. Buzz. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant shone with a silver light, illuminating the entire scripture depository. Jiao grabbed the communication jade pendant, and his face was filled with excitement. There's a response from the clan. Jiao said excitedly. Princess Huang also looked at the communication jade pendant in Jiao's hand. In the next instant, a majestic voice came from the communication jade pendant. Jiao, the voice was emotionless and cold. Although the curse of Despair City is strong, it is not invulnerable. As long as, speaking up to this point, the voice from the communication pendant seemed to have paused. As long as what? Jiao asked. Chapter 3945. Using blood as a sacrifice. The higher-ups of the Jalawa clan replied with 4 words. However, these 4 simple words are the most difficult to achieve. How is it? Is there a way? Princess Huang asked anxiously. Jiajiu's expression was solemn. Then, dense words appeared in his mind. These were all detailed information on how to use blood as a sacrifice. It's a little troublesome, Jiajiu muttered. To break the curse of Despair City, we need the world's top bloodline. The world's top bloodline? Now, there were 2 publicly recognized rare bloodlines. They were the primordial bloodline and the Jialawa bloodline. These 2 bloodlines were currently the top and strongest bloodlines. Because they couldn't be replicated, their bloodlines were even more precious. Of course, they didn't know that there was another bloodline that could compete with the 2 top bloodlines. That was the perfect bloodline in Feng Chen's body. The perfect bloodline was the strongest bloodline created by the almighties of the chaotic realm by gathering hundreds of millions of special bloodlines. Although it was not perfected yet, it could be ranked as one of the strongest bloodlines. If it could reach perfection, it wouldn't be a dream to enter the chaotic world. How do we do it? Princess Huang asked. She had the top bloodline in her body. Although it hadn't been fully activated, she could still do it if she put her life on the line. Moreover, the Jalawa clan's bloodline could do it too. The experts in the clan said that the mysterious living being that massacred Despair City and planted such a powerful curse is related to the underworld. They're the coldest living being in the world. Their curse has an invincible defense. If we want to break it, we have to pay them back, Jiajiu said. Our Jalawa clan's bloodline can do it, but it's not enough to rely on one bloodline. A top bloodline couldn't break the curse unless the almighties in the clan came. But it was impossible. They were in the 6 paths of reincarnation world, and it was hard for them to leave. Otherwise, a great disaster would befall. The problem now was how to find other top bloodlines. Mine can do it too, Princess Huang said without hesitation. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. After all, she was also considered a member of the primitive race. After receiving the inheritance left behind by her mother, the primitive bloodline hidden in her body had become restless. Jiajiu was surprised. Princess Phoenix explained, I'm someone from a primitive race. My body contains the primordial bloodline. As long as I activate it, I can use it. Jiajiu was shocked. All along, his attention had been on Feng Chen. Although he had felt that the aura on Princess Huang's body was a little special, he didn't expect that she was actually a member of a primitive tribe. Are you from one of the primitive tribes? Jiajiu was overjoyed. That was a tribe that could rival the Jalawa tribe. Things would be much easier now. Let me see, Jiajiu said. Princess Huang closed her eyes and controlled her bloodline. She wanted to activate her primordial bloodline. Perhaps it was because of her mother, or perhaps it was because she was eager to save someone, but the primordial bloodline hidden in the depths of her body erupted like a flood. Voila! The primordial bloodline erupted and soon spread throughout Princess Huang's body. At this moment, her body had undergone a tremendous change. Her body was bathed in a layer of sacred light. Under this layer of light, her strength was rapidly increasing. Her aura soared to the extreme. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. So strong. Jiajiu couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had heard of the name of the primitive tribes, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. Is this the power of the primitive bloodline? Jiajiu muttered to himself. The power of the primitive bloodline was beyond his expectations. This was a bloodline power that was completely different from the Jalawa bloodline. It was a bloodline that was close to mastery of heaven and earth. It seemed to have a strong affinity with heaven and earth. It was able to communicate with heaven and earth's origin energy and erupt with the strongest power. As expected of a primitive tribe, this was just a person who had just activated her primitive bloodline. What if she was a high-level expert of the primitive tribe? It was simply unimaginable. Perhaps just a thought would be enough to destroy heaven and earth, right? Of course, the Jalawa tribe wasn't weak either. According to what he knew, the top expert of the tribe had lived for countless chaos eras and had been trying to break through to the chaotic supreme realm. Once he came out of seclusion, no one in the world could defeat him. Whoosh! While Jiajio was astonished, the golden light on Princess Wang's body had already disappeared. It was replaced by a beautiful figure that was filled with boundless aura. After activating her primordial bloodline, Princess Wang's entire person became even more alluring. Wang. Princess Wang opened her eyes. With a flip of her wrist, drops of blood appeared in her palm. This was the primitive bloodline. Can we do it now? Princess Wang couldn't wait to ask. With two top bloodlines working together, they should be able to break the curse, right? We can give it a try, Jiajio said. Then he brought Princess Wang through the reincarnation road and arrived at the wasteland in front of Despair City. At this moment, on the wasteland, four figures stood side by side. Their eyes were deep as they stared at Despair City. Despair City was shrouded in a storm. The power of the curse had completely covered it. The four of them tried everything, but couldn't get close to Despair City. Sigh. Elder Jia Yuan sighed. He didn't know if Fang Chun was dead or alive. Old Xiao asked, Brother Jia Yuan, even the Jialua clan can't do anything? If the Jialua clan couldn't do anything, then the three of them wouldn't be able to break the curse of Despair City. Whoosh! At this moment, the soil loosened and the power of reincarnation appeared. Elder Jia Yuan's face changed slightly. He looked at the loosened soil in surprise. With a wave of his hand, the reincarnation road opened. Jiajio and Princess Huang walked out. Nonsense! What are you doing here? Elder Jia Yuan scolded. With their strength, they would only be a burden. They wouldn't be able to help at all. Elder Jia Yuan, you should have heard the response of the experts in the clan, right? Jiajio cupped his fists. Elder Jia Yuan nodded. He had tried using blood as a sacrifice, but failed. One bloodline can't succeed. What about two bloodlines? Jiajio asked. She's from the primitive tribe and has the primitive bloodline. If she works with the bloodline of the Jialua clan, will the chances of breaking the curse be higher? Hearing this, the four of them were stunned. Primitive tribe. This person was from the primitive tribe. Chapter 3946. Using blood as a sacrifice. It required the world's top and most powerful bloodline. Apart from the Jialua bloodline, only the legendary primeval bloodline could fulfill these two requirements. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't even dare to think that Princess Huang, who had been following behind Fang Chun, was actually a member of the primeval bloodline. What did this mean? It was the feeling of coming back from the jaws of death. He had tried using blood as a sacrifice before, but he failed in the end. It wasn't that the Jialua bloodline wasn't strong enough, but the curse of the netherworld was too unimaginable. However, Princess Huang had the primeval bloodline, which meant that the two top bloodlines could work together to resist the curse. Primeval bloodline? The three elders were stunned. They had lived for countless years and naturally knew what the primeval bloodline represented. Once upon a time, there was a saying in the world that no matter how time passed, no matter how the chaos was destroyed, the primeval bloodline would never be destroyed. From this saying, one could see how powerful the primeval bloodline was. They were a bloodline that was blessed by the heavens, born naturally by the heavens and earth, and their purpose was to prevent the destruction of the chaos. Now, the seemingly weak woman standing in front of them was actually a member of the primeval bloodline. Moreover, the primeval bloodline in her body was very pure. Elder Jia Yuan's face was full of smiles. If he guessed correctly, Princess Huang was not only a member of the primeval bloodline, but she was also a core disciple. Elder Jia Yuan, I will listen to your command, Princess Huang said. As long as she could save Fang Chun, she would do anything. Hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan didn't decline and directly said, although the bloodline responded that using blood as a sacrifice is the best and only way, I have to remind you that this method will most likely bring you a fatal disaster. After all, using blood as a sacrifice, once it succeeded, there was a high possibility that the curse of the netherworld would backfire on her, and she would lose her life. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Elder Jia Yuan informed her in advance so that Princess Huang could be fully prepared. Once it officially began, she couldn't be distracted. Otherwise, all her efforts would be wasted. Princess Huang naturally knew this. Her beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment, there was no trace of fear. There was only tenderness in her eyes. Tenderness for Fong Chun. I hope you can survive, even if I have to exchange my life for yours, Princess Huang said in her heart. Immediately after, her delicate body shook as the primordial bloodline in her body began to circulate crazily around her body. Golden light shot out in all directions, giving off an incomparably shocking feeling. Is this the primordial bloodline? Old Chiu was dumbfounded. The old man in the middle of the thatched house also exclaimed repeatedly. As expected of a primitive tribe, the strength of their bloodline was the strongest bloodline he had ever seen. This kind of bloodline can completely crush any bloodline in the world, the old man on the right said. The hearts of the three of them were in turmoil. He couldn't wait to see what kind of terrifying power the Jialua bloodline and the primitive bloodline would unleash when they combined. Elder Jia Yuan glanced at the three of them and said, "Step back a little." Immediately, the three old men kept retreating until they reached a safe zone. Wang. Elder Jia Yuan activated his Jia Luo bloodline and stretched out his hand. Traces of crimson blood flowed through his palm and gradually touched Princess Huang's body. In the beginning, the primordial bloodline resisted, but under Princess Phoenix's control, the two bloodlines came into contact. Boom! The moment the two bloodlines came into contact, it directly caused the entire void to explode. A vast power swept through the sky. Everyone was shocked. However, Elder Jia Yuan was unmoved. He stared intently at Princess Huang's transformation and guided the primordial bloodline to his body. So strong. One person with two top-notch bloodlines, unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan was like a god of war descending from the heavens. He walked step by step toward the city of despair. Last time, he could only reach Mo Yao's place with the help of the Jialua bloodline. But this time it was different. The aura on his body soared to the extreme, giving people the feeling of a primal chaos supreme. Elder Jia Yuan spread out his hands. The crimson Jialua bloodline in his left hand and the golden primordial bloodline in his right hand. The two bloodlines condensed into two balls of light, exuding a terrifying power. Using Elder Jia Yuan's body as a conductor, the two bloodlines merged. Wang. When he reached the place where Mo Yao died, Elder Jia Yuan felt a trace of pressure. But he was full of confidence. With the power of the two bloodlines, he could completely resist the power of the curse. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. It was obvious that the power of the curse was trying to destroy Elder Jia Yuan. However, at this moment, Elder Jia Yuan was the incarnation of the god of war. With two top-notch bloodlines protecting him, he was fearless and focused on using the blood sacrifice method. When he approached the broken city of despair, a ferocious head appeared in the void. It was formed by the power of the curse. Roar! The ferocious head let out an angry roar as if to scare Elder Jia Yuan. But the latter ignored it. He gradually put his hands together, and the two different bloodline powers completely merged. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When he clenched his fists and punched the broken city of despair, the earth shook. The ferocious head in the void was crushed by the power of the two bloodlines and turned into nothingness. Roar. An angry roar reverberated in the void. Crack. The dilapidated city of despair trembled violently under the impact of the powerful energy waves. In the distance, Jiajiu was overjoyed. Is it going to succeed? The three elders beside him also clenched their fists and waited anxiously. Elder Jia Yuan had used two powerful bloodlines as a sacrifice and was able to shake the broken walls of the city of despair. This meant that this method was feasible. What power! The elder in the middle of the thatched house sighed. Even though he had been asleep for countless years and comprehended the Tao of sovereigns, he still felt inferior when facing Elder Jia Yuan. The other two also shook their heads. Luckily, this wasn't Elder Jia Yuan's true power. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the battle for the ghost artifact. Can it succeed? The broken walls of the city of despair shook more and more violently. But Elder Jia Yuan's power seemed to have reached a limit. Even two bloodlines can't do it. Jiajiu was anxious. Roar. In the sky above the city of despair, the power of the curse let out an angry roar. It was struggling and resisting with all its strength. Chapter 39:47. In front of Despair City, Elder Jia Yuan's body was filled with a terrifying bloodline power. He clasped his hands together and fused the two bloodlines together, gradually suppressing the power of the curse. However, he couldn't completely destroy the curse. This scene made everyone's hearts clench. The combination of two bloodlines still can't break the curse. Jia Jiu muttered to himself. Princess Huang had already lost control of her body. Her body floated in the air as the primordial bloodline in her body was drawn out and rushed toward Elder Jia Yuan. Is it still not enough? Seeing this, Princess Huang gritted her teeth and burned her essence blood, urging the last of her bloodline power to help Elder Jia Yuan break the curse. Boom, boom, boom. The two bloodline powers clashed against the curse's power. The broken walls of Despair City shook violently. This meant that the curse's power had reached its limit. However, Elder Jia Yuan had also reached his limit. The two bloodline powers he had unleashed were the most his body could endure. If he continued to increase the power, his body would explode, and his Yuan spirit would be completely destroyed. Elder Jia Yuan, Jia Jiu shouted. He was trying to stop Elder Jia Yuan. If this continued, Elder Jia Yuan would definitely die. The three old men were also at a loss of what to do. At this point, it was already far beyond the scope of their imagination. This is too scary. After the baptism of time, the curse had become so powerful. At this moment, inside Despair City, Fang Chun sensed the two peak bloodlines in the outside world. They're using their bloodline power to attack Despair City? Roar. Despair City was filled with endless roars. This was the power of the curse. I'll help you. Fang Chun instantly made a decision. He released his perfect bloodline and formed a blood-red pillar of light in the air. It pierced through Despair City and appeared in front of the broken walls. Crack! The curse's power on the broken walls was attacked from the back and abdomen and instantly loosened. Boom! In the outside world, Elder Jia Yuan, who was already at the end of his rope, suddenly felt his body relax. He seemed to have realized something. The curse's power has weakened. He saw the broken walls of the city of despair shaking violently. It seemed like the inside of the city of despair had suffered a huge impact. Could it be Fang Chun? Other than Fang Chun, there seemed to be no one else. Are they working together from the inside? Elder Jia Yuan's fighting spirit was reignited as he took a deep breath and controlled his two bloodlines to launch a final attack against the curse power. Crack! While he was outside, he had attracted a lot of hatred from the power of the curse. The remaining small portion was left for Fang Chun to deal with. At this moment, the perfect bloodline also erupted with tenacious and powerful strength. Together with the two top-notch bloodlines in the outside world, it formed a tripartite balance of power. Crack! For the first time, the dilapidated city walls were unable to withstand the impact of three top-notch bloodlines, and they began to shatter. Countless fragments of stone flew into the air. Did you succeed? Elder Jia Yuan was overjoyed, but he didn't give up. He knew that he needed to focus all of his attention at this moment. When the city walls shattered, he saw Fang Chun helping him from afar. His face was filled with joy. The two of them looked at each other from afar, communicating with their eyes, and then continued to work together to suppress the curse power. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused everyone's hearts to tremble, especially Jiajiu. He had clearly felt Elder Jia Yuan's aura weakening, but suddenly a completely different change occurred. The broken city wall is broken. Princess Huang's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. The destruction of the city walls meant that the curse power was completely suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be able to destroy it completely. Are you still holding on? Princess Huang muttered to herself. I hope that you can survive." Then, she closed her eyes and used the last of her strength. "The three of you, what are you waiting for?" Jiao shouted. The three elders were also stunned. Only now did they realize that Elder Jia Yuan needed help. "Let's do it." Although the three of them couldn't get close to Despair City, they could still transfer energy from afar. As long as they could ensure that Elder Jia Yuan's body wasn't damaged, the curse power would be destroyed sooner or later. "Brother Jia Yuan, hold on. We're here to help you," the elder in the middle of the thatched hut shouted. Old Xiao and the elder in the right thatched hut also placed their palms on the back of the elder in the middle. The three old monsters transferred a vast amount of energy to Elder Jia Yuan. Wong. With the new energy, Elder Jia Yuan's mental state improved significantly. He continued to control the two top bloodlines to suppress the curse power. Dong, dong, dong. The perfect bloodline had completely occupied the city walls. When it came into contact with the two top bloodlines, the entire Despair City shook. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, as if the sky was about to collapse. Even Elder Jia Yuan was taken aback. Apart from the primordial bloodline and Jialua bloodline, there was actually such a powerful bloodline in the world. Fang Qin's bloodline wasn't any weaker than the two top bloodlines. What bloodline is this? He was very confused, but he also knew that if it weren't for Fang Qin's bloodline, the two top bloodlines wouldn't have been able to do anything to the curse power. Haha, this is great. Elder Jia Yuan laughed wildly as the three bloodlines worked together to force the curse power back. As long as they were given more time, the curse power would definitely disappear. Fang Qin closed his eyes. Although he had come into contact with the two top bloodlines a long time ago, the feeling this time was completely different. When the perfect bloodline came into contact with the two top bloodlines, he could clearly sense the circulation paths of the two bloodlines. He could even see their internal structure clearly. Such a powerful bloodline had touched him greatly. The perfect bloodline had never been truly perfect. The reason he had reincarnated was so that his perfect bloodline could reach its most perfect state. This wasn't just his wish. It was the wish of countless ancestors of the primal chaos realm. For this, they were willing to sacrifice their lives and plan for billions of years to create a perfect bloodline. Dong, dong, dong. Ancient voices rang out in Fang Qin's mind. These voices seemed to be describing the birth of the perfect bloodline. They also seemed to be describing the growth of the primal chaos realm to him. He sank into a profound state of enlightenment. His perfect bloodline grew exponentially, and together with Elder Jia Yuan's two top-tier bloodlines, he was able to completely suppress the power of the curse. Chapter 3948. At this moment, the three top bloodlines merged and cooperated with each other, instantly suppressing the power of the curse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying power of the curse was completely suppressed by the three top bloodlines, unable to move at all. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's body returned to normal, and he could even move freely. When the dust settled, he saw Fang Qin's figure, and an excited smile appeared on his face. "You're really fine," Elder Jia Yuan shouted excitedly. At the same time, he increased the power of his primordial bloodline and Jialua bloodline, working together with Fang Qin to destroy the power of the curse. In the distance, excitement appeared on the faces of the three elders. Not only was that fellow fine, but he was also cooperating with Elder Jia Yuan. It seemed that they were going to completely refine the curse energy. The most excited one was Princess Wang. At this moment, she was extremely weak and couldn't even open her eyes, but she could feel Fang Qin's aura. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and an excited smile appeared on her white cheeks. "You're still alive." In order to save Fang Qin, she didn't hesitate to give up her life. After knowing that Fang Qin was still alive, she finally relaxed. Wang. At this moment, the primordial bloodline in her body underwent a qualitative leap, and a terrifying power erupted. Her bloodline condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Despair City. At the same time, Elder Jia Yuan also noticed this. He pushed the Jalua bloodline to the extreme, and together with the primordial bloodline, he helped Fang Chun. Soon, Elder Jia Yuan was extremely excited. He finally understood what the higher-ups of the clan meant, the so-called blood sacrifice. If one top bloodline wasn't enough, then two. If that wasn't enough, then three. Eventually, the curse of the underworld would be destroyed. After all, the curse also had a limit, and it couldn't be surpassed. Rumble. Under the attacks of the three top bloodlines, the power of the curse was shattered into pieces and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Crack. In the end, the last trace of the curse's power was completely refined by the three top bloodlines. The curse that had sealed Despair City for countless years finally dissipated. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The storm outside the city of Despair instantly disappeared. The color of the sky changed, and the remaining blood-red color was covered by dust. The corpses of the demonic monsters and other monsters also gradually disintegrated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Wang. A simple and ancient aura filled the air. Despair City reappeared before the people of the world. Success. Elder Jia Yuan withdrew his bloodline and jumped into Despair City, arriving in front of Fang Chun. Princess Wang was so weak that she fainted. Jiajio held her in his arms and treated her injuries. As for the three old men, they entered Despair City with their fastest speed. Is this the legendary city of despair? The three old men looked at each other. Then, they used their powerful primordial spirits to search the entire Despair City for traces of the ghost artifact. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dilapidated city of despair, yellow sand covered the streets. Fang Chun was a little tired, but he still persevered. "How are you?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Jiajio, asking him to bring Princess Huang back to the Jialua clan's camp. With their cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to step into Despair City. After settling Jiajio, Elder Jia Yuan looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. He was curious. How did this guy enter Despair City and come out unscathed? It was unbelievable. After all, he had just experienced a bloody battle. The power of the Ghost World's curse was too strong. If he didn't have two top-tier bloodlines, he wouldn't have been able to get close to the dilapidated city walls. But this guy in front of him only had one top-tier bloodline, and he could enter Despair City alone. "I was lucky," Fang Chun said humbly. "Luckily, you were there to help me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the power of the curse." Elder Jia Yuan sighed as he recalled his experience. The three old men looked at Fang Chun with solemn eyes. This guy in front of them had not only mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, but he had also stepped into the 10th level Saint Realm. Most importantly, he had a top-tier bloodline that was comparable to the primordial bloodline and the Jalua bloodline. What is his bloodline? Although they had lived for countless years, they couldn't recognize the origin of Fang Chun's bloodline. It seems that the human race doesn't have any particularly powerful bloodline. Elder Xiu pondered. The old man on the right thought to himself. Unless it was the sovereign bloodline, it couldn't be comparable to the top-tier primordial bloodline and the Jalua bloodline. However, its existence was the reason. They had seen with their own eyes that Fang Chun had such a powerful bloodline. This meant that this person's future achievements would be very high. It was very likely that he would step into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Thinking of this, the three old men looked at each other and thought of the same thing. They even wanted to take the initiative to lower their status and befriend Fang Chun, hoping that he could help them in the future. In the age of chaos, the world was in chaos. The demon-devouring patriarch was about to come out of seclusion. Once he successfully stepped into the legendary chaos controller realm, what awaited them was destruction. "I'm impressed." The old man in the middle of the thatched hut cupped his fists at Fang Chun and said, "I've lived for countless chaos epochs, but I've never seen someone with as much potential as you. Not bad. Your potential is unparalleled. Even the primordial supremacy may not be stronger than you." Elder Xiu praised. "You have a supreme bloodline and mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Your future is limitless. I'm really curious to see how powerful a genius the human race will welcome. The old man on the right said. Elder Jia Yuan grinned. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. Even the higher-ups of the clan would be shocked. Of course, now it wasn't the time to talk about this. Their goal was the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Everyone, let's not talk about this first. It wasn't easy for us to break the curse of Despair City. We should think of a way to find the ghost artifact. Elder Jia Yuan said. After all, no one knows what those mysterious beings did to Despair City back then. If the power of the curse is unleashed again, our lives will be in danger. Hearing this, the three old men's expressions changed. Despair City isn't big. Let's split up. If we find any traces of the ghost artifact, let's inform each other. Facing such a dangerous place, they could only continue to form an alliance. After all, no one knew what dangers they would encounter next. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3949. After countless years, the curse of the City of Despair had finally been completely eliminated, and all the credit was due to the gathering of the three top bloodlines. This was especially true for Fang Chen. His perfect bloodline had played an important role in this. If he had not entered Despair City first, it would have been impossible for them to work together from the inside and the outside to break it open. Now, everyone began to split up to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. In the beginning, countless experts entered the core area to search for the ghost artifact. However, after experiencing so many things, only Fang Chun and the other four had reached here. The three old men were very excited. They thought that the curse of the City of Despair would keep them out. But they did not expect that Fang Chun actually had a top bloodline and completely broke the curse of the City of Despair. However, thinking of this, the three of them seemed to be very dignified. The stronger Fang Chan was, the more difficult it would be for them to compete for the ghost artifact. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut looked at the two of them with a heavy heart, and then said, Fang Chun is very strong. In one sentence, there was helplessness. In a one-on-one battle, none of the three of them was Fang Chen's opponent and would be crushed. Fortunately, the three of them had a joint attack array. Once they joined forces, their combat strength soared, and they could escape from the hands of a 10th level Saint Realm expert. However, after experiencing the scene just now, they actually had a trace of fear towards Fang Chun in their hearts. The three of us have been sleeping for countless years in order to find the opportunity to become sovereigns. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, how can we give it up so easily? Old Man Xiao was more straightforward. The old man on the right nodded and said, Yes, I agree with Old Man Xiao. In this life, we can't afford to miss this opportunity. I would rather die and disappear from the world than give this opportunity to others. Besides, if the three of us join forces and use our trump cards, even if he is a 10th level Saint Realm expert, we can still fight him. Hearing this, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut nodded slightly. The three of them had the determination to die. No matter what, they had to obtain the ghost artifact. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and glanced at Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan, who were searching for the ghost artifact. Then, a trace of determination flashed in their eyes, and they continued to search. On the other side, Elder Jia Yuan also reminded Fang Chun to be careful of the three of them. If you and I work together to break the curse, your unparalleled battle prowess will be exposed before the three of them. I'm afraid the three of them will be wary of us, Elder Jia Yuan said. He was not afraid of being on guard, but he was afraid that they would play tricks in the dark. Fang Chun shook his head. It's all right. The curse has been broken. There aren't many people in Despair City who can threaten me. I'm confident that I can deal with the three of them together. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan didn't speak any further and could only continue searching for traces of the ghost artifact. Wong. After an unknown period of time, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut flicked his wrist, and the badge formed by the 9 fragments suddenly appeared in his hand and began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, the other 2 elders hurriedly looked over. Wong. The token vibrated violently, and wisps of eerie aura escaped from it and floated in the air above Despair City. At the same time, An eerie howl that seemed to have existed since ancient times came from a corner of Despair City. What's that sound? Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan's attention was drawn to the voice as well. Could it be a being of the netherworld? Elder Jia Yuan seemed to think of something and cried out, "Rustle, rustle, rustle." The two of them quickly came to the corner where the eerie howl came from. They checked carefully, but they didn't find any clues. Where did the sound come from? Elder Jia Yuan asked. Fang Chun frowned and pondered. What was certain was that the voice was attracted by the badge formed by the 9 pieces of the fragments. Then, to be able to attract such an eerie howl, it could only be the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. This sound is extremely eerie. It's very likely that it's from the ghost artifact, Fang Chun said. The ghost artifact contained the secrets of the Supremes. This was why the 3 elders had to get the ghost artifact after waking up from their slumber. It had its own consciousness. Perhaps it was summoned by the 9 fragments and awakened. Be careful. I feel something strange, Elder Jia Yuan warned. At the same time, he checked the surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. Wong. The eerie aura coming from the token in the hand of the old man in the middle cottage grew thicker and thicker. It floated in the air above Despair City and caused the eerie howl to become even more powerful. "Give me the token," Fang Chun said. The old man in the middle cottage froze for a moment, then jumped to the corner where Fang Chun was. As expected, when the token approached the corner, the soil in the corner underwent a tremendous change. Wong. The yellow soil turned blood red under the influence of the token's aura. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed. Only Elder Jia Yuan's pupil shrank. He thought of a legend in the clan. A legend. The soil of the underworld was dyed red by the blood of cultivators. That was why the soil was blood red. The soil in the corner turned blood red under the influence of the token's aura. This confirmed that the mysterious beings that slaughtered Despair City were the legendary beings of the underworld. Are they really beings of the underworld? Elder Jia Yuan's body swayed. The underworld was even more mysterious than the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was said that when cultivators died, they would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnate through the path of reincarnation. This was also the responsibility of the Jalua clan. However, some cultivators died for various reasons and were unable to reincarnate. In the end, they all entered the underworld. Therefore, in the legends, the underworld had always been the representative of bloody demons. "Retreat!" Elder Jia Yuan yelled. Fang Chun was the first to react. With a whoosh, he retreated from the blood-red soil. However, the 3 old men weren't so lucky, especially the old man in the middle cottage. He was controlling the token, so he was a bit slow in retreating. He was immediately enveloped by the blood-red soil. His legs were instantly covered in blood. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to cut off his legs and retreat successfully. "Ah!" A miserable shriek came from the mouth of the old man in the middle thatched hut. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. His legs were broken, and his ankles were corroded by the blood-red soil. The sinister aura was attacking his physical defenses. "We'll help you." Elder Xiao and the old man on the right couldn't care less. The 2 of them worked together and forcefully cut off the legs of the old man in the middle cottage. This prevented the sinister aura from corroding his body. They cut off their connection with the blood-red soil. "How can this be?" Fang Chun was shocked. Chapter 3950. The blood-red soil was too frightening. It could actually corrode a peak 9th Order Saint Realm expert to such an extent. Moreover, from the looks of it, the latter didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for old Xiao and the other old man decisively cutting off the leg of the old man in the middle, he really might have been killed by the blood-red soil. One had to know that the soil of the netherworld was terrifyingly strong. "Ah!" The old man in the middle of the thatched hut let out a miserable cry. His entire body tensed up as blood spurted out from his broken leg. Fortunately, the other 2 old men helped to stop the bleeding. At the same time, they expelled the last bit of blood-red soil from his body. Whoosh! The 3 old men escaped from the blood-red soil's range. "How is it?" Old Xiao asked. The token emitted a scarlet aura. This aura seemed to be summoning the blood-red soil. Seeing this situation, the old man in the middle didn't dare to continue holding onto the token. He endured the pain and quickly threw the token to Fang Chun. Then, he started to quickly heal his injuries. As for the other two old men, they looked at the blood-red soil with some fear. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Could it be that the mysterious being that massacred the city was really a being from the netherworld? Elder Jie Yuan said in a low voice. They had gone through untold hardships and almost lost their lives. It wasn't easy for them to use their 3 peak bloodlines to barely break the curse, allowing the city of despair, which had been sealed for countless years, to appear in front of them. But now, they had encountered an even greater danger. The blood-red soil was almost certain to be from the netherworld. Then the question was, why would the netherworld soil appear in the city of despair? Elder Jia Yuan vaguely remembered that there was some information about the netherworld in the family's books. Although it was very rare, there was mention of this blood-red soil. This was a special kind of soil. After being irrigated by countless amounts of blood, it had evolved into an extremely terrifying soil. This kind of soil was very destructive. Once a cultivator came in contact with it, the baleful aura it contained would attack their Yuan spirit. Those who were weak would definitely suffer a destructive blow. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't understand. According to the books, the blood-red soil could only exist in a special environment, which was the legendary netherworld. Because only the aura of the netherworld and that special environment could allow the blood-red soil to exist in perfect condition. Now, he saw the blood-red soil appear in the city of despair with his own eyes. Moreover, it released a frightening power that almost killed the old man in the middle of the straw hut. Whoosh! Elder Jia Yuan took a deep breath, somewhat in disbelief. He's Elder Jia Yuan's spirit, shows netherworlds as words. After a while, Fang Chun opened his eyes and slowly said, the appearance of the blood-red soil should have been summoned by the token. This further proves that the ghost artifact should be under the blood-red soil. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew what kind of powerful monster was hiding under the blood-red soil of Netherworld. However, they were also very desperate for ghost artifacts. 1. The token was emitting an extremely strange aura. In the Despair City, this aura didn't pose much of a threat. However, as soon as it came into contact with the blood-red soil, the power of this strange aura would increase exponentially. In the end, it would turn into a lethal weapon. If Fang Chen's guess was correct, the instant the old man in the thatched cottage poured his energy into the medallion, he had completely activated the medallion, drawing out the blood-red soil hidden in Despair City. Let's try. Fang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He was the strongest of the 5, and he had the perfect bloodline. He wanted to try and see how powerful the blood-red soil was. Whoosh! Before Elder Jia Yuan could react, he had already leaped into the blood-red soil. 1. He crazily injected his power into the token. Instantly, with the blood-red soil as the center, a monstrous power swept out, forming a powerful pillar of light that shot toward Fang Chun. Boom! 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 Countless complicated patterns appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. At this moment, his physical strength reached an unprecedented level. Boom! The 10 ultimate forces in his body were completely released, forming 10 pillars of light that surrounded his body and protected him. The terrifying power of a 10th level true saint was completely released. The entire city of despair seemed to be trembling. Thunder rumbled in the sky as if it was cheering for Fang Chun. This scene stunned the 3 old men. Is this the terrifying power of a 10th level true saint? Elder Xiu was dumbfounded. Even though he had some reservations about Fang Chun and thought that the world was exaggerating him, his heart was shaken at this moment. If he fought one-on-one, he would be killed in an instant. Too strong. As expected of the person who mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. The old man on the right was also dumbfounded. The old ancestor in the straw hut in the middle looked dignified, forgetting his pain. He was the only one who was more rational. Although his two companions had said that Fang Shan was terrifying, he believed that the most terrifying thing about this person was not his strength. It was his potential. Think about it. Even if the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization was made public, who could cultivate it in such a harsh cultivation environment? This abnormal guy not only cultivated it, but also took the opportunity to step into the 10th level true saint realm. Just now, he had almost lost his life, but this guy resisted the corrosion of the blood-red soil with his terrifying strength. It was too terrifying. Above the blood-red soil, Fang Chen clenched his fists. 10 ultimate forces spread out, fighting against the blood-red soil. As time passed, the token floating in front of him seemed to be dripping with black liquid. When the black liquid dripped onto the blood-red soil, the latter actually began to crack. Drip! Drop after drop of black liquid dripped onto the soil. In the end, the cracks turned into a dark cave that could fit a person. This scene shocked the 4 people in the distance. Crack! Finally, Fang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. The token seemed to have reached its limit and shattered. The blood-red soil invaded Fang Chen's body and sent him flying. Dong! After he hit the ground, he hurriedly used his ultimate force to expel the evil aura from his body. At the same time, he stared at the dark cave above the blood-red soil that could fit a person. Chapter 39:51. The token formed by the 9 fragments could not withstand the powerful force of the blood-red soil and finally shattered. Of course, its shattering gave Fang Chen and the others a glimmer of hope. Fang Chen used his powerful strength and 10 strands of ultimate power to successfully detonate the token. As a result, a pitch-black hole large enough for a person to enter appeared in the blood-red soil. There seemed to be extreme danger in that hole. Crack! The token shattered and turned into powder. It drifted away from Fang Chen's hand. The other 4 looked at him simultaneously, their hearts filled with shock. The 3 elders were dumbfounded. Wasn't Fang Chen's strength too strong? He was actually able to use his physical strength to resist the blood-red soil and even blast open a hole in it. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Elder Jia Yuan swallowed and quickly regained his composure. He asked, "What's going on?" In fact, he vaguely guessed that there might be a ghost artifact in this pitch-black hole. Otherwise, the token would not have been able to blast open a hole. Could it be that the beings of the underworld took the ghost artifact? This was the question that Elder Jia Yuan was most worried about. If that was the case, would they still be able to obtain the ghost artifact? The corrosive power of the blood-red soil seems to have weakened, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the 3 elders were the first to react. However, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. They had almost died in the blood-red soil, especially the elder in the middle of the thatched hut. His legs had been cut off and had not been reconstructed yet. He was already traumatized and did not dare try. "Let me try." Elder Jia Yuan clenched his teeth and activated all the strength in his body. His robe fluttered as he leaped into the air above the blood-red soil. In an instant, a terrifying corrosive power bombarded his body. His body shook violently, but he quickly stabilized. As expected, he could clearly feel that the pressure on him had weakened a lot. Furthermore, the blood-red soil is no longer a threat. Whoosh! Seeing this, the 3 elders sighed in relief and waited for Fang Chen to speak. Since the token activated the blood-red soil and forcibly opened a gap, it means that the ghost artifact must be in this cave, Fang Chen said. There was a hint of tenacity in his eyes. He was determined to obtain the ghost artifact, so even if the road ahead was dangerous, he would not hesitate. There is an unknown danger in the cave. You have all seen it. Fang Chen continued. Our cooperation is about to end here. After that, the fight for the ghost artifact will depend on our own abilities. He glanced at the 3 of them. As for whether you want to enter the cave or not, you could decide for yourselves. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the pitch-black cave. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fists at the 3 of them and jumped in as well. The 3 elders looked at each other. To be honest, they were not willing to give up. Back then, they experienced the destruction of the chaos and almost died completely. It was not easy for them to use a secret technique and fall into a deep sleep to escape the disaster. In this life, they woke up from their deep sleep to find the final opportunity. If they could not find it, they would eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil and be forgotten by the world. In the beginning, they were determined to obtain the ghost artifact. However, after experiencing all the previous events, especially the curse of the City of Despair and the blood-red soil of the underworld, they began to feel fear in their hearts. If we cower, we will never be able to step into the chaotic supreme realm. Elder Shio broke the silence and said in a deep voice, "We chose to escape back then. If we choose to escape now, we will live in the shadows of others for the rest of our lives, and will never be able to step into the chaotic supreme realm." That's right. I agree with Elder Shio. We have lived for so long and have seen all kinds of storms. The ghost artifact is right in front of us. We cannot be indifferent, the elder on the right said. The elder in the straw hut in the middle smiled bitterly. It turned out that the longer one lived, the more they cherished their lives and were afraid of danger. Ha! He laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head before taking a step forward. Boom! When he took a step forward, his aura became unusually sharp. He was like a god of war who could hold back 10,000 men. We live in this world in pursuit of the legendary primal chaos supreme realm. The elder in the straw hut in the middle said with a thunderous voice, "Even if we die, we will have no regrets. Even if we die, we will have no regrets." The other two elders shouted. Time had worn down their edges. However, if they did not give it their all now, they would disappear forever in the dust of history. Even old men had their moments of hot-bloodedness. Now was the time. The three elders took a step forward at the same time and stepped into the pitch-black cave without any regrets. Buzz! After they entered the cave, the blood-red soil moved and instantly covered the pitch-black cave. The City of Despair regained its peace, and the lightning in the sky gradually dissipated. A strong wind blew and dust fell, gradually covering the broken City of Despair. It was as if no one had ever been here. The Jalawa clan's base. Princess Huang's injuries were very serious. When she was brought back, she was already unconscious. After Jiao helped her settle down, he started to send messages to Elder Jia Yuan to ask about the situation in the City of Despair. After all, that was the legendary City of Despair. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, there was still no response after countless messages. When he sent the last message, Jiao was shocked to find that he could not send any messages. What did this mean? There was no problem with his message token. This meant that Elder Jia Yuan's message token was blocked. Or perhaps they had fallen into some kind of dangerous place and were isolated from the world. What's going on? What happened in the City of Despair? Jiao was very anxious. He sent the message back to the clan. Not long after, he received a reply. What? After hearing this, Jiao was stunned. The clan's reply was that the prophet had predicted that although Elder Jia Yuan was in danger, he would be safe in the end. There was no need to be anxious. They just needed to wait patiently. The prophet has come out of seclusion. Jiao was shocked. The prophet had been in seclusion for a long time in the Chaos era and had never come out. He did not expect him to come out this time and personally make a prediction. Since the prophet had predicted that Elder Jia Yuan would be fine, he was relieved. However, he was worried about something else. The prophet had a high status in the Jalawa clan. He would only predict things related to the life and death of the Jalawa clan. He would not predict Elder Jia Yuan's life and death for no reason. Why would he do this? He thought about what Elder Jia Yuan had said before. The Jalawa clan's calamity was coming. If they could not survive, they might even be wiped out. Could it be that this matter made the prophet come out of seclusion? Chapter 3952. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. On the phone. However, some people could not reach the legendary realm even after spending their entire lives. Some people were born with divine bodies and could easily surpass the obstacles and reach unimaginable heights. However, whether it was the former or the latter, they all had one thing in common. They were stuck at the bottleneck of the Saint realm and could not reach the threshold of the Supremacy realm. Strictly speaking, the three elders had lived for countless years and experienced countless changes of eras. Now that they had reached the age of chaos, they believed that the time was ripe. If they did not revive and fight for it, they would be completely annihilated in the dust of history. Every cultivator had an ultimate dream in their heart, and that was to reach the peak of the martial way. What was the peak of the martial way? Currently, the chaotic supremacy was the peak of the martial way. Everyone, including Fang Chun, was pursuing this goal. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the three elders made the same decision at the same time. They jumped into the pitch-black cave without hesitation. Even though they knew that there were unknown dangers in the cave and that they would die in it, they had no intention of retreating. They knew that this was their last chance. If they could not seize it, their endless years of hiding would be a complete failure. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan entered the pitch-black cave, they were greeted with the sight of an underground palace. This underground palace was very strange and was filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. The aura around Fang Chun rippled as he stared ahead with his pitch-black eyes. He felt uneasy. He felt that the aura of this underground palace was familiar. Be careful. This place is very likely related to the underworld, Elder Jia Yuan reminded him. Fang Chun nodded and continued to scan the surroundings. Buzz. At this moment, a strange aura rushed toward him. His body stiffened, and then his face was filled with shock. He remembered that the strange aura here was very similar to the one he had sensed in the Ghost Mansion. The Ghost Mansion had always been a very mysterious mansion. The master of the Ghost Mansion was not controlled by the devouring demon clan. Back then, Fang Chun had entered the Ghost Mansion by mistake and narrowly escaped death. At that time, he could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying aura beneath the Ghost Manor's territory, causing his heart to tremble. Now that he thought about it carefully, he compared the two auras. Yes, the aura emitted from this underground palace was a simplified version of the aura emitted from the underground of the Ghost Manor. No wonder. Huangzong, the Ghost Manor is very special. It is very likely that it is related to the Netherworld. Fang Chun suddenly had a bold guess. The Ghost Palace's palace lord was mysterious and unfathomable. He occupied the Ghost Palace's territory and feared no one. Could it be that he was a creature from the Netherworld? Or was there an entrance to the underworld in the Ghost Manor? Of course, this was just a guess. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. Look, at this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. He turned his head in the direction of Elder Jia Yuan's voice and discovered that there was some blood-red soil in a corner of the underground palace. Creatures of the underworld? Fang Chun's eyelids twitched. He saw shallow and deep footprints on the blood-red soil. What kind of footprints are these? He had never seen such a strange footprint before. Normally, whether it was a human cultivator, a demon, or a demon-devouring race cultivator, their feet were all the same size. After careful inspection, he discovered that these two footprints came from the same person. However, one was deeper than the other. This meant that this person was very special. The footprints of a creature from the Netherworld. Fang Chun carefully approached the blood-red soil in the corner. Be careful. Elder Jia Yuan pulled on his sleeve. It's fine. I'll go take a look. When he arrived in front of the blood-red soil, he could clearly feel that the two footprints were filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. The footprints sealed the Netherworld aura. Fang Chun exclaimed. He didn't expect the Netherworld aura in the blood-red soil to be sealed by these two footprints. Then, who was the owner of these two footprints? Or had someone come here in search of a ghost artifact, but failed in the end? Elder Jia Yuan, have you heard of anyone entering Despair City? Fang Chun suddenly asked. The Jialua clan was in charge of the 6 paths of Reincarnation World. They were well informed. Despair City was a forbidden city. If someone entered, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There would definitely be records. Despair City was cursed by a mysterious creature. Normally, even experts at the peak of the Saint Realm would not be able to enter. However, your question reminded me of something. Elder Jia Yuan sank into his memories. He once saw a shocking record in the clan's unofficial history. According to the records, there was once a peak Saint Realm expert who used his powerful strength to enter Despair City. At that time, it shocked the world. However, not long after, there were rumors that the person died in Despair City. His life tablet completely shattered. From then on, Despair City was even more feared by the world. As time passed, no one dared to approach Despair City. After countless years, Despair City was long forgotten by the world. What's that person's name? Feng Chen asked. Anyone who could enter Despair City was definitely not an ordinary person. That person seems to be from the realm of chaos. His name is Saint Fu Jian. Hearing this, Feng Chen's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Saint Fu Jian? Could it be Supreme Fu Jian? Did he come to Despair City when he was a Saint Realm expert? Did he die in Despair City? Feng Chen muttered to himself. Elder Jia Yuan nodded. This was recorded in the clan's unofficial history. As for whether it was true or not, no one could prove it. However, Feng Chen shook his head. He knew better than anyone that Supreme Fu Jian would not die in Despair City. He became the realm of chaos supremacy in the future and fought against the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch to save the realm of chaos. Even, Feng Chen still did not think that Supreme Fu Jian had died. According to the clues in the past, it was very likely that Supreme Fu Jian was one of the experts who had planned to reincarnate him. Perhaps they cannot show up for some reason. You mean these two footprints were left by Saint Fu Jian? Elder Jia Yuan was shocked. Feng Chen shook his head. This shouldn't have been left behind by Supreme Venerable Fu Jian because he couldn't sense any familiar aura from the footprints, nor did he sense any resonance from the depths of his bloodline. Feng Chen turned around and checked the underground palace again. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Despair City was not as simple as it seemed. It was very likely that there was an unknown history hidden within it. Ancient Sword Lord. Chapter 39:53. Feng Chen's mind was filled with thoughts as he stared at the blood-red soil in the corner of the underground palace. The two footprints, one shallow and one deep, seemed to contain countless secrets of the city of despair. Feng Chen's intuition told him that the two footprints most likely came from Sovereign Fu Jian. However, he thought of another possibility. If the two footprints really did come from Sovereign Fu Jian, then was all of this part of his plan? Was his every move ever since he reincarnated into the origin world and started cultivating again under the control of the powerhouses behind him? His mind was in turmoil as he thought of many things. However, he didn't dare to touch the blood-red soil at this moment. The two footprints seemed to be sealing the power of the blood-red soil. It was obvious that the blood-red soil in the underground palace was different from what they'd seen before. Feng Chen even felt a dangerous aura approaching. He didn't dare to act rashly. Beside him, Elder Jia Yuan said in a deep voice, "The entire underground palace is empty. Only this corner has blood-red soil. I think the ghost artifact must be in this blood-red soil. Even if it wasn't in the soil, it definitely had something to do with it." Feng Chen didn't say anything. The three old men's eyes shone with golden light. When they took that step, they'd already disregarded life and death. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to find the ghost artifact and then find the path to becoming a sovereign. No one and nothing could stop their determination. Therefore, the three old men were rather excited at this moment. They walked past Feng Chen and Elder Jia Yuan and arrived in front of the blood-red soil. Old Xiao couldn't wait any longer. He exchanged a glance with the other two and then stepped onto the shallow footprints. Buzz! The shallow footprints emitted a faint aura. Then, the blood-red soil changed. A trace of black seemed to appear in the bright red. However, Old Xiao didn't care. A smile appeared on his face. He thought he'd conquered the blood-red soil. "The blood-red soil here doesn't seem to be scary," said Old Xiao. Following that, the old man on the right also took a step forward and stepped onto the deep footprint. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. When his foot landed on the deep footprint, the deep and shallow footprints suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It was like the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi, releasing a vast and mighty power. At the same time, the sealed power in the blood-red soil instantly surged out. It was majestic and shocking. Not good. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut noticed the abnormality and shouted out a warning. However, it was too late. 2 terrifying beams of light soared into the sky and blasted the 2 old men away. Dong! The 2 of them crashed into the ceiling of the underground palace and fell to the ground. Miserable shrieks rang out from their mouths. Fong Chun and Elder Jia Yuan turned their heads to look at them and discovered that their feet were badly mangled, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Bang! The old man in the middle of the thatched hut reacted quickly. He chopped off the feet of the 2 old men with 2 hand blades. He had personally experienced the invasion of the blood-red soil. It was too powerful. If he didn't decisively cut off his feet, his primordial spirit would be injured and he would die a miserable death. What's going on? After calming down, the 2 old men endured the pain that spread throughout their bodies and asked in confusion. "You 2 are too reckless," said the old man in the middle of the thatched hut. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan finally spoke. "Those 2 footprints are very strange. They're suppressing the power of the blood-red soil. The 2 of you stepped on each of the footprints, so you must have activated the seal and released the power of the soil." The 2 old men's faces paled. Fong Chen nodded. "It doesn't matter who left these 2 footprints. At present, the 2 of you don't have the strength to resist the invasion of the blood-red soil with your physical strength." Although his words were unpleasant to the ears, they were the truth. Even the old man in the middle of the thatched hut had been affected by the blood-red soil. If Fong Chun hadn't stepped forward at the critical moment and resisted with his physical strength, they wouldn't have been able to enter the underground palace. However, entering the underground palace made the flames in their hearts burn even more fiercely. After waiting for countless years, the most crucial moment had finally arrived. They lost their minds and were immersed in the joy of obtaining the ghost artifact. However, they neglected the terrifying nature of the underground palace. "Then what should we do? We can't keep waiting here, right?" asked the old man in the middle of the thatched hut. In fact, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut was filled with helplessness when he said this. He was a peak Saint Realm expert. No matter which era he was in, he could suppress his peers. But now he was in such a state. Now, he kept a respectful distance from the blood-red soil. He laughed self-deprecatingly and put away his arrogance. He lowered his status and seriously asked Fong Chen for advice. This was because he knew that the latter was an expert who had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Although he looked young, his combat strength was actually above the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If there was one person present who could break out of this situation, it would be Fong Chun. Fong Chun pondered for a moment and carefully observed the depth of the footprints. Then he said, "You've just activated the power of the seal and released part of it. If you continue to guide it and release it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can resist it with my physical body." "What do you mean?" The old man in the middle of the thatched hut was stunned. In just a single attempt, the 2 old men had already lost a foot each. Who would dare to give it a try? Brother Fong, do you have any ideas?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. He knew that since Fong Chen said so, he must have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't say it so casually. As expected, Fong Chen nodded and said, "The power under the deep footprints is very strong. I'll step on it while you 2 take turns stepping on the shallow footprints. Every time you step on the shallow footprints, the power will be released. At that time, you 2 will quickly leave the shallow footprints while I continue to step on the deep ones. The power will be absorbed by me, and you 2 will be able to escape unscathed. Then, won't you?" Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. "Don't worry. The power released in one go isn't strong. My physical body can withstand it," Fong Chun said with a smile, full of confidence. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan hesitated. The expression of the old man in the straw hut in the middle was solemn as he cupped his hands together and thanked Fong Chun. This old man is unable to repay young friend Fong's great kindness. Once this matter is over, if the three of us are still alive, young friend Fong can feel free to call the three of us if you need us. Chapter 39:54. Strictly speaking, by doing this, Fong Chun had shifted all the danger to himself. The three old men sighed. They didn't expect such a young human cultivator to have such courage. At least, they wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. From this, they could see that this kid's future was limitless. Let's break the footprint first, Fong Chun said indifferently. He didn't take their promise to heart. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos Realm. In this long war, unless he reached the primal Chaos Supreme Realm, he couldn't save the Chaos Realm. Therefore, although the three old men were powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Realm, they were of no use in the battle of the Chaos Realm. Buzz! Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he came to the blood-red soil. He stepped on the deep footprint with his right foot without hesitation. Immediately, a strange power penetrated his foot and entered his body. Fortunately, he had the ultimate power and could easily block these strange auras. 10 rays of ultimate power filled Fong Chen's body, and his physical defense reached the limit. After he was ready, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin." Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan was the first to step forward. Even Fong Chun was so brave. What did he have to be afraid of? Not anymore. Fong Chun was a member of the Chaos Realm's great monarch's bloodline. Strictly speaking, they were of the same race. He looked at Fong Chun with a gratified expression. If he could continue to grow, he might become the leader of the Jialua clan in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. Buzz! When Elder Jia Yuan's foot landed on the shallow footprint, the deep and shallow footprints resonated with each other. The terrifying power within the blood-red soil crazily surged out like a wild horse, intending to launch the most ferocious attack on the two of them. At this moment, Fong Chun shouted, and Elder Jia Yuan understood. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated from the blood-red soil at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! Those terrifying powers were unable to lock onto Elder Jia Yuan. They could only turn around and charge at Fong Chun. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening noises echoed in the sky. Explosions continuously took place around Fong Chun, causing the space to distort as if it was going to collapse at any second. The three old men and Elder Jia Yuan stared at the figure on the blood-red soil with stern looks on their faces. If anything out of the ordinary happened, they would immediately make their moves. Wong. However, when the ashes scattered, that figure was still standing there. Although the clothes on his body appeared to be in a sorry state, he was not injured in the slightest. It was blocked. Just by relying on his physical defense, he was able to block the terrifying power of the blood-red soil. This scene shocked the four of them. Wonderful. If this continues, it won't be long before we succeed. Elder Jia Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage muttered, "Young friend Fong is the strongest person I have ever seen. He's too strong. To think that he could use this method to gradually weaken the power of the blood-red soil. He's really smart." The old man in the middle of the Xiu clan sighed. They had lived for countless years, and their brains were getting slower and slower. Especially when they were facing Fong Chun, they felt like they had lost their minds. "Sigh, it's the younger generation's world now," the old man on the right said. Then, the two of them began to focus on the process of reconstructing the sole of their feet. For experts like them, it was not too difficult to reconstruct the sole of their feet. After all, their origin was not completely damaged. However, the blood-red soil contained the terrifying power of the underworld. It would be troublesome to reconstruct a crippled foot. Continue, Fong Chun said after slightly adjusting his state of mind. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage had his legs gradually regrown. He stepped on the shallow footprint. Wong. Just like before, a vast power rushed out of the blood-red soil. After losing the target of the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage, all the power was directed at Fong Chun. Crack! With the experience from the first time, Fong Chun easily blocked the power attack this time. He could clearly feel that as time passed, the power of the blood-red soil was constantly weakening. According to his estimation, he should be able to completely remove the shallow footprint soon. In the following time, Elder Jia Yuan and the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage took turns working with Fang Chun. 3 days later, the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage had reconstructed his legs. Although the power was directed at Fang Chun, the aftershocks still injured his legs. He and Elder Jia Yuan began to rest. This was because the other two's feet were almost completely reconstructed. However, to be safe, they chose to use the other undamaged foot. Just like that, the two of them worked with Fang Chun for 3 days. When the 6th day arrived, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-red soil suddenly exploded. Following that, the shallow footprint collapsed. Fang Chun seemed to sense a trace of danger approaching. Without hesitation, he left the deep footprint and retreated to the safe zone. Dong! The ground trembled. A terrifying power emerged from the blood-red soil and condensed into a ferocious face in the air. "You lowly martial artists," the ferocious face said disdainfully. "Humph! You dare to touch the soil of the underworld. You're courting death." Underworld. A creature of the underworld. Fang Chun and the others were shocked. Indeed, there was a creature of the underworld in the blood-red soil. However, they didn't know if it was just a will or if a creature of the underworld was really here. Instantly, the 5 of them looked serious. They all took a few steps back and stared at the ferocious face. "You're a creature of the underworld?" Elder Jia Yuan asked in a low voice. "Back then, if it weren't for the mercy of the underworld, your Jalua clan would have been wiped out. Now, your Jalua clan is quite bold. You dare to reach into the underworld?" The ferocious face didn't answer Elder Jia Yuan's question, but it was obvious that he was a creature of the underworld. Slaughtering the city of despair and planting a curse that hadn't dissipated for hundreds of millions of years was the work of a creature of the underworld. Elder Jia Yuan's heart sank. He thought of the prophecy of the clan's prophet. Could it be that the creatures of the underworld are a calamity for the Jalua clan? Elder Jia Yuan was so nervous that he couldn't speak. The ferocious face looked at Fang Chun. He felt a terrifying power from the latter. He also sensed the auras of several old friends. "You're from the Chaos Realm?" the ferocious face asked. Chapter 39:55. What was certain was that this ferocious face was a being from the underworld. At this moment, he should be his spiritual body attached to the blood-red soil and suppressed by the footprint. Now that the footprint had been destroyed by Fang Chun using a special method, this spiritual body appeared. From the ferocious face's words, one could feel that the Jalua clan was also involved in the Great War back then and seemed to have some interactions with the underworld. Of course, Elder Jia Yuan definitely didn't believe the ferocious face's words. After all, he knew very well how powerful his clan was. How could the underworld destroy them so easily? However, the ferocious face didn't seem interested in Elder Jia Yuan. He turned to look at Fang Chun, and his pupils shrank. Then he asked coldly, "You're from the Chaos Realm?" The hearts of Elder Jia Yuan and the others trembled violently when they heard this. Could it be that a being from the underworld had also been to the Chaos Realm? That's right. Fang Chun nodded and admitted. There was no need to lie in front of the ferocious face. "Haha, are all the people in the Chaos Realm dead? They actually want a weakling like you to save them?" The ferocious face said disdainfully. Obviously, from his words, the being from the underworld knew the situation in the Chaos Realm very well. Fang Chun frowned and thought seriously. What was going on? Could it be that the decline of the Chaos Realm back then had something to do with the being from the underworld? Why would such a powerful Chaos Realm decline to such an extent that it couldn't even produce a supremacy? What was the reason for all these mysteries? Although the Chaos Realm's greatest enemy was the Demon Devourer clan, at this moment, Fang Chun couldn't help but guess that the underworld had most likely dealt a fatal blow to the Chaos Realm back then. Seeing that Fang Chun didn't speak, the ferocious face continued, "I know why you're here. Unfortunately, your wish won't come true. Because with him guarding this place, The ghost artifact couldn't be taken away by outsiders. I've been here for countless years to protect the ghost artifact. It belongs to the underworld, and no one has the right to touch it, the ferocious face said in a deep voice. Back then, the entrance to the underworld had been destroyed by the space-time turbulence, causing the ghost artifact to be unable to return to the underworld. Therefore, his spiritual body had been guarding this place all this time. Ghost artifacts were from the underworld. Anyone who dared to covet the ghost artifact was provoking the underworld. Needless to say, the consequences of provoking the abyssal underworld were obvious. Back then, Despair City was the best example. I don't want to start a massacre. You'd better leave this place before I get angry, the ferocious face threatened. The three old men looked at each other before their eyes finally fell on Fong Chun. Unknowingly, Fong Chun had become the leader of the five people. At this critical moment, they were also asking for Fong Chen's opinion. The ultimate power within Fong Chen's body suddenly started to stir. He let out a soft gasp as his pitch-black eyes emitted a scorching light. This light pierced through the malevolent face and allowed him to see its true face. I see. Fong Chun suddenly understood. Previously, when he heard that the malevolent face came from the chaotic realm, he had been in deep thought and had no time to observe the malevolent face. Just now, when the ultimate power stirred, he activated his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation level to observe the malevolent face. He was shocked to find that the latter was not even a spiritual body. It was just a remnant consciousness. Remnant consciousness. Thinking of this, Fong Chun sneered. After all these years, he had gone through a lot. A mere remnant consciousness of the underworld wanted to scare him? It was ridiculous. What are you laughing at? The malevolent face realized that Fong Chun was mocking it and was instantly enraged. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as its voice fell, scorching energy surged around the ferocious face. In the next instant, the entire blood-red soil seemed to want to refine the entire underground palace. The temperature rose rapidly, and soon, Elder Jia Yuan and the others were shocked. Oh no! Elder Jia Yuan shouted, reminding Fong Chun to be careful. However, Fong Chun stood there motionlessly with his hands behind his back. The mocking smile on his face was even more obvious. You're just a remnant consciousness. You want to scare me away? Hearing this, the malevolent face was stunned for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. The blood-red soil burned crazily, and its aura was terrifying. However, Fong Chun exposed the malevolent face's secret. It wanted to pretend to be a spiritual body to scare everyone away. Who would have thought that Fong Chen's primordial spirit had already reached an extremely high level? One step further, and it would be the legendary Tao manifestation level. He could see through its essence with one glance, making it impossible for it to hide. What? Elder Jia Yuan and the others were shocked. At this moment, Fong Chun rushed forward and activated 10 ultimate powers, performing an ultimate sword technique. A terrifying sword light pierced through the sky. Crack! Ray after ray of sword light rushed into the blood-red soil. The malevolent face roared angrily. Lowly human, stupid ant, you dare to provoke the underworld? You're courting death. Although it appeared to be angry, it was unable to resist Fong Chen's ultimate sword technique. Crack! The blood-red soil blocked most of the sword light, but a few sword lights still passed through the soil and arrived in front of the malevolent face. Poochie! These sword lights contained ultimate power and instantly pierced through the malevolent face. The latter had almost no power to resist. It let out a miserable cry, and its face was very unstable. It swayed and could collapse at any time. You're courting death. The malevolent face was extremely angry, but it was helpless against Fong Chun. Elder Jia Yuan and the three elders were surprised. What was going on? They clearly felt that the malevolent face had the power to destroy the world. So why couldn't it resist Fong Chen's attack? It's just a remnant consciousness, and it was suppressed by the footprints. Its power has already collapsed, and it has been struggling at death's door, trying to scare us off with its identity of the underworld. Fang Chun revealed the truth. Hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan and the others were enlightened. So that's how it was. They were almost fooled, but also showed how much fear the underworld had in their hearts. The malevolent face roared angrily, but it was useless. The ultimate sword light pierced its face, and it kept flickering and quickly dissipating. You will regret it. Those who provoke the underworld are destined to die. As the last words fell, the malevolent face completely collapsed, turning into specks of starlight and falling into the sea of fire, completely disappearing. At this moment, the blood-red soil gradually returned to normal. The flames disappeared, and so did the footprints. This meant that the seal of the blood-red soil had been completely removed, and the malevolent face's remnant consciousness would no longer cause trouble. They could find the ghost artifact without any obstruction. Chapter 39:56. What was the consequence of provoking the underworld? Everyone immediately thought of the City of Despair. Back then, it had been so prosperous with so many strong cultivators, but had still been slaughtered by the underworld creature. Furthermore, a curse had been placed on them. Even after countless years, it had not been lifted. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Chun, Elder Jia Yuan, and Princess Huang possessed the three strongest bloodlines in the world, it would have been impossible for them to remove the curse. After breaking the curse with great difficulty, they found a crack in the blood-red soil and came to the underground palace. However, they encountered the remnant consciousness of the underworld creature. Whoosh! Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the blood-red soil in the corner. The three elders' expressions changed unpredictably. Apparently, they were all frightened by the last threat of the underworld creature. Offending the underworld wouldn't end well. Fortunately, it's just a remnant consciousness. Elder Jia Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was so powerful that it could see through the essence of the underworld creature and destroy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act rashly. As for the threat of the underworld creature, he wasn't afraid at all. What kind of joke was this? He was an elder of the Jialua clan. The Jialua clan was one of the most powerful clans in the world. They were on par with the primitive clans and had stood in the river of time for countless years. How could they be frightened by a mere underworld creature? Of course, it was impossible for him not to be worried. However, he was most concerned about the ghost artifact hidden in the blood-red soil at the moment. Whether the ghost artifact, which had attracted countless strong cultivators, really existed was the key to becoming a supreme. Be careful, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Then, he walked toward the blood-red soil with a sharp sword in his hand. Although the remnant consciousness of the underworld creature had completely dissipated, Fang Chun didn't let his guard down. After all, the blood-red soil was the soil of the underworld, and Supreme Fu Jian had been here before. He had been wondering whether Supreme Fu Jian had succeeded or not. Whoosh! When he got close to the blood-red soil, he realized that there were strange auras emerging from the soil. These auras were the same as the hideous face from before. The aura of the underworld. Elder Jia Yuan was shocked. He quickly came to Fang Chen's side as if he was facing a great enemy. After the three elders recovered from their shock, they quickly entered battle mode. They stood in a triangular formation behind Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan, ready to attack. I can sense an extremely evil aura, Fang Chun said softly. If his guess was correct, that aura should be the legendary ghost artifact. After entering the Death Cliff for such a long time, was he finally going to obtain a ghost artifact? Without hesitation, Fang Chun waved his hand. Immediately, the sharp sword in his hand slashed through the sky, releasing a terrifying sword chi that condensed into a resplendent sword light. The ultimate sword light slashed at the blood-red soil, causing it to splatter everywhere. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's sharp sword hacked down and the blood-red soil collapsed with a rumbling sound. Immediately after, everyone saw a dark battle blade gradually imprinted itself into their eyes. This saber was stuck in the blood-red soil. There were complicated black patterns on the saber's hilt, which were identical to the ferocious face. At the same time, Fang Shun discovered that the saber's blade was filled with a monstrous demonic aura that could drive people crazy. It was a demonic saber through and through. Is this a ghost artifact? Fang Shun sucked in a breath of cold air. Even through the blood-red soil, he could feel the terrifying aura of this battle saber. If one's mind was not firm enough, and if one's primordial spirit was not strong enough, one would probably be instantly devoured by the battle saber. It's too scary. Fang Chen's powerful primordial spirit was instantly activated. His vast divine sense covered his entire body. He tried to use the sharp sword in his hand to touch the battle saber. However, at the moment of contact, the sharp sword instantly shattered. The battle saber remained motionless, but a terrifying saber hum could be heard. Ghost artifact. The moment the three old men saw the saber, they exclaimed. They were in a state of madness and had been in a deep sleep for countless years. Now that they had awakened, they were looking for the opportunity to reach the supremacy realm. However, they had placed all their hopes on the ghost artifact. It was rumored that the ghost artifact didn't belong to the Ghost Emperor, but was an item from the underworld. It contained the secret to reaching the supremacy realm. Whoever obtained the ghost artifact would have a chance to reach the supremacy realm. The three old men's eyes were burning as their bodies uncontrollably rushed toward the blood-red soil. At this moment, the ghost artifact emitted black ripples that entered their bodies. In an instant, the three old men's primordial spirits were suppressed, and they were gradually losing their minds. Retreat! Fang Shan shouted loudly and forced the three of them back with a palm strike. When the three old men retreated from the blood-red soil, they suddenly woke up. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. At the same time, they quickly dispelled the evil energy in their bodies. Even Elder Jia Yuan was moved by this scene. The ghost artifact is even more evil than the legends say, Elder Jia Yuan said in a deep voice. He had heard the experts in the clan mention the ghost artifact before. At that time, the ghost artifact wasn't as evil as it was now. Why did it make him feel afraid now? The primordial spirits and blood of the people who were slaughtered in Despair City were all absorbed by the ghost artifact, Fang Chun said coldly. He could clearly feel that there were thousands of resentful spirits calling out from within the ghost artifact. They struggled with all their might, but were mercilessly suppressed by the ghost artifact. You're saying that the ghost artifact is using the vengeful spirits and blood in Despair City to strengthen itself? Elder Jia Yuan was puzzled. Fang Chen nodded. The ghost artifact had a spirit. It was an item from the underworld and naturally wanted to return to the underworld. However, the passage between the underworld, the chaos realm, and the origin realm was difficult to open. It seemed that even the underworld was wary of it. Therefore, the ghost artifact wanted to strengthen itself and become even more evil. It had become a synonym for evil. Then what should we do now? Now that they had found the ghost artifact, but couldn't do anything about it, this gave Elder Jia Yuan a headache. They couldn't just watch as the ghost artifact was stuck here and they returned empty-handed, right? They had already broken the curse on Despair City. If the ghost artifact appeared, it would definitely go on a killing spree. At that time, not only would the origin realm suffer, but it might even affect the chaos realm. Fang Chun had also thought of using the ghost artifact to massacre the origin realm and reduce the number of enemies in the chaos realm. However, he rejected this idea. Before he made a decision, he would never do such a dangerous thing. Once the ghost artifact rushed into the chaos realm, it would bring irreparable damage to the chaos realm. It might even cause the chaos realm to be destroyed prematurely. If that was the case, all his efforts would be for naught. Chapter 39:57. Although the underworld's most ferocious creatures had been through the baptism of time, they still contained a terrifying aura of jealousy. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Only Fang Chen's primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation level, could withstand it. Although the three elders were ancient experts who had just awakened not long ago, their primordial spirits were far inferior to Fang Chen's. primordial spirits that were close to the Tao manifestation level were also divided into 3 grades. Among them, the basic grade was the first grade, the middle grade was the second grade, and the supreme grade was the third grade. The elder in the middle cottage had a primordial spirit that was at the middle grade of the second grade. However, the other 2 elders' primordial spirits were weaker and were only at the basic grade of the first grade. Elder Jia Yuan's primordial spirit was the same as the elder in the middle cottage. Only Fang Chen's primordial spirit was at the terrifying supreme grade. He was only 1 step away from the Tao manifestation level. As for how strong a primordial spirit of the Tao condensation realm was, no one present would know. All of you back off. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun finally decided to try using his supreme grade primordial spirit to see if he could activate the ghost artifact. As long as he could activate it and suppress the evil aura within, he would be able to control it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Be careful. This ferocious creature contains the evil aura of the underworld. It will corrode your primordial spirit, Elder Jia Yuan warned. Fang Chen nodded and then carefully approached the blood-red soil. In the middle of it was a war blade filled with demonic aura. The war blade was covered with complicated patterns. Although Fang Chen could not understand these patterns, he could guess that they came from the mysterious underworld. Are these the patterns of the underworld? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he tried to reach out his hand to touch the handle of the war blade. However, just as his palm touched the hilt of the saber, a monstrous demonic aura immediately enveloped his palm. Furthermore, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly surged into his mind. In that instant, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. His entire body seemed to be swaying. His mind was shaking violently, and even his primordial spirit was trembling. Fortunately, his transcendent grade primordial spirit finally stabilized after a series of changes. Fang Chun raised his eyelids and suddenly gripped the hilt of his saber tightly, trying to pull it out. However, at this moment, he encountered a problem. The war blade seemed to be firmly embedded in the blood-red soil. No matter how much power he used, he could not pull it out. At this moment, he was in a predicament. Reality proved that the transcendent grade primordial spirit could indeed resist the invasion of the demonic aura inside the ghost weapon, but he could not pull it out. What should we do? Fang Chen's eyes darted around as he tried to think of a solution. Elder Jia Yuan and the other 3 elders were also very anxious. They paced back and forth, unable to come up with a solution. Let's fight. As time passed, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the power in his body was being absorbed by the ghost artifact. If this continued, the ghost artifact would become stronger and stronger, while his own power would become weaker and weaker until he was completely devoured by the ghost artifact. He was running out of time. He could only fight. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen released the 10 strands of ultimate strength in his body. The vast power intertwined and surrounded Fang Chen's body. Ultimate strength was one of the strongest powers in the world. It was also the most important part of the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Fang Chen had worked so hard for so long, but he had only managed to condense 10 strands of ultimate strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that the 10 strands of ultimate strength in his body were his strongest trump card. At this moment, he fully activated the 10 strands of ultimate strength and even merged them into one. Boom! This thick and solid ultimate power was like a swimming dragon, circling above the blood-red soil. In the end, it let out a deafening sound, and with an unparalleled momentum, it crushed the baleful aura and circled around the warblade. Success. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. The merged ultimate strength surrounded the warblade. This also meant that the warblade would not be able to break free in a short period of time. How can I completely control it? If he could not completely control the ghost item, when it broke free from the restraints of the ultimate strength, he would definitely be killed. Before he had absolute confidence, Fang Chen did not dare to try. Time passed bit by bit. The sky above Despair City was filled with dark clouds. From time to time, Cries could be heard, as if crying. At the same time, the core area had also undergone a huge change. Jiajio was shocked to find that some of the reincarnation paths had started to crack, and some had even collapsed. The collapse of the reincarnation paths was definitely a big deal for the Jialua clan. What's going on? Jiajio immediately investigated, and soon he was completely shocked. The collapsed reincarnation paths were all close to Despair City. The ones that had cracks were slightly further away. In short, the changes in the reincarnation paths were definitely related to Despair City. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "Have they started?" He knew that by causing the collapse of the reincarnation paths, Despair City would definitely turn into a bloody hell. He just did not know if Elder Jia Yuan and Fong Chun could escape unscathed. "I hope you're all right," Jiajio prayed in his heart. Apart from that, the huge death cliff also welcomed the biggest crisis in history. All the demon clan members prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. Their bodies trembled as if they were facing a great enemy. And those ancient awakened experts seemed to have realized something, and they all hid. A layer of ripples gradually spread out in the quiet Soul River. One could vaguely see a beautiful figure under the Soul River, as if it had existed since ancient times. Those who wanted to enter the Soul River to investigate suddenly changed their expressions and retreated. The entire death cliff seemed to have come to an end. However, they would never have dreamed that all of this was caused by Fong Chun. Deep in the cave of the Slaying Dragon, White Ape looked into the distance with a complicated expression. The primitive clans had given a clear order that no one was allowed to participate in the fight for the ghost item. It seemed that the fight for the ghost item was a trial for Fong Chun. However, the price for this trial was a bit too high. Suddenly, White Ape was shocked to discover something. Billions of miles away from the cave of dragon slaying, the Ghost Palace's territory was shaken by dark clouds, and a terrifying aura constantly spread out. The surrounding forces were shocked. The legend of the Ghost Palace? White Ape's expression was complicated. The phenomenon of the Ghost Palace reminded him of the underworld. Thinking of the ghost item in the Death Cliff, he was even more convinced that the Ghost Palace and the underworld had a mysterious connection. Chapter 3958. Fong Chun used his ultimate power to temporarily suppress the saber, but he couldn't completely control it. After all, it was a ferocious item from the underworld. It contained a monstrous aura that ordinary people couldn't get close to. He had to rely on his ultimate power to barely touch it. What should I do? Fong Chun had been thinking about how to completely control the saber. He didn't realize that the appearance of the ghost weapon had changed the world. "How can we help you?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. They were all so anxious. If they couldn't control the ghost weapon for a long time, they would definitely be attacked by it. When that happened, even with Fong Chen's strength, it would be difficult to stop it. Boom! At this moment, cracks appeared on the 10 ultimate forces that were revolving around the ghost artifact. There seemed to be a violent, demonic aura within these cracks that wanted to break through the restraints. Not good. Fong Chun shouted in his heart. He spread out his hands and fully activated the ultimate power in his body. 10 thick ultimate power burst out with a dazzling light. Crack! The ultimate power collided with the ghost weapon's ferocious aura. The two different powers collided violently with a deafening sound. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse. The faces of Elder Jia Yuan and the other 3 elders were extremely serious. They even stopped breathing. They were extremely nervous. "Condense!" Fong Chun shouted. At this moment, his primordial spirit trembled in his mind. He released his consciousness violently and raised his soul Dao power to the maximum to stop the invasion of the ghost weapon's ferocious aura. Dong dong dong. Seeing that the 10 ultimate powers couldn't stop the ghost weapon's ferocious aura, suddenly, beams of golden light shot out from Fong Chen's mind. Fong Chun was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. The primordial spirit that had troubled him for a long time was actually merging with the Dao at this moment. Is it Dao manifestation? Fong Chun was so excited that he almost jumped up. Dao manifestation of the primordial spirit was something that only existed in legends. Since ancient times, there had been countless experts who wanted to reach the level of Tao manifestation of the primordial spirit in the soul Tao, but they had all failed. Who would have thought that his primordial spirit would actually begin the Tao integration process under the pressure of the underworld's most ferocious beings? Wang, his primordial spirit, turned into a dazzling ball of light as the power of heaven and earth surged into it. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and put his palms together in front of his chest. He closed his eyes. The 10 ultimate forces bound the ghost weapon tightly. After sensing the terrifying power shooting out from Fang Chen's primordial spirit, the ghost weapon's struggle seemed to weaken a lot. Tao manifestation was publicly acknowledged as the highest realm of the soul Tao. It was also the final transformation of the primordial spirit. Before this, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already reached the critical point of Tao manifestation. However, he had been unable to reach Tao integration. The biggest problem was that the heavenly Tao had been damaged during the Age of Chaos, and there was not enough power to support the primordial spirit Tao integration. This time, it was also a coincidence that he was able to use this opportunity to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm under the pressure of the underworld's most ferocious beings. The 4 people who were originally very anxious were stunned when they saw Fang Chen's strange actions. What's going on? Why did he suddenly start cultivating? Elder Xiu asked curiously. His body seems to be filled with a very strong soul Tao power. Could it be that his primordial spirit has broken through? The elder on the right said. The elder in the straw hut in the middle was shocked. Was this the primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm? Just now, his primordial spirit was attacked by a strong, ferocious aura. It seemed to have broken through his bottleneck. He's using this opportunity to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm, Elder Jiyuan said. His voice was filled with shock. After cultivating for countless years, he actually saw an expert who had condensed his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm with his own eyes and right in front of him. Most importantly, wasn't he too daring? He actually dared to use the ferocious aura of the underworld's most ferocious beings to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm. The slightest mistake would cause his primordial spirit to be destroyed and his primordial spirit to be destroyed. This was an extremely dangerous action. Only Fang Chun, who was skilled and daring, would dare to do this. Of course, if this succeeded, the benefits would be great. After all, condensing one's primordial spirit, Tao manifestation realm, was something that everyone could only dream of. Elder Jiyuan's figure flashed, and he stepped forward to stand in front of Fang Chun. He looked around vigilantly and entered a state of battle readiness. He would protect Fang Chun and would not allow anyone to cause trouble. The 3 elders looked at each other with complicated expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. The Jialua clan's base. Jiajio was worried about Fang Chun and Elder Jiyuan in the City of Despair when he received a message from the latter. What? After hearing this, Jiajio jumped up. His eyes widened in disbelief. It took him a long time to digest this shocking news. Brother Fang is using the murderous aura in the ghost artifact to condense his primordial spirit, Tao manifestation realm. He shook his head forcefully, as if he was dreaming. Is there any news about Fang Chun? Princess Wang appeared behind Jiajio without him noticing. These days, she had been recuperating and had already woken up. However, her injuries were too severe and she could not fully recover for the time being. She could only stay in the Jialua clan's camp to recuperate. However, she had not been idle. She had been urging Jiajio to find out more about Fang Chun. Brother Fang is fine for the time being. Jiajio glanced at Princess Wang and said, in the beginning, when Fang Chun and the others entered the underground palace, due to the natural barrier, their communication tools did not work. During this time, Elder Jiyuan had been trying to contact the outside world. Finally, when Fang Chun was trying to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm, his powerful aura broke through the natural barrier. Only then did Elder Jiyuan send out the news. Did something happen? Princess Wang caught the flickering light in Jiajio's eyes. Her intuition told her that Fang Chun must have encountered some difficulties in the City of Despair. They have already found a ghost weapon, but they can't control it. Jiajiu told Princess Huang the details of the situation. A ferocious item from the underworld. Princess Huang was very anxious. Then isn't he in danger? Using the ferocious aura of a ferocious item to condense one's primordial spirit was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, Fang Chun would not have been willing to make such a difficult decision under such circumstances. Jiajiu shrugged. At this point, all he could do was pray that Fang Chun was safe. As for the City of Despair, Elder Jian would do his best to protect Fang Chun. As for whether he could successfully condense his primordial spirit, it was all up to the heavens. After all, in the age of chaos, no one had successfully condensed their primordial spirit Tao. It was even difficult to get infinitely close to the level of primordial spirit Tao manifestation. Fang Chun was the first person to attempt to condense his primordial spirit after so many years. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. Thinking that Fang Chun was the only person who had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, Jiajiu felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. The Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3959. Unification of the Way. The ultimate realm of the Way of the Soul was the unification of the Way. This realm was known as the manifestation of the Way. It could be understood from the literal meaning that the primordial spirit contained thousands of changes in the world, but it could not be effectively condensed together, which greatly reduced the strength of the primordial spirit. Therefore, there was the manifestation of the Way. The manifestation of the Way was also known as the unification of the Way. It was too difficult to step into this realm. At least in the Age of Doom, no one had been able to manifest the Way with the primordial spirit. Fang Chun's primordial spirit had been infinitely close to the manifestation of the Way for a long time. This time, it was stimulated by the ghost artifact in the blood-red soil and began the unification of the Way. Perhaps even he did not expect that the murderous aura emitted by the underworld's ferocious objects could help him manifest the Way. The process of manifestation of the Way was very slow. In the beginning, Fang Chun was still conscious, but when he entered the later stage of the manifestation of the Way, he gradually fell into a daze, as if he had lost his mind. His eyelids drooped, and he could not open them. He sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by 10 ultimate powers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The murderous aura constantly rushed into his mind. Perhaps it was necessary for the manifestation of the Way, but the ultimate powers no longer blocked the invasion of the murderous aura. They only did their best to protect his body from being eroded by the murderous aura. In this way, all the murderous aura rushed into his mind and fought fiercely with his primordial spirit. At this moment, in his mind, the primordial spirit gradually changed. Fang Chun seemed to have fallen into 100 reincarnations, and countless scenes of the past flashed through his mind. However, every scene would be changed by the primordial spirit and become more realistic. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the power of heaven and earth in every scene that flashed through would undergo a transformation. It was only then that Fang Chun understood. It turned out that the so-called manifestation of the Way was to transform the power of heaven and earth in every scene in the past, and then condense all the power of heaven and earth with the primordial spirit as the center and completely integrate it into the primordial spirit. Allowing the primordial spirit to merge with the heaven and earth was the legendary manifestation of the Way. Is that so? Fang Chun, who was lost in thought, uttered these words. Soon after, darkness fell and dawn arrived. The memories gradually disappeared into the river of history. Golden light flickered in Fang Chun's mind. The terrifying power of the soul Tao grew stronger and stronger as time passed, until his entire body was enveloped. What happened? Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard of the primordial spirit manifestation Tao, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, he was a little worried when he saw Fang Chun's current situation. He was afraid that something would happen to him. At the same time, his primordial spirit and body were trembling. This fear came from the depths of his bloodline, from the depths of his origin spirit. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Fang Chun. Could this be the terrifying pressure of the legendary primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm? After all, the three elders had been in slumber for a very long time. They knew more than Elder Jia Yuan. When they saw the golden light around Fang Chun and felt the terrifying suppression from the depths of his primordial spirit, they understood. From now on, there would be one more primordial spirit manifestation expert in the world. I can't believe that I would be able to witness someone's primordial spirit manifestation Tao with my own eyes. Elder Xiu's voice was a little hoarse as he lamented in his heart. The elder on the right also curled his lips. Fortunately, we didn't make an enemy of him. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but the three of them knew that if they were Fang Chen's enemies, they would be thinking about how to escape alive. Primordial spirit manifestation Tao. The elder in the middle of the thatched hut trembled. In the martial cultivation world, everyone's ultimate dream was to step into the legendary primordial spirit stage. However, most people couldn't step into it their entire lives. There were also many who fell in pursuit of their dreams. However, at this moment, he saw a glimmer of hope. The first step into the primordial spirit manifestation Tao was the primordial spirit manifestation Tao. In other words, if one's primordial spirit manifestation Tao was able to step into the primordial spirit manifestation Tao, no one could understand how complicated the hearts of the three elders were. They had tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world just to pursue a dream, but they couldn't succeed. After a long time, the elder in the middle of the thatched hut said slowly, "Sai, maybe we're really old." Buzz. Golden light shone in all directions, illuminating the entire underground palace. Even the blood-red soil instantly turned into nothingness. A pitch-black saber was imprinted in the eyes of the four of them. This was a ferocious item of the underworld. It was also a ghost weapon that was famous in the world. Roar. Countless roars came from the saber as if it wanted to break out of the shackles of heaven and earth. However, the power of the golden light became stronger and stronger. In the end, it directly covered it. Hiss! Fang Chen's entire body underwent a tremendous change. When all the scenes in his mind disappeared, the power of heaven and earth merged together to form a brand new force that merged with his primordial spirit. It was also at this moment a strange thing happened. The primordial spirit, after the Tao manifestation, Tao actually gradually disintegrated and dissipated until it disappeared. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. However, Fang Chun had already woken up, and he already knew all the information about the primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao. I see. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The so-called primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao ultimately allowed the primordial spirit to merge with one's flesh and blood. His entire body could become the primordial spirit. As long as there was a drop of blood or a piece of bone, he would be indestructible. This was the ultimate mystery of the primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao. Buzz. The primordial spirit disintegrated and completely merged with his body. The golden light between heaven and earth surged crazily and finally appeared around the ferocious item of the underworld. Kacha! Fang Chun stood up and felt refreshed. Every drop of blood and every piece of flesh in his body was closely related to the primordial spirit. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm continued to nourish his body. No wonder so many people want to step into the chaotic supremacy realm. Fang Chun grinned. When a warrior stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm, his body would become one with heaven and earth. Every mountain, every piece of land, every flower and tree in the world could become the primordial spirit. That was true eternity and indestructibility. Of course, eternity and indestructibility were relative. Otherwise, why would those supremacy experts of the ancient civilization die? After being in the origin world for so long, I've finally taken the first step. Fang Chun shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind as he said with a smile. Taking the first step meant that the Supreme Sovereign strategy was successful. Next, he would definitely take the second and third step until he stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm. Thinking about it this way, his mission didn't seem to be a death sentence. At least, there was a chance of survival. The Primordial Sword Sovereign. Chapter 3960. After successfully condensing his primordial spirit, Fang Chen's body underwent a qualitative change. Now, he was truly qualified to break through to the chaotic supreme realm like those geniuses from the ancient civilization. Now, he could be considered a top expert even among the 10th level true saints. He could even step into the 11th level true saints at any time. Of course, these were all matters for the future. What he needed to do now was to control the ghost artifact of the underworld. 1. When a murderous aura around the ghost artifact dissipated, a pitch-black battle saber came into view. Fang Chen stood up and slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the pitch-black saber, and all the rust fell off. A peerless battle saber appeared. Boom! Boom! The moment Fang Chen grabbed the ghost artifact, the entire underground palace shook violently, and debris flew everywhere. Seeing that the situation was not right, Fang Chen leaped up and flew out of Despair City. Not good. This place is going to collapse. Elder Jia Yuan followed closely behind and ran out. Rumble. When the 5 of them walked out, the underground palace collapsed and turned into ruins. The entire city of Despair seemed to be trembling. However, the resentment floating in the air above the city of Despair was even more so. They used to live happily here. However, the creatures of the underworld descended and started a massacre, killing them all. Now that the ghost artifact had appeared, the blood-red soil had completely collapsed, and all traces of the underworld had disappeared from Despair City. Despair City gradually returned to its original state, and the resentful spirits that had died floated in the air, letting out waves of mournful wails. After a long time, Despair City calmed down. Many resentful spirits surrounded Fang Chen, as if they were begging him to help them take revenge. Don't worry, if I'm strong enough, I will definitely help you take revenge, Fang Chen said softly. Instantly, countless resentful spirits scattered, and traces of energy merged together, forming a huge light pillar that drilled into Fang Chen's body. They used the last trace of energy to help Fang Chen increase his strength. After that, the resentful spirits completely disappeared, and weeds grew on the ground of Despair City. The atmosphere was still heavy. Fang Chen held the ghost artifact in his hand, and he could feel the complicated patterns contained within it. No wonder so many people want to snatch the ghost artifact. If I can fully comprehend it, I might be able to touch the threshold of the venerable realm. Is this the ghost artifact? Elder Jia Yuan hurried over and looked at the battle saber in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen nodded. This was the legendary ghost artifact. The other 3 old men exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gave up on the idea of competing for the ghost artifact. When they first formed an alliance, they did have the same idea. They wanted to use Fang Chen's 10th Order true Saint Realm battle prowess to pave the way for them. When the ghost artifact appeared, the 3 of them would use their joint attack formation to ambush Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan and snatch the ghost artifact. However, they had experienced too much along the way. The battle prowess that Fang Chen had displayed was simply too powerful. What they feared about the blood-red soil, Fang Chen was able to resist it with his physical body. What they feared about the ghost artifact's murderous aura actually helped Fang Chen condense his primordial spirit successfully. How could they snatch it? After successfully condensing his primordial spirit, Fang Chen's battle prowess soared. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just in terms of primordial spirit, Fang Chen alone could beat all of them. Not to mention, his battle prowess was also abnormally strong. Even if the 3 of them used a joint attack formation, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, Fang Chen had a helper, the Jia Yuan clan's Elder Jia Yuan. If they forced the latter into a corner, it was hard to say what would happen. AI. The three elders sighed. The elder in the straw hut in the middle sorted out his emotions and looked at Fong Chun. He cupped his fists and congratulated. Congratulations on obtaining the ghost artifact. In the future, you will definitely reach the venerable realm. We're old. Now, the world belongs to you youngsters. Elder Shou rarely said that he was old, and rarely praised youngsters. It was enough to see that Fong Chun had really surprised him. Little friend Fong has helped us many times and saved us 3 old men. If there's anything you need us for in the future, don't hesitate to ask, the elder on the right said. Although they were old, they were at least experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Fong Chun nodded. Elder Jia Yuan was also very happy. Let's go. We should go back. With the ghost artifact in hand, the journey to the Cliff of Death should also come to an end. Wong. The moment Fong Chun obtained the ghost artifact, the deathly aura that shrouded the Cliff of Death instantly disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In the territory of the Ghost Manor, not far from the Flying Phoenix Manor, the black mist was even thicker and angry voices could faintly be heard. No one was able to enter the Ghost Manor's territory. No one knew exactly what had happened inside, and no one knew where the Ghost Manor's palace master had gone. The surrounding manors had strictly prohibited anyone from getting close to the Ghost Manor. Ghost Manor, under the ground of a certain mountain range. A void gate could be vaguely seen. Behind the void gate, countless angry roars could be heard, and some conversations could be vaguely heard. How dare they touch the things of the underworld? After being dormant for countless years, it's time for the underworld to come out and let the world know that the underworld is an invincible existence. That ominous item is used to suppress the Cliff of Death. Someone has taken it away. This is a public declaration of war against the underworld. Kill them all. Ooh, the voices of the underworld came from behind the void gate. They were furious that the ominous item had been taken away. They gave the Ghost Manor Lord, the representative of the underworld and the origin world, a death order to find it at all costs, and then capture it back to the underworld. I want to see who dares to touch the things of the underworld. Another deep voice came. The Ghost Manor Lord trembled in fear, nodding and bowing. After that, the void gate wiggled, and the Ghost Manor Lord appeared out of thin air. However, his voice had changed greatly. His aura was restrained, and he gave off an extremely ordinary feeling. But the more it was like this, the more frightening it was. I have returned. This was the first thing the Ghost Manor Lord said after returning from the underworld. Then, he waved his hands, and the black mist that had shrouded the territory of the Ghost Manor for a long time madly surged toward him. Soon, entered his body. The people in the territory of the Ghost Manor were at a loss. Was it daybreak? The change in the Ghost Manor caused a commotion in the surrounding manors. They all sent experts to infiltrate the Ghost Manor to investigate, but without exception, they all died. At the same time, the 4 great sacred lands issued a joint statement, ordering the devouring demon clan to unite and fight against foreign enemies. They seem to have realized that a large number of outsiders had infiltrated the origin world. Chapter 3961. The once famous ghost artifact, also known as the underworld's most ferocious item, had finally fallen into Fong Chen's hands. Perhaps even he hadn't expected that he would encounter so many obstacles after entering the Death Cliff. Fortunately, he had overcome all the obstacles. What made him even more gratified was that he had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Moreover, he had also smoothly stepped into the 10th level of the Sage Realm. Now, he had obtained the underworld's most ferocious item. If he could completely refine it, his strength would rise to another level. He might even touch the legendary threshold of the Supremacy Realm. Of course, this was a story for later. What he needed to do now was to return to the Jialua clan's encampment and check on Princess Wang's injuries. The 2 of you, let part ways here. The group of 5 sighed when they came out of Despair City and saw that it had returned to its original state. Not long ago, the curse of Despair City was still there. They had tried their best to barely enter. Who would have thought that they could walk out of it with their heads held high and obtain the legendary ghost artifact? However, the only thing that made the three elders regretful was that they had no hope of obtaining the ghost artifact. They could only look at it. At the same time, they deeply understood that even in the age of chaos, they could still cultivate and break through the shackles. Perhaps one day, with their efforts, they could step into the primal chaos supremacy realm. Everyone had to go crazy once in their life. Otherwise, they would have lived their lives in vain. From Fangchun, they saw a lot of youthful drive. They whose edges had been smoothed by time wanted to break through again. Therefore, they parted ways with Fangchun and Elder Jia Yuan outside Despair City. Let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again next time. The road to the Supremacy Realm is destined to be filled with corpses and blood, but we can't shrink back. Otherwise, we won't be able to touch that realm for the rest of our lives. The three elders sighed. Fangchun and Elder Jia Yuan nodded slightly at the three of them. Everyone had the right to pursue their dreams. Age didn't matter. As long as they wanted to act, it was never too late. Even if they woke up after hundreds of millions of years, they could still work hard for their dreams. We'll meet again. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fists. In fact, Elder Jia Yuan had thought of many possibilities when he first decided to cooperate with the three of them. However, during this period of time, Fangchun's performance exceeded his expectations and completely intimidated the three old men. They didn't have any improper thoughts when facing the underworld's ferocious creatures. They even owed Fangchun a favor. Now that Xiao Chun successfully obtained the abyssal underworld's most ferocious item, this matter could finally come to an end. However, Elder Jia Yuan became even more anxious. He could feel that the calamity of the Jalawar race hadn't completely arrived yet. He was worried. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the three old men had disappeared. Elder Jia Yuan forcefully shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He turned to Fangchun and said, "Let's go back to the encampment, within the Jalawar clan's territory." Jiajio and Princess Phoenix were already watching from afar. They were extremely anxious. Although he knew that Fangchun had returned safely, he still felt like he was in an illusion until he saw the real person. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, the path of reincarnation shook. Jiajio's eyes shone with golden light as he shouted excitedly, "He's back!" As expected, as soon as his voice fell, a white light flashed in front of him. Then, two figures appeared out of thin air. Elder Jia Yuan, Brother Fang, Brother Jia Yuan. Jiajio shouted excitedly. Princess Phoenix stood behind him in a daze. The moment she saw Fangchun, her eyes shone with tears. She was extremely emotional. The man who had been in her dreams had finally returned safely. "Sorry to have made you worry," Fangchun said calmly. Elder Jia Yuan patted Jiajio and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let the two of them talk alone." Then, he left the courtyard with Jiajio. The courtyard was abnormally quiet. Fallen leaves fell to the ground. After a long while, Princess Phoenix gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. A faint smile appeared on her fair face as she said softly, "It's good that you're back." Seeing Princess Phoenix's expression, Fangchun sighed. Then, he shook his head and turned his back to her. He'd reincarnated into the origin world in order to save the living beings of the Chaos Realm, so it was impossible for him to fall in love. Moreover, he had a wife and 3 children, all of whom were waiting for him in the Chaos Realm. How could he do such an unjust thing? "Have you obtained the ghost artifact?" Princess Phoenix asked. Fangchun nodded. He suddenly remembered that Princess Phoenix's master had instructed her to bring the ghost artifact back to the primordial tribe after obtaining it. He said, "The ghost artifact is a ferocious item in the underworld. It contains extremely terrifying power. I want to study it for a while before you bring it back to the primordial tribe. Is that okay?" "Of course," Princess Phoenix said with a smile. In the following time, Fangchun stayed in the Jalawar tribe's encampment to study the ferocious item in the underworld. Princess Phoenix took good care of him by his side. They knew very well that the news of the appearance of the ghost artifact must have spread throughout the entire origin world. Once they left the Death Cliff, they would definitely be intercepted by countless people. Therefore, they first stayed in the Jalawa tribe's encampment to study the mysteries of the ghost artifact. Then, they asked Princess Phoenix to contact her master and bring it back to the primordial tribe. During this period, in the Death Cliff, the soul river that made people tremble in fear had also undergone a great change. When Fang Chun obtained the ferocious item from the abyssal underworld, the spirit river, which had not moved at all, suddenly became restless. The water of the spirit river spun wildly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. At the end of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful woman. Her fair skin was exposed in the soul river, but there was a gray aura around her, shrouding her. Outsiders couldn't discover her existence at all. The strange movement of the soul river also attracted countless experts to secretly observe. What's going on? The soul river has been restless recently. Could it be because of the appearance of the ghost artifact? Wasn't the ghost artifact obtained by that mysterious expert? In the dark, countless voices were heard. Of course, the most shocking thing was that after the three old men walked out of the core area, they publicly declared that the mysterious expert who obtained the ghost artifact was their benefactor. If anyone dared to covet the ghost artifact and the mysterious expert, they would be enemies with the three of them. Many of the awakened experts knew these three people. After the news spread, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even these three people were protecting the mysterious expert who obtained the ghost artifact. Everyone was curious about who had obtained the ghost artifact. At the same time, they were also guessing how strong this person was. To be able to force these three old monsters to bow their heads, it was simply terrifying. There were different opinions and countless guesses. In the depths of the Soul River, the beautiful figure at the end of the whirlpool seemed to move slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 3962. Although Fang Chun had absorbed most of the fiendish aura from the underworld's great ferocious object, and he had also taken the opportunity to successfully condense his primordial spirit. However, it was still difficult to truly control it. After several days of research, Fang Chun found that there were a total of 3 problems in front of him. First, everything from the underworld was branded with the mark of the underworld, and he had to completely refine the mark. Second, after refining the mark, he had to completely refine the fiendish aura inside it. After completing the above 2 steps, the next step was the most difficult one, because the weapons of the underworld were different from ordinary weapons. Their refining process was very complicated, and they were refined with the special power of the underworld and infused with the blood of the underworld. All of this was supported by the mark of the underworld and a large amount of fiendish aura. After eliminating these 2, the weapon would automatically disintegrate. Therefore, the 3rd step was the most difficult one. After completing the first 2 steps, Fang Chun had to infuse the ultimate power in his body into the weapon at the fastest speed, and then imprint his mark on it. This seemed simple, but it was actually the most difficult one, because after the mark and fiendish aura were eliminated, the weapon would disintegrate at the fastest speed. The speed of infusion had to be faster than the speed of disintegration, and it had to be at least twice as fast to have any hope of preserving the weapon. Fang Chun put down the weapon in his hand, curled his lips, and felt a little helpless. He could refine the mark and the fiendish aura, but the 3rd step seemed to be a little difficult. Could it be that I really have to give up? Princess Wang had once said that if he couldn't completely control it, then she would have to bring it back to the primitive tribe and hand it over to his master. However, Fang Chun didn't want to give up. After all, this great ferocious object contained a trace of information about the Supreme. If he could get it, it would benefit him a lot. Let's give it a try. Fang Chun closed his eyes and began to try. He activated his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation realm, and in an instant his entire body contained an extremely powerful divine sense. Under his guidance, the vast divine sense drilled into the weapon. Buzz! Complex runes appeared on the warblade, and these runes contained an extremely powerful force of the underworld. Roar! Vaguely, one could hear roars coming from within the saber. One could even see an illusory face on the blade of the saber. They seemed to be one of the owners of the saber. In the face of Fang Chun's refinement, They represented the underworld and let out angry roars. Dong dong dong. Within the battle saber, the sound of metal intertwining could be heard. The body of the saber kept trembling as if it would shatter at any moment. Fang Chen ignored him. Now, he wanted to use absolute power to suppress the remnant thoughts in the saber. Press! Fang Chen let out a low growl and immediately pressed his palm against the saber. The 10 streams of ultimate force in his body surged wildly, unleashing an unparalleled force that suppressed the battle saber with ease. Cracks appeared on the patterns on the saber. They kept shattering as though they were trying to expel the baleful aura. Crack! Finally, in the confrontation between the fiendish aura and the ultimate power, the latter gained the upper hand. After all, this was ultimate power. What was ultimate power? It was the strongest power below utmost exalted. Dong dong dong. The ultimate power suppressed the fiendish aura with ease. At this moment, the patterns on the battle saber had completely shattered and were replaced by a black saber. The black demonic aura on the saber hilt was also gradually dissipating. Buzz! When all the patterns on the saber had shattered, it gradually evolved into a mark. It was the mark of the underworld. Fang Chen knew that the most important moment of the first step was about to begin. He waved his hand and controlled the ultimate power. He directly pressed his palm against the mark of the underworld. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mark and the ultimate power fought against each other. With the help of the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm, the mark of the underworld was instantly shattered. Success. This step was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. It was much easier than he had expected. Of course, this was all thanks to the powerful ultimate power in his body and the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm. At this moment, Fang Chen sighed. If he had not cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, it would have been difficult for him to use the ultimate power to this level, let alone the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm. Roar! An angry roar resounded through the sky. The moment the last mark completely shattered, the first step was finally completed. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and smiled. After completing the first step, it was time for the second step. He hoped that it would be successful. However, with his previous experience, Fang Chen believed that the second step should be in the bag. The only thing that worried him was the third step. Outside the courtyard, Elder Jia Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn. He knew what Fang Chen was doing in the courtyard. Not long after, Princess Huang floated over. She stood quietly with a hint of worry in her eyes. It's too difficult to completely control the underworld's most ferocious item. Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the encampment's path of reincarnation. Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically as he hurried over. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. Bye. Greetings, Elder Jia Yuan. It was a boy from the Jialua clan of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Realm. Is there any news from the clan? Elder Jia Yuan asked directly after seeing the boy. He had guarded the path of reincarnation at the core of the Death Cliff for a very long time. Usually, the clan would only send a messenger boy when there was an important matter. Elder Jia Yuan, I've been ordered by the clan to give this to you. The boy took out an iron ball. This is, Elder Jia Yuan cried out when he saw the iron ball. The reincarnation orb? The boy nodded and said, the clan's upper echelons know that you're in trouble and asked me to bring you the reincarnation orb. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan understood the clan's upper echelon's intentions. All right, Elder Jia Yuan, I still have matters to attend to. I'll return first. After delivering the reincarnation orb, the boy disappeared into the path of reincarnation. Elder Jia Yuan held the reincarnation orb in his hand and fell into deep thought. A moment later, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. Go ahead and refine the ferocious aura of the underworld's most ferocious item. I'll help you with the reincarnation orb. The reincarnation orb was the Jialua clan's most precious treasure. It contained a large amount of reincarnation power. Combined with the ultimate power, it could easily suppress the ferocious aura and inject power into it to completely control it. The eyes of Fang Chun, who was deep in thought, lit up. End of chapter. Chapter 3963. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the words reincarnation sphere, and a smile appeared on his face. Others might not know, but he knew how important the reincarnation sphere was. Especially at this stage, it was extremely difficult to completely control the underworld's great ominous object. The reincarnation sphere was a timely help. Once he had the help of the reincarnation sphere, he could easily complete the third step and imprint his power on the underworld's great ominous object. At that time, the underworld's aura would completely disappear from the great ominous object and be replaced by his ultimate power. However, Fang Chun had some doubts. The reincarnation sphere was a precious treasure of the Jialua tribe. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a tribesman to borrow it. Only the current patriarch and the elders of the Elder Council had the right to touch it. Given Elder Jia Yuan's status, this was probably his first time touching the reincarnation sphere. The Jialua tribe wasn't surprised to know that he had obtained the great ominous object of the underworld. After all, Elder Jia Yuan and Jia Jiu might have already sent a message back. However, why would they lend such a precious item to an outsider? Did they really think that he was a member of the 9523B 19D branch of the Jialua tribe? Fang Chun shook his head forcefully. Then he collected his messy thoughts and focused his attention on the ferocious creature in the underworld. At this moment, he had already completed the first step. The second step was also progressing in an orderly manner. Hiss! 6 hours later, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. Then, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. The war blade in front of him let out a resonant hum. The blade trembled and emitted a shocking power. Traces of ultimate power circled around the blade, as if it could enter the blade at any time. The second step was complete. Fang Chen was very excited. Elder Jia Yuan had already arrived beside him with the reincarnation sphere in his hand. As long as he completed the second step, Elder Jia Yuan would activate the reincarnation sphere. Reincarnation. Elder Jia Yuan roared. Instantly, the reincarnation sphere in his hand emitted a white light. This light swept across the land in the blink of an eye and enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, the reincarnation sphere started to rotate. Violent reincarnation power escaped from it and rushed into the warblade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The saber wanted to struggle, but it was useless. When Fang Chun saw this, he activated all the ultimate strength in his body and used the power of the reincarnation orb to force the saber. The mark of the underworld and the murderous aura in the saber had been completely refined. Although there was still a trace of the aura of the underworld left in the saber, it could not resist the invasion of the two powerful forces. It only lasted for 3 seconds before it ended in failure. When the ultimate force and the samsara force converged, there was an abnormally powerful vibration. It rushed into the saber in an unstoppable manner and immediately seized control of the saber. Meanwhile, Elder Jia Yuan placed the reincarnation orb next to the warblade and let it attract the warblade's firepower. Fang Chun took advantage of this opportunity and began to use his ultimate power to destroy the internal structure of the warblade. An hour later, the ultimate strength penetrated the entire warblade. The internal structure of the warblade was completely destroyed, and Fang Chun had already constructed a new one. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's throat moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly sat on the ground. The reincarnation orb gradually dimmed and returned to Elder Jia Yuan's hand. It had completed its mission to help Fang Chun successfully control the underworld's most ferocious item. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan was very happy. Elder Jia Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and softly asked, "Did you succeed?" Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying beams of light. He got up and walked to the front of the battle saber. His hand gripped the battle saber tightly. Suddenly, a powerful ultimate power surged within the battle saber. The battle saber did not seem to be resisting at all. It could not sense a trace of the underworld's aura. From this moment on, the aura of the underworld was completely expelled. The Warblade was completely controlled by ultimate strength. Success, Fang Chun said with a smile. The Warblade contained a trace of an opportunity to step into the supremacy realm. Without the obstruction of the underworld's aura, he could fully immerse himself in comprehending that trace of opportunity. Moreover, the Warblade was once a ferocious item from the underworld. Whether it was the grade or the toughness, it was at the top level. It could be considered a powerful weapon. However, Fang Chen knew that after leaving the Cliff of Death, he would have to return the Warblade to Princess Phoenix and let her bring it back to the primitive tribe. Therefore, he could only stay in the Jalawa tribe's camp and try to comprehend it as soon as possible. All right, time is precious. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. I will return the reincarnation orb to the tribe. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fists and left the courtyard. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, Elder Jia Yuan's body tilted and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jia Jiu came in time and supported him. Elder Jia Yuan, are you all right? Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. I just used the reincarnation orb and injure my internal organs. I will be fine after some rest. You came at the right time. Bring me to the ancestral hall. Jia Jiu supported Elder Jia Yuan and stopped in front of the ancestral hall. All right, wait for me at the entrance. Elder Jia Yuan staggered into the ancestral hall. Buzz. Elder Jia Yuan released his power. Instantly, a large amount of reincarnation orbs surged out of the ancestral hall and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. Success. The illusory figure saw Elder Jia Yuan and immediately asked if he had succeeded. I have succeeded. I will now return the reincarnation orb. Elder Jia Yuan shook his wrist, and the reincarnation orb left his hand and floated to the illusory figure. The latter swung his sleeve and kept the reincarnation orb. Then, the illusory figure began to dissipate. However, at this moment, Elder Jia Yuan asked, why did the tribe lend the reincarnation orb to Fang Chun? This is the will of the tribe's upper echelons. Clearly, the illusory figure was unwilling to answer this question directly. I understand. Elder Jia Yuan wanted to ask more, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Continuing to ask wouldn't yield any results, so it was better not to ask. Since it was the will of the tribe, there had to be a reason. Don't try to guess the intentions of the tribe's upper echelons. Before the illusory figure dissipated, he gave Elder Jia Yuan a deep look and warned him. Whoosh! The ancestral hall returned to silence. Elder Jia Yuan fell into deep thought. Outside the ancestral hall, Jia Jiu anxiously paced back and forth. Elder Jia Yuan's body was very weak, and he was worried that something would happen to him. However, he didn't have a right to enter the ancestral hall. What should I do? Jia Jiu stomped his foot. Creak! The doors of the ancestral hall opened, and Elder Jia Yuan calmly walked out. The setting sun shone on his face, making him seem much older. Chapter 39-64. Elder Jia Yuan walked out of the ancestral shrine, looking tired. His face was pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs were damaged. He stumbled over to Jia Jiu. The latter's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He quickly supported Elder Jia Yuan and asked, Elder Jia Yuan, what's wrong? He was surprised that Elder Jia Yuan was fine before he entered the ancestral shrine. Why was he like this when he came out? Could he have gone through a great battle in the ancestral shrine? Jia Jiu shook his head and rejected this idea. The ancestral shrine was built by the Jalua clan's higher-ups. Its purpose was to allow the clan members in the core area to communicate with the clan. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the ancestral shrine, and outsiders were not allowed to get close either. No one could sneak into the ancestral shrine. Thus, there was only one possibility. Elder Jia Yuan had suffered a backlash when he used the reincarnation orb, and it had only manifested when he returned it. I'm fine. Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. Although his situation was not optimistic, he was fine. His voice even contained a trace of desolation. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of Fang Chen's courtyard. A strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes, after which he sighed softly, as if he was powerless to reverse the situation. Why is it like this? Finally, Elder Jia Yuan returned to his residence to rest with Jiajiu's help. However, after he came out of the ancestral shrine, he became unusually silent, as if he was a different person. Jiajiu was very curious. He wanted to know what had happened to Elder Jia Yuan in the ancestral shrine, or what he had seen or learned. Otherwise, it would not have been like this. However, Elder Jia Yuan still refused to speak under his relentless questioning. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. In an independent courtyard, Fang Chun sat cross-legged with his battle saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. Buzz, his body was filled with boundless energy, as if he was a god of war. Layers of ripples covered his body, making him look extremely powerful and domineering. After such a long period of cultivation and refinement, his physical body had already reached the limit below the Supreme Being level. Now, his ultimate power had also undergone a huge transformation. After comprehending the battle blade for a month, he was surprised to discover that his original 10 ultimate powers had actually become 15. What did this mean? This meant that he had taken a new step towards the 11th level saint realm. As a 10th order true saint, Huang Xiaolong was already so powerful. Huang Xiaolong was very curious. If he stepped into the 11th order true saint realm, to what extent would his battle prowess soar? It's hard to imagine how strong the warriors of the ancient civilization were. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. He only had a superficial understanding of the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Even so, with his current strength, he was already considered a rare existence. It was difficult to find an opponent in the saint realm, unless it was a top powerhouse who had touched the threshold of supremacy. However, in this age of doom, there are no such powerhouses. Even if there were, they wouldn't come out. Instead, they would cultivate in seclusion and break through to the primal chaos supreme realm. Of course, Fang Chen's greatest enemy was still the devouring demon tribe. This tribe was too strong and was born to destroy. There were countless experts in the tribe. So far, he had not fought against the top powerhouses of the devouring demon tribe. In particular, the legendary leader of the devouring demon tribe was a genuine primal chaos supreme realm expert. Once he came out of seclusion and Huang Xiaolong had not stepped into the primal chaos supreme realm, the entire primal chaos realm would be reduced to nothingness. That was not something that Huang Xiaolong wanted to see. Therefore, he could only do his best to improve his strength. For my family, for my wife and daughter, I must succeed. Fang Chun clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with determination. Buzz! At that moment, his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation level resonated with the battle saber. The battle saber emitted a resonant saber hum. Immediately after, Fang Chen's body trembled. Immediately after, a powerful consciousness drilled into the battle saber. Dong, dong, dong. In the next moment, he seemed to see a whole new world. His entire being was immersed in the sea. There was a gray aura everywhere. He was immersed in it, trying his best to explore the world. What is this? Fang Chun vaguely felt that this was most likely the epitome of the primal chaos supreme realm. He seemed to have grasped something and madly attacked the gray mist, wanting to reach the end of the nirvana realm. However, he was blocked time and time again. He did not give up and kept trying. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For an expert like Fang Chun, 300 years was just a snap of the fingers. During this period, Fang Chun had comprehended a small part of the mysteries of the battle blade. At the same time, his primordial spirit and the core of the battle blade had successfully built a bridge. As long as he was willing, he could enter the core to comprehend at any time. This also made his combat strength soar. Now, the ultimate power in his body had reached 90 strands. According to the records, the 11th level of the Saint Realm needed to condense 100 strands of ultimate power. This meant that he was infinitely close to the 11th level of the Saint Realm. Whoosh! At a certain moment, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a bright smile on his face. The benefits of 300 years of comprehension were too great. Tempering his physical body, tempering his primordial spirit, and condensing ultimate power were all important to him. He looked inwardly into his mind. In his primordial spirit, there was a white mark. This small mark was taken from the core part of the battle saber. After his research, this white mark was most likely left behind by a supreme being. In other words, as long as he completely refined the small mark, he would be able to touch the threshold of supreme being. Whoosh! Fang Chen stopped cultivating. The battle blade in front of him was dim and lifeless, like an ordinary long blade. Dust covered his body. Creak! The door opened, and Princess Huang, dressed in a white dress, walked in. There was a faint smile on her fair face. You finally came out of seclusion. She had waited for 300 years. During this time, Princess Huang was worried that Fang Chen would be corroded by the great evil of the netherworld and lose his mind. But in the end, she was stopped by Elder Jia Yuan. After returning from the ancestral shrine, Elder Jia Yuan seemed to have a lot on his mind. It was as if he knew some unknown secret, especially when he looked at Fang Chen. There was a complicated expression on his face. Fang Chen nodded. At this time, Jiazhou walked in with Elder Jia Yuan supporting him. After seeing Elder Jia Yuan's condition, Fang Chen was puzzled. What happened? Why is Elder Jia Yuan so weak? Please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3965. After 300 years of seclusion, he had gained a lot. He had even engraved the mark of a supreme being's aura into his Yuan spirit. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely refine the mark and touch the threshold of supreme being. Of course, this was a story for another day. Fang Chen had just walked out of the courtyard when he saw Elder Jia Yuan, who looked tired and weak. He was very surprised. Why had Elder Jia Yuan become like this after not seeing him for 300 years? Could it have something to do with him activating the transmigration orb to help him? Fang Chen immediately walked up and asked, Elder Jia Yuan, what's wrong? You've come out of seclusion? Elder Jia Yuan's expression was bleak. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. I just overused my energy. However, no one noticed the complicated look in Elder Jia Yuan's eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. That kind of complicated look was hard to describe, and it seemed to contain a trace of disbelief and shock. Elder Jia Yuan went to the ancestral shrine to return the transmigration orb. After he came out, he became like this, said Jiazhou. He wasn't qualified to step into the ancestral shrine, so he didn't know what had happened to Elder Jia Yuan. Why did he become so weak? It was as if he had aged dozens of years. Even his hair had turned white. I'm really fine. I just need to rest for a while. Elder Jia Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he was really fine. Fang Chen's eyes darted around. In the end, he gave up asking. He vaguely sensed something, but he wasn't sure. How's your harvest? Asked Elder Jia Yuan. I've completely refined this saber. We're ready to leave the cliff of death. As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the saber and showed it to Elder Jia Yuan. After receiving the saber, Elder Jia Yuan's heart trembled. This was a legendary demonic artifact. Moreover, it was one of the most ominous items in the netherworld. It contained an extremely powerful, fiendish aura. If an ordinary person touched it, their Yuan spirit would be corroded and they would die. However, Fang Chen could completely refine the fiendish aura inside. As expected of, Elder Jia Yuan thought of what had happened in the ancestral shrine. His expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. Good saber. Elder Jia Yuan laughed. At the same time, he also knew that this saber would be brought back to the primordial race by Princess Huang. Bringing it back to the primordial race is also good. At least the world won't have their eyes on you. In the beginning, Elder Jia Yuan was indeed worried. If news of Fang Chen possessing a ghost artifact got out, the Origin World's devil-devouring tribe would definitely attack and snatch it away. At that time, he would have to fight alone and fall into a desperate situation. However, things are different now. Princess Huang had brought the ghost artifact back to the primitive tribes, and announced it to the public. Perhaps no one would dare to go against a primitive clan, even if the origin world belonged to the Devil Devourer clan. This way, Fang Shun would not be known by the world. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Elder Jia Yuan. Fang Shun cupped his fists and thanked the old man from the bottom of his heart. This old man had taken good care of him and truly treated him as a descendant of the great sovereign's lineage. Brother Fang, I'm a little reluctant, Jia Jiu said with a smile. After being together for such a long time, she really couldn't bear to part with him. We will meet again in the future, Fang Chen said. In the end, Fang Shun and Princess Huang set off on their return journey. Elder Jia Yuan and Jia Jiu stood in the Jialua clan's encampment and watched until the two disappeared from their sight. Jia Jiu. Suddenly, Elder Jia Yuan said in a low voice, "From today onwards, you will break through the cycle of reincarnation. After that, you can go train in the mortal world." Jia Jiu was a little confused. Logically speaking, one needed the clan's approval to break through the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, there was still a long time before his deadline. Why would Elder Jia Yuan suddenly want him to break through the cycle of reincarnation? Elder Jia Yuan. Jia Jiu still wanted to say something, but Elder Jia Yuan stopped him. You don't have to say much. The world is about to change. In the near future, the Jialua clan's calamity will truly arrive. We all need to protect ourselves. Letting you train in the mortal world will also allow you to witness the rise of a powerhouse. The rise of a powerhouse? Why would he be allowed to witness it? Jia Jiu couldn't figure it out, but Elder Jia Yuan didn't give him an answer. After the battle for the ghost weapon came to an end, the core area gradually calmed down. Those special clans were hibernating in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. At a glance, it was lush and green, but there wasn't a single person in sight. With the Jialua clan guarding this place, no one would dare to cause trouble. After passing through the barrier, Fang Shun and Princess Huang returned to the Cliff of Death. The environment here was worlds apart compared to the core area. At a glance, there was smoke everywhere. Countless ghostly wails and howls could be heard throughout the land. The ground was littered with corpses. One could tell that life and death battles would break out in the Cliff of Death every day. Countless cultivators would be slumbering here forever. To this, Fang Shun was already used to it. In his mind, the Cliff of Death was a place of trouble. Soul River. Fang Shun thought of the Soul River and Lung Xian. Back then, when he had just entered the Cliff of Death and was unable to move a single step, it was Lung Xian who had given him the greatest help and even allowed him to temper himself. Who would have thought that when he came out of that isolated space, he would discover that Senior Lung Xian had fallen into the Soul River. Back then, he had said that one day he would avenge Lung Xian. He clenched his fists and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he brought Princess Huang and rushed towards the Soul River. At this moment, there were some strange figures by the Soul River. They were looking at it from afar. The Soul River has completely calmed down. Someone said, "What happened to the Soul River storm? What's the background of that figure in the Soul River?" Just as everyone was discussing, the leader waved his sleeves and walked to the Soul River. He stretched out his hand and touched the water of the Soul River. Immediately, layers of ripples appeared on the surface of the Soul River. With his hand as the center, the ripples kept spreading downwards until they reached the bottom of the Soul River. The leader closed his eyes and sensed it seriously. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. His lips curled up, revealing a smile. Our chances here. After the chaos of the Soul River, the corrosiveness of the Soul River seemed to have weakened. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense a path that led to the bottom of the Soul River. The water of the Soul River on this path seemed to be affected by some special aura and could not close. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. "Boss, you are?" The others were excited. Looking at the Soul River, they were eager to give it a try. At the same time, Fang Shun and Princess Huang also came to the Soul River. He followed them from a distance and saw the people of these special clans by the Soul River. Seeing this, Fang Shun frowned, seemingly unhappy. Please visit Please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3966. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could see a beautiful figure in the thick light at the bottom of the Soul River at a glance. Lung Xian, the woman who had once helped him and loved Supreme Fu Jian, had now fallen into the cold Soul River alone. Fong Chen's heart trembled. However, after hearing their words, Fong Chen was enraged. Senior Lung Xian was his benefactor, and at the same time, he was also an almighty sage of the Chaos Realm. Now that he was offended by a few juniors, he immediately showed himself. Boom! A terrifying power swept through the world and instantly spread out. Fong Chen and Princess Huang appeared by the Soul River. This sudden change caused the group of people to be somewhat stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, one of them coldly asked, "Brat, who are you?" Fong Chen didn't say anything. He continued, "Do you know where this is? Where's this place?" Princess Huang asked, This is the Soul River and also the territory of our young master." This person said arrogantly, "Usually many people have their eyes on the Soul River, but they were all killed by us. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." Princess Huang still wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Fong Chen. He looked at everyone calmly and flicked his finger. Immediately, a ray of light drilled into the Soul River. Everyone was puzzled. What did he mean? But in the next moment, they understood. The light that drilled into the Soul River swept up a drop of the Soul River's water and returned to the shore, directly hitting the person who spoke earlier. A miserable scream came from this person's body. His body began to weaken and his primordial spirit was attacked. He kept begging for help. "Young master, save me." However, it was already too late. The attack of the Soul River's water was something that ordinary people couldn't resist at all, let alone be caught off guard. Bang! In the end, the primordial spirit of the arrogant person was corroded and then collapsed. He died completely and fell into a pool of blood. You can't even resist a drop of the Soul River's water, and you still dare to call yourself the owner of this place? Fong Chen said. The brocade-robed man, who was addressed as young master, stared at Lu Chun with a gloomy expression and said in a cold voice, "Brat, are you here to pick a fight? Is the Soul River a place you can come to?" Fong Chen sneered. "Senior Lung Xian has a noble status. How can you blaspheme her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen attacked. He held the blade of the underworld in his hand. Using the blade as a sword, he performed the ultimate sword technique. In an instant, thick blade lights appeared in the void. These blade lights quickly turned into sword lights under the effect of the ultimate power. They pierced toward the crowd as fast as lightning. Courting death. The young master didn't expect that Fong Chen would dare to make the first move. He was simply courting death. Boom! Boom! Everyone was furious. They attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Fong Chen. However, when they came in contact with the sword light that was swooping down from the sky, they were instantly shocked. Pucci, some of the weaker people couldn't resist the ultimate sword technique at all. They were directly pierced by the sword light and fell into a pool of blood. Only a few people managed to block the sword light. They were in a very sorry state. Boom! 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 The young master, dressed in luxurious clothes, sent the sword light beside him, flying with a punch. His eyes burned with anger as he glared at Fong Chen. "Who exactly are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill my people?" He began to feel a little guilty. The other party was too strong. With just one move, they had suffered such heavy casualties. If they continued to fight, their lives would be lost here. As long as there was life, there was hope. Moreover, the forces behind them couldn't come out for the time being. They needed to find an opportunity. Under such circumstances, no one could save him, so he could only save himself. "No enmity with you?" Fong Chen said. "If we were switched, and you were strong and I was weak, what would you do?" Obviously, they would definitely treat them more cruelly than Fong Chen. Moreover, most importantly, they called the Soul River their own territory and blasphemed against Senior Lung Xian. This was a capital offense. No one could blaspheme against Senior Lung Xian. What happened before was our fault. You also killed many of our people. Let's forget about this matter. How about it? The man in the brocade robe admitted defeat. Forget about it. Fong Chen nodded. Of course, but I have a condition. The man in the brocade robe was overjoyed. No matter what the condition was, he had to agree to save his life first. Then he would make plans. I'll let you be happy for now. When the forces behind me come out, I will definitely turn you into ashes. Exchange your life for it, Fong Chen said. As soon as these words came out, the man in the brocade robe's smile froze. It was replaced by anger. You played us. You were the one who wanted to let it go, and I agreed. Unfortunately, you can't fulfill my condition. Then, regretfully, the massacre will continue. Young master, we could just fight with him. I don't believe that he could be so strong alone. One of them said angrily. Obviously, he was completely angered by Fong Chen's words. That's right. After all, he is alone and there are so many of us. When we fight later, we will hold him back. Young master, you could just run. For them, as long as they could save their young master's life, they would have completed their mission. You can try. Lu Chen shrugged. Kill. The man in the brocade roared. Since there was no compromise, they could only fight to the death. Under his command, everyone rushed towards Fong Chen. He took the opportunity to escape. Puchi, another blade. It was an extremely terrifying blade that directly divided the battlefield into two. At the same time, Fong Chen flicked his wrist and threw out the warblade. Although the murderous aura and the mark of the underworld had been refined, it still came from the underworld. Its power was unimaginable. The warblade seemed to have a spirit as it aimed at the young master. It drew a strange arc and chased after him. As for Fong Chen, he rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. Puchi! Miserable screams came from the battlefield one after another, accompanied by corpses that fell into a pool of blood. Boom! When the last punch was thrown, all the servants brought by the man in the brocade robe were dead. Blasphemy against Senior Lung Xian. You deserve to die. Fong Chen was not willing to let their corpses and blood pollute Senior Lung Xian's senses. With a wave of his hand, a scorching flame burned the corpses. After a while, the Soul River returned to normal. There were only traces of battle on the ground. The blood and corpses had long been refined. That fellow! Princess Wang wanted to ask if the young master in luxurious clothes would bring them trouble if he escaped. Who would have thought? In the distant sky, a black light burst out. Taking a closer look, he saw that it was a human figure with a saber stuck in his chest. The warblade of the underworld had brought the young master back. Princess Wang's mouth was wide open. Was the warblade of the underworld so powerful? She turned to look at Fong Chen. The latter was very calm. Everything was under his control. Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3967. The battle saber pierced through the heavens and earth, bringing the young master back. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his chest was pierced through by the battle saber. His internal organs were shattered, and his vitality was disappearing. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He would never forget the fear of the battle saber piercing into his body. What is that? He couldn't figure it out. The moment the battle saber pierced into his body, his entire body became sluggish. Most importantly, an evil aura invaded his mind and destroyed his primordial spirit. Kacha! Fong Chen pulled out his battle saber, and the young man died instantly. However, before he died, he glared fiercely at Fong Chen and left behind a ruthless sentence. The power behind me won't let you off. Originally, he wanted to beg for mercy, but Fong Chen didn't give him any chance and directly ended his life. This scene made Princess Wang speechless. She didn't expect the battle saber of the underworld to be so powerful. Who are they? Princess Wang asked. She was extremely curious about the identity of these people. What kind of power was behind them? In the age of chaos, the heavens and earth changed greatly. All kinds of ancient powerhouses who had been sleeping for billions of years woke up one after another. Even a top clan like the Jalua clan was worried about a calamity, let alone the other clans. She was prepared to go back this time and ask her master properly to see if her master knew anything. Princess Wang's gaze landed on Fong Chen. The two of them had been here before and even entered the bottom of the Soul River. Moreover, they had profited from a disaster and obtained her mother's inheritance. Thinking of her mother's statue shattering, a trace of ripple appeared in Princess Huang's heart. Her mother had chosen a son-in-law for her, but she didn't know how to say it. Looking at Fang Chen's tall and straight back, Princess Huang even felt that it was pretty good to keep looking at him like this. I don't know. Fang Chen kept the battle saber and looked solemn. Let's not care about them first. Let's see if we can save Senior Long Xian. Senior Long Xian had a great debt of gratitude to Fang Chen. If it wasn't for her, Fang Chen might have died in the Death Cliff. Moreover, when Fang Chen accidentally entered the Jialua clan's Forbidden Road and returned to the end of the Reincarnation Road in the Chaos World, the Great Sovereign had told him that Long Xian and Supreme Fu Jian had an unclear relationship. No matter what, she was a genuine person from the Chaos World. Fang Chen came to the Soul River. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on the Soul River. In the next moment, the entire Spirit River shook violently as a terrifying corrosive energy drilled into his body. However, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. After stepping into the 10th level True Saint realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. The ultimate force in his body easily resisted the corrosive energy. Dong! Fang took a deep breath and then made a bold decision. He jumped into the Soul River. You stay here and guard. Don't let anyone come near. Fang Chen's voice entered Princess Huang's ears. Immediately after, Princess Huang saw the surface of the Soul River stirring up waves after waves. Splash! Fang Chen entered the Soul River. Over 90 strands of ultimate force were fully activated. They surrounded his body, protecting him as he moved forward. No matter how strong the corrosive power of the Soul River was, it was helpless against ultimate force. Because of this, Fang Chen easily dived into the Soul River and came to the light ball. In the gray light ball, there was a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged. Her snow-white skin was exposed, and there was no trace of clothes on her body. However, the gray light ball blocked all sight. Fang Chen could vaguely see a silhouette. He hurriedly turned around and said apologetically, Senior Long Xian, Junior has come to save you. Long Xian was still like a walking corpse, motionless as if she had lost her primordial spirit. Senior Long Xian, Fang Chen shouted. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a vast ultimate force shot out. It passed through the gray light ball and entered Long Xian's body. At this moment, a sad voice came from Long Xian's body. You can't save me. This was Long Xian's voice. Her body was imprisoned here. After her primordial spirit was baptized and stimulated by Fang Chen's ultimate force, she had a trace of consciousness. She was touched when she found that Fang Chen had risked his life to save her. When she first met Fang Chen, she had a good impression of him. She sensed a trace of Supreme Fu Jian's aura from him. Long Xian chose to help Fang Chen. Now, the little guy under her protection had grown up. She was very gratified. Senior Long Xian, what should I do? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. If possible, he would do his best to save Senior Long Xian. Even if he had to pay a heavy price, he wouldn't hesitate. Sigh. A sad voice came out of Long Xian's body. She let out a sigh and said, He once came to the Soul River. I'm just trying to follow his footsteps. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately realized that Senior Long Xian was referring to Supreme Fu Jian. The Soul River is much more complicated than people think. Moreover, there are many secrets involved here, including information about him. I came here willingly, using my body as the price to make a deal with the Soul River. You don't have to worry about me. Fang Chen was astounded upon hearing this. Traded with the Soul River? Did the Soul River still have its own consciousness? Or did the Soul River have a master? Fang Chen recalled the mansion in the whirlpool at the bottom of the Soul River, and everything inside it. Phoenix the Princess Mother, who was also an expert of the primitive tribes, had built a mansion at the bottom of the Soul River. Such a grand construction was surely significant. Could it be that the master of the Soul River was the primitive tribes? He thought of what the old white ape of the White Ape clan had said to him. The primitive tribes had ordered their subordinate tribe, the White Ape clan, to follow the experts of the Chaos Realm and migrate to the Chaos Realm. However, they failed for some reason later. What was the connection between the two? Fang Chun racked his brains, but he couldn't figure it out. Lung Xian's voice came out of the gray light again. You have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. No matter what happens, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I'm fine in the Soul River. Although I'll fall asleep, I'll wake up eventually. Lung Xian said. It seemed to involve Supreme Fujin's secrets, and she didn't want to talk about them. She didn't even want to tell Fang Chun, Supreme Fujin's successor. Senior Lung Xian, Fang Chun called out. He was moved to see that Lung Xian was willing to fall into the Soul River forever for the person she loved. Let's go, Lung Xian said softly, as if she was an old woman talking to her junior. End of chapter. Chapter 39:68. Lung Xian's voice was very gentle, as if she was talking to her own junior. She asked Fang Chun to leave this place and not bother about her. Baidu search. However, Fang Chun did not want to leave just like that. Even though his back was facing Lung Xian, he could still feel the extreme coldness. He did not want to see Lung Xian continue to be tortured here. He wanted to save her. Go, don't bother about me. There will be a day when I will be born again. Lung Xian's voice rang out again. Immediately after, Fang Chun felt a strong force pushing his body out of the Soul River. At the same time, Lung Xian's ethereal voice rang in his ears. Live well. You shoulder the task of saving the living beings of the Chaos world. As her voice fell, Lung Xian's aura gradually dissipated until it disappeared. Fang Chun stood on the shore of the Soul River, looking down at the Soul River. However, at this moment, the surface of the Soul River was gradually frozen. A layer of frost enveloped it, making it impossible for people to see what was happening below the Soul River. Only Fang Chun knew that all of this was probably because of Lung Xian. What was she doing? Could it be that Supreme Master Fu Jian had left something in this Soul River? No matter what, this was Senior Lung Xian's own choice. He could not say anything, but he was worried for Senior Lung Xian. How is it? Seeing Fang Chun coming out of the Soul River, Princess Huang hurried over and asked. Fang Chun shook his head and remained silent. Princess Huang's expression changed. She did not know how to comfort Fang Chun. After a long time, Fang Chun collected his thoughts and bowed deeply to the frozen Soul River, saying, Senior Lung Xian, I will not let you down. After saying that, he left the Cliff of Death with Princess Huang without looking back. Dong! The moment Fang Chun left the Cliff of Death, the heavy force that shrouded the Cliff of Death instantly disappeared. Those martial artists who were hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, their instincts told them that the crisis had been resolved. Next, there would be a large number of opportunities. The recovered experts also stood at every corner of the Cliff of Death, looking at Fang Chun's back as he left. Some of the Almighty Realm experts already knew that Fang Chun was the legendary person who had obtained the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Moreover, he had already stepped into the 10th Order True Saint Realm. His combat strength was so strong that he could easily crush a 9th Order True Saint Realm expert. Therefore, even though they knew that he had obtained the Netherworld's most ominous item, none of them dared to make a move. On a hill, great Emperor Miayu stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn as he looked in the direction where Fang Chun had disappeared. Then, he turned to look at the Soul River. There was someone he loved deeply there. In another area, Xing Wang and the others were also smiling. Fang Chun's sudden appearance had shattered everyone's understanding of martial art cultivation. Perhaps, soon, a chaotic supremacy would be born to fight against the Devouring Demon Clan. The Devouring Demon Clan is too cruel and perverted. They want to refine the heavenly Tao. They will suffer a backlash in the end. Xing Wang muttered to himself. He had met Fang Chun once. Moreover, they were both in the chaotic world. He naturally thought highly of Fang Chun and was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. The three old men who had fought side by side with Fang Chun looked at each other. He has left. Let's go into seclusion. If we can't step into the chaotic supremacy realm, what's the point of living? Old Man Shio said solemnly. This time, the three of them had made up their minds to reach the highest realm of martial arts. In particular, after experiencing the process of fighting side by side with Fang Chun, they realized that the Ninth Order True Saint realm was just SOSO. If they couldn't reach the chaotic supremacy realm, they would eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil and disappear with the wind. Okay, let's go into seclusion. After Fang Chun had taken away the underworld's most ferocious creatures, the Death Cliff regained its calm. The days of being filled with the aura of death were gone forever. Many of the awakened experts chose to go into seclusion to break through to a higher realm. There were also some who chose to explore the world. At this time, Fang Chun and Princess Huang were already far away from the Death Cliff. Phew! They stopped and turned around to look at the Death Cliff behind them. They breathed a sigh of relief. We came out alive. Princess Huang smiled faintly. Even she didn't expect that they could walk out of the Death Cliff alive. Of course, what shocked her the most was definitely Fang Chun. They met in the Flying Phoenix mountain range and fought side by side. Fang Chun was accidentally thrown into the turbulent space by the Ghost Manor Lord. At that time, she thought that the latter was already dead. She didn't expect to meet him again at the Death Cliff. In the end, not only did the two successfully obtain the Ghost Tool, but they also came out unscathed. Princess Huang rejoiced. I have already informed Master. Soon, he will come to pick me up. Princess Huang said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. Let's go. We will go to the city to find out more information. The two came to the nearest city. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were hawking sounds everywhere. After asking around, the two found out that the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes during the few hundred years they were in the Death Cliff. First was the Devouring Devil Clan. The four great saint lands had given a clear order for all the members of the Devouring Devil Clan to search for heaven and earth rare treasures. It was rumored that the Devouring Devil Clan's clan leader had encountered some problems in his cultivation and needed heaven and earth rare treasures to fix it. This was good news for Fang Chun. However, the more it was like this, the more Fang Chun felt that time was pressing. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Ghost Manor. Of course, they also heard an important piece of information. That was the Ghost Manor. It was said that the Ghost Manor's territory was once shrouded in black fog. No one could get close to it. The surrounding manors didn't dare to explore it. The Ghost Manor Lord had mysteriously disappeared. Ghost Manor. Fang Chun frowned. He had been to the Ghost Manor before. That place felt eerie and terrifying. It was very evil. Could it be that the legend is true? At this time, Fang Chun thought of a legend. He guessed that the Ghost Manor was most likely the entrance to the Netherworld. Black fog shrouded the Ghost Manor. Could it be that the entrance to the Netherworld had opened? Could it be that the Netherworld is enraged because we are fighting for the Ghost Artifact? Hence, the Netherworld is shrouded in black fog and wants to come out? Princess Huang said. Fang Chun nodded. There was such a possibility. However, he guessed that it would be difficult for the Netherworld to enter the Origin World. Otherwise, they would have invaded long ago. It seems that there are some unknown secrets hidden in the Netherworld. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Several days later, Princess Huang's master came to the city and met with the two of them. He was full of praise for Princess Huang. He also admired Fang Chun. However, because of the primitive clan, he couldn't bring outsiders back. He could only bring Princess Huang back. I'm sorry, Princess Huang said apologetically. Fang Chun shrugged. He didn't care too much about this. He handed the ghost artifact to Princess Huang and said, For you, little friend, I have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring the ghost artifact out. Primordial Sword Lord.